What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku decided to leave and becomes demon hero. Izuku was a normal kid until his 4th birthday, where he was given some horrible news. That day will lead him to the horrible beginning of his life. The ones he cared for turning on him. The ones who loves him forgetting about him. And the ones who believed in him putting him down. But this is his story. The story of how he pushes through and proves everyone who doubts him wrong. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations and support the amazing author Shai Deku for writing this story. Now let's get into part 1. Third-person POV. It was the day every child dreams of, and these twins were no different. They ran down the hall with giant smiles on their faces before bursting into their parents' room and jumping on the bed. Wake up! Wake up! Today is the day we get our quirks. The two kids yell in unison happily, and they had reason to be. A quirk, as it's called, is the supernatural power everyone gets when they turn 4 years old. And children would spend hours hoping for an awesome quirk so they can become like their favorite heroes. All right, we're awake now, so you two go get ready. Their mother, Inko Yagi, says tiredly, now sitting up in bed. The two 4-year-olds nod and run off to their rooms to get ready for the day. Inko turns to her asleep husband and tries to wake him up. "Toshi, wake up." "Snore," was the only response she got. A visible vein bulged on her head, and she pushed her husband off the bed onto the hard floor. "I said wake up," she says with her sickly sweet smile. "Groan." "All right, I'm up," he says, sitting up on the floor. "Good. Now I'm going to prepare breakfast, so start getting ready," she says, climbing out of bed. She walks down the hall and enters the kitchen and starts preparing a simple but delicious breakfast. When the food is almost done, she hears 2 small sets of footsteps rapidly approaching. She turns around to see 2 little kids running out of the hall. "Good morning, you two. Sit down at the table. Breakfast will be ready in a minute, then we'll go to the doctor's." "Yay!" The doctor walks into the room with a sad look on his face, making the mother of the twins worried. "Is something wrong, doctor?" she asks. "Sigh, I have some bad news and good news. Which would you like to hear first?" the doctor asks. The bad news, please," she says. "I'm going to be straight to the point. Your son here is quirkless. Doesn't have a quirk and won't get one. But on the bright side, your daughter has an amazing quirk. She has a telekinesis quirk that, if trained enough, could eventually rip buildings out of the ground," the doctor says sadly before turning happy upon the mention of the girl's quirk. "You hear that, Izumi? You're going to be a great hero." Inko cheers, picking up Izumi and spinning her around. "Yeah, I'm going to be the bestest hero ever," she cheers. While the two were celebrating, Izuku was sitting there, an unreadable expression on his face. But if you look close enough, his eyes tell you everything. He was broken. He had hoped for a quirk, but now his chances of getting one were 0. "Thank you, doctor. We'll be leaving now," Inko says, snapping Izuku out of his daze. Inko stands up, grabbing Izumi's hand, and walks out with Izuku running to catch up to them. They exit the hospital and walk to the car, with Inko putting Izumi in her seat. Inko climbs in her seat and pulls out of the parking lot, but luckily Izuku was able to jump in before she pulled onto the road. They drive home with Inko praising Izumi the entire way and completely forgetting Izuku's existence. They pull in front of their house and Inko climbs out, grabbing Izumi, and walks up with Izuku following. "Hey Toshi, we're home," Inko says, walking in. Toshinori stands up from the couch and walks over to his family happily. "Hey honey, how did it go? What are their quirks?" he asks. "Well, Izuku is quirkless, but Izumi has a super strong telekinesis quirk," she says. "That's amazing. You're going to be such a good hero, Izumi," he cheers. The 3 continue celebrating while Izuku, completely ignored, walks up to his room and cried into his pillow. "And no, I can't give up yet. I'm going to be a hero, quirkless or not. I just have to work harder than everyone else," he says to himself. With his determination now set, he started working out. But due to him being a skinny 4-year-old, he couldn't do much. Next day, Inko was now driving Izumi to school, completely forgetting about Izuku. Izuku was saddened by this, but he had to go to school, so he started walking. Took him 45 minutes to finally reach his school, but he didn't mind. It counted as exercise, so he knew it was worth it. He walked through the door and put his bags with the others before the preschool attendant walked up to him. "Izuku, do you mind telling me why you were late?" she asks. "I overslept," he says, but it came out as a question. All right, but don't let it happen again, she says, walking away. Izuku walks through the playground before sitting down on one of the swings. Now let's go see how his other twin was doing. Izumi ran over to her friends, the Todoroki and Bakigo twins, and stops in front of them. Hey guys, Izumi says. Hey Izumi, you and Izuku went to the quirk doctor yesterday, right? What are your quirks? Katsumi asks impatiently. I have a strong telekinesis quirk, but Izuku is quirkless. I'm worried he's still going to try and be a hero and get killed. Izumi says, worried. I have an idea, Shoto says. What is it? Izumi asks. Why don't we use our quirks on him to show him how dangerous it would be for him to be a hero? Shoto says. What? No way. Why would we do that? I don't want to hurt him, Izumi says, with Shoka and Katsumi agreeing. Alright, I guess he'll just die trying, Katsuki says. Wait, we'll do it. But we can't take it too far, Izumi says. The group walks over to the swings and Izuku looks up and smiles seeing them. Hey Izuku, I was wondering, do you still want to be a hero? Izumi asks. Yeah, more than any. He was unfortunately cut off by an explosion to the face courtesy of our Boom Boom boy. Ha! Give it up, Deku. You can never be a hero, Katsuki says. Huh? Izuku asks with tears in his eyes. You heard him. Why, you useless Deku, Izumi says. And that was the beginning of it. They spent the next few hours using their quirks on him, hurting him until they finally headed inside. Why me? Why did this have to happen to me? Was Izuku's last thought before he finally lost consciousness. Time skip 8 years. To put it simply, my life sucks. The constant abuse and neglect hasn't stopped and only gotten worse. Day in and day out, I had to deal with everyone I knew and cared about turning on me. But I powered through. I didn't give up and kept training my body to the absolute limit. I now wear weighted clothing around my body, 2 tons on my wrists and ankles and 2.5 tons on my torso. But I wasn't only training my body. I had studied far beyond what my class was learning just so I could have an edge over them, and it's paid off. My knowledge is now the level of at least a college student. I was sitting in my class, ignoring the teacher's lecture until finally the bell rang. I stand up, grabbing my things and go to walk out, only to be stopped by the tormentors. Sup ya useless Deku? Still trying to be a hero? Katsuki asks, slamming his hand on the desk. Nope, gave up the idea a long time ago. I lie in my cold, emotionless voice. Good, just make sure you stay out of our way, Shoto says arrogantly. Yeah, you useless Deku. Izumi agrees, and that starts the usual beating. Due to always being beaten up by these jerks, my pain tolerance has increased drastically, and now their hits don't hurt as much. Still hurt quite a bit, but it's like a normal punch. But luckily for me, this is the last beating I'm getting from these bastards. What they don't know is that I plan to run away and live on my own. I've been saving up money for years and finally plan to use it to get away from these people. After a few hours, the beating finally stops and they walk away happy with what they've done. I help myself to my feet, surprising a few of the watchers that I was able to get up after all that. Thanks for just watching a kid get beat up and doing nothing, you assholes, I say, waving at the people. I walk out and head back towards my home. I pass through alleyways to avoid being seen and eventually reach my home, climbing in through my window. I grab all my items that were already packed and jump out the window and start running off to the mountains to get the hell away from these people. After a few hours of running, I finally reach the mountain I had searched for. I start my hike up the mountain, and a little ways in I spot something in the distance. I continue walking and I realize it was a house. Weird. I hadn't heard anything about someone living up here. I carefully approach the house and knock on the door, only for it to fall forward after I knock. I peek inside and see a pretty empty house and a weird-looking box in the corner. Hello? Anyone here? Sorry for breaking your door, I call out. I get no response and I fully step inside the house. Suddenly a noise comes from the box and I snap my head towards it to see it opening. I step back ready to run, only for a girl to pop her head out. She looks around, then sees me and her eyes widen. W, who or why you? How'd why you get here? She asks in broken Japanese. I'm Izuku. Sorry for bursting in here and breaking your door. I'll leave now, I say, turning to leave. Wait. How did you find this place? It should be hidden, she says, standing from her box. I don't know. I just walked up the mountain and found a house, I say. Anyway, if you're staying here, I should go. I need to find a place to camp before sundown. Don't go. Please stay. It's lonely. The girl says. I look back and see her looking down, clutching her kimono. Are you sure? I don't want to intrude, I say. She looks up at me with pleading eyes and I let out a sigh. All right, I'll stay. I need a place to stay anyway, and a house seems like a smart idea. Thank you, she says. It's no problem, but if you don't mind me asking what's your name? You never introduced yourself. I say, my name is Nezuko Do. She says, well, it's nice to meet you, Nezuko. Now where's the kitchen? I want to make some food, I say. She climbs out of the box and walks down a hall. I follow after her and we reach an old-style kitchen. I think I can work with this. Any particular meal you want? Udon, she says. Udon it is. I'll start making it now, I say, grabbing the ingredients from my bag. I throw some coal in the fire pit and get to work on prepping the ingredients. I continue cooking until the udon is finally finished and I set it on the table ready to eat. Nezuko, food's ready. I hear footsteps approaching and Nezuko comes out of the hallway and sits at the table. I sit down across from her and we clap our hands. Itadakamasu, we say before eating. We continue eating until all the udon is done. I stand up and collect the dishes and put them in what appears to be the sink. Thank you for cooking, Nezuko says, walking up to me. It was my pleasure. But since I'm staying here, do you have a room I could use? Ask. She nods and leads me down a hall and opens a door. Why, you can stay here. This was my brother's our room. She says. What do you mean by was? Ask. She starts tearing up and shaking slightly, so I quickly step forward and wrap her in a hug. For as long as I've known, I hated seeing people cry, especially girls. She seems surprised by the hug but relaxes and cries her eyes out, burying her head in my shoulder. I rub her back and try to calm her down. We stay there for a few minutes until she stops crying and just continues hugging me. Are you okay now? Ask. She nods her head, still buried in my shoulder, and I sigh. I'm not getting out of this hug anytime soon, am I? No. Warm. She says, hugging me tighter. Can we at least sit down? I'm tired of standing, I say. She nods and I sit down on the futon with her crawling into my lap and hugging me again. I wrap my arms around her and enjoy the hug, something I haven't received in a long time. We sit there for what feels like forever until I finally realize that she fell asleep. I sigh again and carefully move her off me, which was tough considering her monster grip, and walk over to my bag. I look through it until I find my water bottle and take a huge sip from it. I was incredibly thirsty. Once I finish my drink, I throw it next to my bag but hear a weird sound when it hits the floor. I look over and see that part of a floorboard moved and it looked like there was something under it. I walk over and lift the floorboard off and kneel down next to the hole. I reach in and feel something wooden. I pull it out, exposing a long wooden box. Curious, I lift open the box and see 2 katanas in sheaths with a set of books around them. Each one had a different symbol on it, each representing an element or a picture. One had a sun, one had a moon, one had a boar, one had a heart, one had a snake, and a few others. I pick up one of the katanas and slowly unsheath it in awe of the beautiful blade. Whoa, I say, staring at the blade. I ran my hand across it and find that it is in fact blunt. I pick up the second one and see that it's exactly the same. I then pick up the book with the sun since it was the first in the set and open the cover. To whoever finds this book, my name is Tenjiro Kamado and I thought I'd write these books for future generations. Inside each book you will find a different type of fighting style that were used to slay demons. These techniques require you to have immense stamina and lung capacity, so in this book will be exercises to help you increase them. I ask that you use these breath styles to help people and not do harm. Thank you, was written on the inside of the cover. Wait, Kamado? Is he related to Nezuko? I look over at the sleeping girl and think about it for a second. She did say she had a brother, so maybe this was him. I shrug off the thought and start looking through the book, reading the exercises. They don't seem too hard, so I'll start my training tomorrow after a good rest. I walk back to the futon after putting everything back in the box and try to pick up Nezuko. Keyword, try. I get my arms under her and she latches onto me. I try to pry her off, but she won't let go. I sigh in defeat and just lay down with her next to me, pulling a blanket over us. I wrap my arms around her and just let myself slip into unconsciousness. Time skip 3 years. The last 3 years have been quite eventful for me. I had spent most of my time training, learning the breathing techniques. I learned that I was incompatible with most of the breath styles, but I was okay with that. It was difficult switching between breath styles at first, but once I started training in total concentration constant, it got easier. I made sun breathing my main breath style since it was the original breath, and switching styles from it would be easier. Another thing I learned is that the blades I thought were blunt actually weren't. I had the ability to make them sharp with the breath styles. The edge became so sharp it looked as if it were giving off a red glow. Another fun thing that happened was that Nezuko and I started dating. I had taught her how to speak properly, and after that we started developing feelings for each other. Right now I was outside doing some training while Nezuko was still asleep. I mean, it was only 6 in the morning. I was doing handstand push-ups with a boulder on the top of my feet to increase the difficulty. I had just finished my last set when I heard something from down the mountain. The books had told me that I should also train my senses, so I did. I jumped to my feet and smelled the air, picking up the smell of perfume and caffeine. Oh great, people, I say, grabbing my katanas. I strapped them to my sides, one on each hip, and jumped to the trees to get a lookout for the people. I jumped from branch to branch silently until I reached the area I smelled the people. I hang from the branch by my feet and look out, seeing a man wearing a black jumpsuit with a weird scarf around his neck and a woman wearing a black and white skin-tight suit. I look over them before deciding to talk to them. I swing from the tree and land in front of them, scaring the crap out of the lady and surprising the man. "Where the hell did you come from?" the lady yells. "The trees," I respond dryly. "What are you, a monkey?" she asks. "Can we stop the yelling? My ears are sensitive," I say, lightly glaring. Sorry," she says. "Whatever. Now why are you here?" Ask. "We should be asking you that. What's a kid doing on a mountain?" Scarf Man asks. "I live here. Now what are you doing up here?" I ask, placing my hand on one of my swords. "We've gotten reports about sounds of thunder when there's no storms and random fires that would go out with what looked like a wave. We came to investigate in case anyone was illegally using their quirk." The man says, "All of that was probably me training. And no, it wasn't a quirk," I say, confusing them. "How were you able to do all of that without a quirk?" the lady asks. "Do you need proof?" Ask. They nod, and I draw one of my blades, holding it in my right hand. "You're Eraserhead, right? I'm going to do a move, and I want you to use your ability to erase quirks." He nods, slightly surprised I knew who he was, and I take a few steps away from them. I take a stance, raising my sword above my head, and get ready, taking a breath. "Breath of water, 8th form. Waterfall basin," I shout, swinging my sword. I sheath my sword and turn back to the shocked pair of heroes. "So?" ask. "Well, it's definitely not a quirk. If it was, I would have been able to erase it." Scarf says, "But how can you do that without a quirk?" Sigh. This is going to be a pain in the ass to explain. "Come with me back to my home and I'll explain it to you over some tea," I say, turning to walk. I walk up the mountain and they follow after me until I reach the house. I open the door and step in to see Nezuko now awake in the kitchen. "Hey Nezuko, how long have you been awake?" "Oh Izu, I just woke up not too long ago. Were you still out training?" she asks. "Not really. Had a bit of a situation," I say. "What kind of situation?" she asks. "This kind," I say, showing the two heroes. "And how did this happen?" she asks. Sigh. "I was training when I smelled caffeine and perfume, so I went to investigate. I found these two, and now I have to explain how I have my abilities without a quirk," I say. "Why do you always find trouble?" she asks. "I don't find it, it finds me," I say. What's going on?" Scarf asks. "Oh, this is my girlfriend Nezuko. We live together up here," I say. "You two live on your own?" lady asks. "Yeah, we do. Is that a problem?" Ask. "Not really. Are your parents okay with it though?" Scarf asks. Upon the mention of parents, I get annoyed but manage to not explode. "My parents have no control over my life. They lost that privilege long ago," I say. "So you ran away?" Scarf asks. "It was either that or suicide, and I chose living," I say, making the two go rigid. Suicide? How bad was your life?" lady asks. "Absolute fucking hell," I say. "Now I'm gonna go put my swords away before I accidentally kill something. Nezuko, could you prepare some tea?" "Sure. Just take your time and calm down," she says. I walk down the hall to our room and hang the katanas on their wall mount and change into a new outfit since my current one was sweaty. Once I had finally calmed down enough, I walked back out and sat at the table with everyone. "Okay, we have a few questions and we would like some answers." Scarf says, "First I want names." I don't know who either of you really are. I say, I'm Shota Aizawa and this is Namuri Kayama. Scarf says, all right, and I haven't introduced myself either. I'm Izuku, no last name. I say, first question, how were you able to do that water move without a quirk? Aizawa asks, it is an ancient technique that allows a person to harness the air around them, and by circulating it through your body in a specific way, the body can do impressive things. I am still trying to figure out why the actual element appears. I say, is water the only form of this technique? He asks. No, it is only a part of it. I can use 7 different techniques. I say, how did you learn of these techniques? He asks. I will not disclose that information for it could fall into the wrong hands. I say, is it possible for a person with a quirk to learn these techniques? He asks. From my knowledge, it is impossible. There is a difference between the anatomy of a quirkless person and a person with a quirk. In a person with a quirk, their body has been specialized to handle that power and will not be capable of using the techniques. Whereas a quirkless person's body has no specific setting for power, they are able to use whatever power they start learning. I say, it was a lie but a believable one. In truth, I did not wish for these powerful techniques to fall into the hands of the corrupt powerful people. Okay, that was the final question about your powers. But we have a few more questions about your current living situation. Why did you decide to run away? He asks. My life was shit. As you know, I am quirkless, and that was only the beginning of it. That led me to years of neglect from my parents, abuse from the ones I called my friends, my own sister turning on me, and worst of all, the fact that nobody who saw anything tried to do anything to help me. I say, getting angrier and angrier as I continue talking. Wait, quirkless, parent neglect, and sister and friends who bullied. Are you by chance Izuku Yagi? Namuri asks, and that was the last straw. My body erupted with flames and I sit there, my hands folded with my head leaning against them. Please give me one moment, I say, standing up. I vanish from their sights in a flash of lightning and appear in the middle of the forest. I reel my right arm back and all the flames around my body move to my fist into one point. I thrust my arm forward into the tree and an explosion erupts on contact. The mountain slightly shakes and I stand up straight again, observing the damage caused. The tree I struck was obliterated and several others behind it were either blown from their stump or were cracked and leaning away from me. A few fires were around the area, so I pick up a stick and hold it out in front of me. I swing the stick as if it were a sword and water forms around the sword. I swing the sword towards the fire and the water comes off the sword, extinguishing the flames. I sigh and throw the now broken stick away and walk back to the house. I open the door and walk back over to the table and sit down. Sorry about that, I say. Did you just make the entire mountain shake then apologize? Aizawa asks. Well, yes. I had just gotten up and left and then made the mountain shake. It is impolite to leave the table without permission. I say, now you can continue with your questions and I will try to refrain myself from getting angry. Okay, now just to confirm, you are him? You are Izuku Yagi? Aizawa asks. Yes, that was me. I have left that life behind, so that person is now dead. I say, okay, now that we know your identity, there are a few things we need to confirm. They said that the reason you ran away was because you were jealous of your sister's talent and often acted rebellious. Aizawa says, of course the assholes lie. Anyone is willing to believe the number one hero before anything else. I say, all right, we've been here long enough, I think it's time we go. Aizawa says, standing up. It was nice talking to you too. Feel free to drop by anytime you want. Also, please only tell the ones you can trust that you met me here. I do not wish to be found by them yet. I say, walking them to the door. Of course we won't tell anyone, but before we go I have one more question. Will you two be applying to UA in 2 years? Aizawa asks. We will. Why? Ask. No reason. Hope to see you there. Aizawa says before they walk out. I walk back to the living room and fall onto the couch, laying my head in Nezuko's lap. Today has been tiring, I say as Nezuko begins playing with my hair. It certainly was eventful, but at least we met some people. Now we have more people to talk to. She says, that is true, but now we also have several trees missing from the forest. I say, exactly how many did you destroy? She asks. Quite a few. I was really angry. I say, at least you didn't blow up the house. She says, making me laugh a little. So, wanna join me for training tomorrow? I wanna test some more on your weird blood powers. I say. I notice Nezuko tense a little and sit up facing her. Nezuko? What's wrong? Nothing. Nothing's wrong, she says, looking away. I grab her face and make her look at me. Nezuko, be honest with me. What is wrong? Whatever it is, we can get through it together, I say. She seems panicked before slowly relaxing and grabbing my hands that were still cupping her face. I'm scared that you're going to hate me after I tell you this, she says. That's impossible. Nothing in this world could ever make me hate you, I say. All right, Izu, the truth is I'm a demon, she says. Huh? I ask, confused. Time skip 2 years. 6 months until entrance exam. Izuku POV. Apparently my girlfriend was a demon and didn't tell me until we had already known each other for 3 years. I was a little hurt, but I'm happy she had finally trusted me enough to tell me. I had completely accepted her and showed her that I didn't and wouldn't hate her. Knowing Nezuko, she would constantly think that, so I did something she didn't expect. I had her give me some of her blood and became a demon. It was a weird experience, to say the least. My whole body felt hot for a few hours until it was finally done. After it finished, I observed how it changed my look. I had black hair and eyes. I had fangs and was a bit taller. The demon transformation also strengthened my breath styles. And since my body healed quickly, I didn't have to worry about it locking up anymore. Another thing I learned is my blood demon art. Thanks to my extensive training beforehand, it didn't take long to unlock it. I named it Absolute Copy. If I get a sample of someone's blood and have it mix with mine, then I can use that person's abilities. There is no time limit on the powers, and they will stay with me always and grow along with me. On another note, Aizawa and Namuri had visited frequently. They would come by and be great company for the two of us. They even brought a few more people for us to meet. It was only 2 people, but they were a lot of fun to hang out with. They were Hisashi Yamada, aka Present Mike, and Nizu, the principal of UA. They were also great people. While Hisashi was loud most of the time, he was pretty entertaining. He even taught me how to play the guitar and sing. And thanks to that, I often had to give mini concerts to everyone for their enjoyment. Nizu, while slightly insane, was another fun person to have around. We often engaged in games of chess where we would be stuck in a stalemate with neither of us being able to win. It also terrified the 3 heroes whenever we were together because of how we're both pretty much insane. Nezuko, come on. If we want to get the groceries before the sale ends, we have to leave now. I call out, standing by the door. I'm coming. Just had to grab my purse, she says, coming from the hallway. You have the grocery list? Ask. Yup, let's go, she says, grabbing my hand. We walk out of the house and down the mountain. We walk over to the mini garage I built at the base of the mountain, since driving up and down a mountain wasn't that smart. I lift the garage door and walk over to my car. Aizawa and I had found it on a trashed beach, and it looked like we could fix it up, so we brought it back here and started working on it. It took a while, but we got it working and it came out pretty cool. He even taught me how to drive it. Over the past 2 years, Aizawa has started filling in the role of a dad for me, and I couldn't be happier. Anyway, we get in the car and I start it up before pulling onto the road. I drive down the road and Nezuko and I sing along to a song on the radio. We pull up in front of a grocery store and I turn off the car. I climb out and walk over to Nezuko's side and open the door. I hold out my hand for her and she takes it, climbing out of the car. What a gentleman, she says, giggling. A man should always act politely when in front of a princess, I say, smiling down at her. She blushes a little and hides her face with one hand since I was still holding the other. Shut up, Baka, she says. You're too cute. Now let's go get some groceries, I say, locking my car. We walk into the store with her blush calming down and start looking for the things we need. I occasionally have to laugh watching Nezuko try and reach the items on the top shelf before helping her. Every time I did, she would pout slightly and mutter a thanks. Man, my girlfriend is adorable. We finally finish shopping and go to pay. I had gotten some money by getting a job under a fake name. We pay for the items and walk out, going over to the car, only for me to stop in my tracks after we walk out. My grip on the bags in my hands starts tightening and Nezuko looks over at me concerned. Aizu, are you okay? She asks. Just fine, I say through gritted teeth, looking at the group of 5 douchebags around my car. She seems to catch on as she looks up at me questioningly. Are they them? She whispers. Yup, that's them. Now let's just try and get them away from my car before I blow them up, I say. We walk over to my car and start hearing their conversation. I hear it before Nezuko due to my enhanced hearing. Man, I have to convince the old man to buy me a car like this. Whoever's this is doesn't deserve it. They should just give it to me, the future #1 hero, Mr. Boom Boom says proudly. Yeah, maybe we can buy it off whoever owns it. I mean, everyone has a price, and once we say who our parents are, they'll probably hand it over. Ms. Telebich says, "Could you move away from my car?" I ask, stepping up to them. "So this is your car? Then it's your lucky day. You get to have the privilege of giving your car to the future #1 hero." Katsuki says, "Am I going to meet them soon?" Ask, "You're looking at him, asshat," he says, stepping forward. "Oh really? Now why would I give my car to a brat who probably couldn't fit his ego inside it?" I ask, making him turn red in anger. He looks ready to attack me, but Shoho grabs his shoulder, stopping him. "Okay, how much do you want for it? We'll pay you whatever you want for it. Or else we may have to get our parents involved." He says, "Oh, and who may your parents be?" I ask, pretending not to know. "The #2 hero, Endeavor," he says. "And mine are the numbers 1 and 5 heroes, All Might and Green Esper." Our least favorite telekinetic says, stepping forward. "So, I don't give a rat's ass who your parents are. They could be the ruler of the world for all I care. It wouldn't change my mind. Now get away from my car so we can go home," I say. They looked shocked that I just said that and quickly get annoyed. "How dare you? You should respect our parents and give us what we want," Shoka says, stomping forward. "That's not how that works. People earn respect, and you have only made me pity you. Now move aside. My ice cream's gonna melt," I say, stepping forward. "Hold on," Katsumi says, trying to grab my arm. I toss the bag in my arm up and spin around, grabbing her arm and throw her back to the other 4. "I don't like being touched, so piss off," I say, catching the bag. I unlock my car and put my bags in the trunk. I open the door for Nezuko and she gets inside. I walk over to my door and open it and climb in. I start it up and pull out of my parking spot and out of the parking lot. I drive down the road and take a deep breath to calm myself down. Nezuko places her hand on top of mine and I intertwine our fingers. "Everything is okay, Izu. On the plus side, you didn't kill them on the spot," she says. "Not sure that's on the plus side," I say. "It might not be. But see, you showed them that you're stronger than them now. They don't mean anything to you anymore. You left that life behind, so they have no relation to you anymore. Now you have Aizawa, Namuri, Hizashi, Nizu, and me. You have better people in your life now and a better life in general." She says, "Thank you, Nezuko. I needed to hear that," I say, bringing her hand up to my lips. I place a soft kiss on the back of her hand and rub her hand, continuing to drive down the road. We stop at a red light, and out of the corner of my eye, I see something run down an alley. I turn to look and see a kid being chased into an alleyway by a group of older men. Ignoring the red light, I pull over to the side of the road, confusing Nezuko, and jump out of the car. Nezuko, call the police and tell them to come to our location. I'll try to help, but tell them to get here quickly, I say, beginning to run. I run down the alleyway and jump off the walls, dodging the trash bins and things in my way, trying to find the kid and people. I turn down the alleyway, picking up the scent of humans and alcohol, and jump onto a balcony, trying to get a better view. I jump from balcony to balcony until I finally find them. I stop on one of the balconies and take in the sight. There were 4 men surrounding a little kid who couldn't be older than 5. The kid was heavily bleeding and had several gashes on his body. I then saw that one of the men had a knife in his hand. I jump down from the balcony and land between the kid and the men, glaring at the group. "The fuck are you doing? This is a kid, for crying out loud," I shout, taking a defensive stance. "Piss off, kid. This brat needs to be taught a lesson. He stole from us and then ran off," the one with the knife shouts back. "He fucking stole some shit and you try to kill him? He's a kid. You people are the assholes here," I shout back. "Huh? You want to get killed too, brat?" Another shouts. "Try it. Fucking try and kill me," I shout, taking my battle stance. "Your funeral, kid," one yells. He charges forward and throws a sloppy punch. I grab his wrist and pull him down, slamming his face into my knee. His head bounces back and I take this chance and spin, kicking him in the temple with the heel of my foot. He flies into a wall and slumps to the ground unconscious. I face the group and another 2 charge forward. The one on the right throws a punch at my gut, but I jump above it and kick his hand down. I spin in the air and kick both of them at once, sending them into the walls. I face the last one and he seems enraged before charging forward with his knife ready. He swings his knife at me and I lean to the side, dodging the blade, and grab his wrist and twist it, making him drop the knife. I pull him forward by the arm and grab him around the neck before holding him in the air by the neck. "You made the wrong choice, you bastard. Now enjoy the rest of your rotten life," I say before punching him square in the face, knocking him out. I drop him to the ground and turn to the kid to see him barely awake leaning against the wall. I walk over and kneel down next to him. Everything is going to be just fine, buddy. I'm going to get you some help and you're going to be all better. Just hang on, I say, picking him up. I run down the alleyway, avoiding random objects before reaching the exit of the alleyway. I see Nezuko talking to a few police officers and she spots me. Izuku, what happened? What happened to him? She asks, referring to the kid. That can be explained later. Officers go down that alley and take the first right. You'll see 4 men unconscious. They were the ones who chased down this kid and did this to him. I have to get him to the hospital quickly, so for questions just go to Dagoba Municipal Hospital. Now I have to hurry, I say. Nezuko and I run over to my car and climb in. I pass her the kid and I start up the car, pulling onto the road. I drive down the road quickly but safely and turn down roads until I finally get to the hospital. I jump out of the car and go over to Nezuko's side and take the kid. I run into the hospital with Nezuko behind me and I run up to the front desk. Please help. He needs immediate attention, I say. She looks up and quickly gets on the phone, calling for a doctor and stretcher. A few seconds later, a group of doctors arrive with a stretcher and I carefully set the kid down. They run off with him and I stand there staring at where he just went. Sir, can I get you to fill out this sheet while we wait? It will help with all the information we need. The lady at the desk asks. I nod and take a clipboard with papers and a pen and walk over to the chairs and start filling it out. Izuku, can you explain to me what happened now? Nezuko asks, sitting next to me. When we stopped at the red light, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I turned to look and saw the kid being chased into the alley by the men and knew I had to help. After I ran off, I ran down the alleyway until I finally found the kid and he was in that horrible state. The 4 men were surrounding him and one of them even had a knife. When I stopped them, they said the reason they attacked was because he stole something from them. I quickly tried to stop them, but it ended up being a fight. I knocked all of them out and quickly grabbed the kid and ran to meet up with you, I say, continuing to fill out the sheet. I couldn't fill out a few parts because I don't know them, like the kid's name. Once I fill out everything, I hand it back to the lady and tell her how I couldn't fill out a few parts and go back to the lobby. A little while later, a few of the officers come in and ask me questions about the incident. I explain everything to them and they leave a little while later to take the men to jail. I sit in the lobby with Nezuko waiting for the doctors to come talk to me about the situation. Almost an hour later, a doctor finally walks up to us. Were you 2 the ones who brought in the injured child? He asks. Yes, that's us. Is he okay? I ask, standing up. He is just fine. He was heavily injured, but we were able to bring him back to top health. You're allowed to see him, but know that he is not awake, but he should be in a little while. Would you like to see him? He asks. Of course, I say. He leads us down a hallway and we stop in front of a door. He's in here. I'll leave you to your visit, he says, walking away. I slowly open the door and walk in to see the kid laying on the bed with bandages around his body. But without all the blood, I can actually see what he looks like. He has ash blonde hair, and something I'm surprised I didn't notice before are the big red wings on his back. It's horrible how someone could do something like this to a child so young, she says. I know. He slightly reminds me of myself when I was a kid, on your own and being beat up. Not a great feeling, I say, pulling up some chairs next to the bed. I sit down on one and Nezuko sits in the other one. We talk about random things until the kid finally starts waking up. I look up and see him open his eyes. He looks around and his eyes widen and he sits up in bed. Whoa, easy there. You shouldn't be putting too much strain on your body, I say, pushing him back down. W, who are you? W, where am I? He asks, panicked. My name is Izuku and you're in the hospital. I found you heavily injured by 4 men and brought you here, I say, moving to sit on the edge of the bed. Why? He asks. Huh? I ask, confused. Why did you bring me here? I don't have any money and I can't pay you for it, he says. Why do you think we'd make you pay for it? Ask. Why else would you do it? All everyone wants is money, he says. What do you mean? Ask. It's all about money. Even my own parents say money is everything. Before they threw me out, they said that I was useless and wouldn't make them any money, that my quirk was horrible and would never save anyone, he says, breaking into tears. I slowly reach over and pull him to me, wrapping him in a hug. Don't think that what they said is true. People like that don't deserve to be parents at all. Your quirk seems amazing and you decide how it's used. If you want it to save people, then train until you can do that. Don't let anyone tell you that you're going to fail. You only fail when you start believing their words. And you want to know why I believe your quirk can save people. Because thanks to my power, I can do this. I say. I grab my shirt that was stained with his blood and lick up some of the blood. Ignoring how gross it was, I merge his blood with mine and remove my shirt. My back starts shifting and 2 giant pitch-black wings exactly like his sprout out of my back. Your power is a great one. And don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I say, rubbing his back. He's too much like me. His tears increase and he cries his eyes out, burying his head in my shoulder. I continue to comfort him until he finally calms down and I release the hug. Thank you, he says. It's no problem. Now that you're calm, how about some questions? Can you tell us your name? I ask, making the wings return to my body. My name is Kigo, he says. It's nice to meet you, Kigo. As I said, my name is Izuku and this is my girlfriend Nezuko. I say. She waved to him, smiling, and he waved back. He tugs on my shirt and gestures for me to lean closer. I lean down and he whispers in my ear. Your girlfriend is very pretty, he says. I know. I'm super lucky, I say, sitting up straight. Hey, why wasn't I allowed to hear? Nezuko asks. Secret, we say in unison. We look at each other before laughing a little while Nezuko pouts. Meanies, she says. Oh, come on, Nezuko. Don't be like that, I say, trying to grab her hand. SH pulls her hand away and crosses her arms, turning away. Humph, she says. You see this, Kigo? This is part of the cuteness that is my girlfriend. Whenever she gets like this, you just compliment her until she breaks. Watch, I whisper to him. I scoot forward and take Nezuko's hand, making her look at me. Don't be mad at me. When you pout like that, I can't see your adorable smile. So can you smile for me? Please, ask. She blushes and tries to hide her smile but is unsuccessful. See, there's the adorable smile I love. I hate you, she says, smiling. You love me, I say. Maybe, she says. We hear laughing and look over to Kigo to see him laughing at us. You two are funny, he says. What was that, you punk? Looks like you like laughing, I say. I move forward and start tickling him. He falls back on the bed and I continue tickling him with him laughing like crazy. Stop, please. I can't breathe, he says between laughs. I stop the tickling torture and he lays on the bed trying to catch his breath. I agree with Nezuko. Why, you're mean? I'm not mean. I'm just slightly insane, I say. What does insane mean? He asks. It's basically a crazy person, I say. Then yes, you're insane, he says. I take no offense in that, I say. Suddenly there was a knock at the door and Kigo slightly hid behind me. The door opens and in walks the doctor who led us here. Hello again. There are a few things I'd like to discuss with you about young Kigo. Could you step out into the hall for a second? He asks. Of course. We'll be right back, Kigo, I say, standing up. He nods and Nezuko and I walk out of the room to talk with the doctor. So what's up? There are a few things I would like to... We'll take care of him, we say. All right. Now the second thing I need to discuss with you is about some of his injuries. Nothing will be any danger in the future, but a few of his bandages will have to be replaced daily, particularly the ones on his right forearm and on his left thigh. We will supply you with the bandages, but it will be up to you to switch them. He will be allowed to leave after we do one final checkup, he says. I nod and we walk back into the room to see Kigo looking out the window. So what did he want to talk about that I couldn't hear? He asks. Well, we have a surprise for you, I say. What is it? He asks. You're coming to live with us, Nezuko says. Huh? He asks. The doctor contacted your parents, but they won't take you back in. So it was either we take you in or you go into the adoption system. And if I can help someone, I'm going to help them, I say. He slowly breaks down into tears again and Nezuko and I step forward and wrap him in a hug. Thank you. Thank you so much, he says, clutching onto us. You don't need to thank us, Nezuko says. We continue the hug until he calms down again. Does this mean you're going to be my new mom and dad? He asks. I look to Nezuko and she looks back at me with the same look. Sure, I'm 17 and a dad. Awesome, I say. Another knock is heard and the doctor walks in. It's time for young Kigo's checkup before he can leave, he says. Kigo seems nervous, so I place my hand on his head and ruffle his hair. Is it all right if we stay here while you do it? Ask. Of course. Now let's begin, he says. He goes through the usual checkups you would when going to a doctor's office, then does a few tests to make sure that none of his bones are broken. Once he's done, we were allowed to leave, so I helped him off the bed and we exit the building. We walk over to my car and my phone goes off. I reach into my pocket and pull out my phone to see the contact. It was actually Izawa calling. "Hey Izawa, what's up?" I ask, answering the call. "Namuri and I are at your house, but you aren't here. Where are you? You said all you had to do was grocery shop and that you should have back by now." He says, "Oh yeah, forgot you said you were coming over. Well, there have been a few new developments." I say, "Like what?" He asks. "I have a kid now." I say, "Huh?" He asks. Izuku POV. "Huh?" Izawa asks over the phone. "Like I said, I have a kid." I say, "Explain, now." He says threateningly, "What's there to explain? I have a kid now." I say, "Sigh, just get back here and explain." He says, "On my way." I say, hanging up. "Okay, let's get home so Izawa can murder me." "Why would he murder you this time?" Nezuko asks as we reach the car. I told him I have a kid now with no context. He either thinks you're pregnant or I stole some kid off the street. I say, I open the door and help Kigo into his seat before climbing into mine. Nezuko hops in and I start it up before driving off towards the mountain. We finally reach it and I park in the garage again and turn off the car. I climb out of the car and help Kigo out of the car, then we walk out and start our way up the mountain. "We live on a mountain?" he asks. "Yeah, we do. That also means you can train your quirk up here without being found out." I say, "Is that why several of these trees are broken or missing? Because of your training?" He asks, "That's part of the reason. Sometimes your dad gets a little angry and needs to break something." I say, "I'd prefer it if you broke something and not several things. I like the forest as a forest." Nezuko says, "I'm sorry, okay?" I say. She just sighs and shakes her head and we reach the house. I open the door to see Izawa on the couch with an asleep Namuri on his shoulder. Unless my eyes are wrong, which they're not, I could swear I saw a blush on his cheeks. "Good, you're back. Now explain the kid." He says, not moving. "Sure. Nezuko, can you see if you have any clothes that could fit him?" Ask. "Of course." She says, taking Kigo down the hall. I walk over and sit down on the couch across from the two. "Comfy there?" I ask with a grin. "Shut up and explain." He says in his normal deadpan, but I could swear I saw a faint blush on his cheeks again. I go on to explain how I saved Kigo and how we agreed on taking him in. "Sigh, I swear you are such a problem child. But you do know that to adopt you have to either be older than 18 or be married?" He asks. "I know that, but Nezuko might not. I'll have to sit down and talk with her later about it." I say, "As long as you know. Now it's late, so we should get going." Izawa says. He starts shaking Namuri lightly and she opens her eyes groggily. What's going on?" she asks tiredly. "It's time to leave. Let's go." Izawa says, trying to stand up. "I don't want to walk. Carry me," Namuri says. Izawa goes to refuse, but once he sees her puppy dog eyes, he sighs in defeat and crouches in front of her. "You're lucky today," he says. "Yay!" she cheers, climbing on his back. He stands up fully and nods to me as his goodbye and walks out. I stand up and walk down the hall to check on Nezuko and Kigo. I open the door to the room I smelled them in and see Kigo standing there in a blue kimono with Nezuko to the side. "Hey Dad, Mom found this awesome kimono? For me," he says, unsure of the word. "You look great, buddy. Now I'm gonna start making dinner, so is there anything you want?" Ask. "Chicken," he says, making me laugh a little. "You got it. Chicken it is," I say, walking back out. I head to the kitchen and go through the freezer until I find some chicken and a bag of fries. I put the fries on a pan, then throw them in the oven to cook. I grab some ingredients and start seasoning the chicken before cooking it on the stove. Once it's done, I place the chicken on a plate and take the fries out of the oven. I put them on plates and set the table before washing my hands again. "Nezuko, Kigo, food's ready," I call out. I hear rapid footsteps approaching and Kigo comes out of the hall and jumps onto the chair. Nezuko follows behind him but walking normally and takes her seat as well. "Ita de kamasu," we say before digging in. "So good," Kigo says, continuing to eat. Nezuko and I couldn't help but laugh and continue eating with random conversations. Once it's all done, I collect the dishes and put them in the sink to wash later. I turn back to see Kigo nodding off in his seat. I walk over and pick him up and he lays his head on my shoulder, almost falling asleep. Nezuko, I'm gonna put him to bed then. I need to talk to you about something important, I say. She nods and I walk down the hall into a spare room and lay him in the bed, pulling the covers over him. I turn out the lights and walk back out to the living room and join Nezuko on the couch. So what did you need to talk to me about? She asks nervously. Don't worry, it's nothing bad, I say, placing my hand on top of hers. She calms down a little and smiles back at me. What we need to talk about is Kigo. What's wrong with Kigo? She asks. There's nothing wrong with him, but what we need to talk about involves him. Nezuko, we're basically his parents now. He thinks of us as his parents and I don't want to give him up. So I want to know if you feel the same way, I say. Of course I feel the same way. Kigo is an adorable little boy, and if I can help him by giving him a home and being a mother for him, I will, she says. That leads me to my next question. What do you think of actually adopting him as our legal son? Ask. It sounds like a great idea. I would love to be his official mother more than anything else, she says, smiling. I would love to adopt him as well, but there's a slight problem with it. Neither of us are of legal age to adopt a child. There is a way we can get around this, and that's why I needed to talk to you, I say. Izu, whatever it is, we won't stop until we can do it. We'll work to it together, then we'll be a family with Kigo. What is this way? She asks. The other way is for us to be a married couple, I say. She blushes and looks away, avoiding eye contact. I'm okay with it if you are, she says quietly. I smile a little and cup her chin, turning her face to look at me. I will not force you into anything if you don't want to do it. We have been dating for over 4 years, and I know I love you, but this is a big step, I say. I love you too, Izuku, and I know I'm ready for this. To be able to be with you for the rest of my life, she says. Then let me do this properly, I say, climbing off the couch. I get on one knee and take Nezuko's hand, looking into her eyes. Nezuko Kamado, you are the most wonderful, beautiful, caring, and kind girl I know. Any man would be lucky enough to have you even be in their life. You have no idea how happy it made me that you chose me to be the one to stand by your side. So Nezuko, will you make me the happiest man in the world and continue to stay by my side for the rest of my life as my wife? Yes, yes I will, she says with tears in her eyes. She jumps off the couch and wraps her arms around my neck and tackles me to the ground in a tight hug. We lay on the ground with her on top of me, wrapped in a tight hug with a few tears coming from her eyes. I love you. I love you so much, Nezuko, I say, hugging her tight. I love you too, Izuku, she says. We lay there in the hug for a few more minutes before Nezuko sits up on my stomach, looking down at me. She leans down, cupping my face, and plants a soft kiss on my lips. I lean up and kiss her back, adding more passion to it. We hold the kiss for a few seconds longer before pulling back and looking into each other's eyes. I sit up with Nezuko sliding from my stomach into my lap. I reach up and softly stroke her cheek before moving in again. She wraps her arms around my neck and mine find their way around her waist as we begin another kiss. Her hands move to the back of my head, playing with my hair, deepening the kiss. We pull back with a small string of saliva connecting us, lightly panting. Nezuko moves forward and lays her head on my shoulder, hugging me again. I hug her back and play with a few strands of her hair, enjoying the warm hug. You're so warm and comfy, she says, snuggling into my shoulder. The breathing techniques reset my body temperature quite a bit, especially with sun breathing. I say, it's well worth it, she says. I think it's time we get to bed. I'll text Aizawa to bring us the marriage forms and adoption papers tomorrow. I'm sorry that at the moment we can't have a big fancy wedding, but I promise in the future we'll have the best wedding, I say. A fancy wedding doesn't matter to me as long as I get to be with you. Now carry me, she says, not letting go. Your wish is my command, my lady, I say, standing up easily. She wraps her legs around my waist and her arms around my neck, and I walk down the hall to our room. I open our door and walk over to the bed, placing her in it. Hey, come lay down. I want cuddles, she says, pouting. I'll be there in a second. I just want to change. Sleeping in dress pants and a button-up isn't the comfiest, I say, walking over to the dresser. I grab a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt and walk to the bathroom. I change clothes and throw the dirty ones into the laundry bin before walking back to the bed. I climb in and wrap my arms around Nezuko and she tugs at my shirt. Off. I want to feel your warmth, she says. I sit up and pull my shirt off, throwing it over to the bin. I lay back down and wrap my arms around her again. She snuggles into my chest and wraps her arms around me. Happy now? Ask. Very, she says. I smile and kiss the top of her head before closing my eyes and laying my head down on the pillow. I love you, Nezuko, I say. I love you too, Izuku, was the last thing I heard before drifting off to sleep happily. Next day, I slowly open my eyes and look down at the adorable girl asleep on top of me. I reach over and grab my phone off the nightstand, unlocking it and going to my contacts. I open Izawa's and shoot him a quick text. Hey, when you come over today, bring adoption papers and marriage forms. The message went through and I put my phone back down. I carefully slip out of bed so I don't wake up Nezuko and grab a spare change of clothes. I walk into the bathroom and take a nice shower to wake me up. Once I finish, I climb out and dry myself off before changing into new clothes. I walk out of the bathroom with a towel around my neck and grab my phone to see a message from Izawa. So she said yes? He texts. No, I want the forms to marry myself. Of course she said yes. I reply. I turn off my phone and grab my swords for some early morning training. I head out of the house and go into the forest, heading a good distance away from the house. All right, let's test out these new wings, I say, taking off my shirt. I throw it to the side and the pitch black wings sprout from my back. I draw both my swords and fly up in the air with a little difficulty and keep floating a few feet off the ground. This is certainly going to take some getting used to, I say. I spend the next hour or so flying around, getting used to the wings and using the forms while flying. Safe to say I fell a few times. Once I finish training, I grab my shirt and head back to the house, the wings receding back into my body. I open the door and go back to my room to see my now fiancé copyright still asleep hugging a pillow. I smile at the adorable sight and go back to take another shower to get all the sweat off. I walk out of my room, letting Nezuko sleep in for now, and walk down the hall, only to see a half-awake Kigo walk out of his room. Morning, buddy. How'd you sleep? I ask, walking up to him. It was nice. The bed was super comfy. He says, that's good. Hey, you want to help me surprise your mom? Ask. Sure, he says. We walk into the kitchen and I grab a few ingredients to make a nice breakfast in bed for Nezuko. I pull a chair up to the counter and help Kigo up on it. So we're going to be making a nice breakfast in bed for your mom. Do you want to crack the eggs? Ask. Let's do it, he says. I pass him the eggs and help him crack the first egg to show him how it's done. He cracks a few more on his own and I had to take a few shells out. I add a few ingredients and he mixes the batter while I get to work on some pancake batter and put the bacon on the stove. He finishes mixing and I place it on a pan, starting to cook it as I pour batter onto another pan. I continue like this, switching between what I'm cooking throughout the whole thing until it's done. I place the bacon and eggs on one plate and the pancakes on another. I pour syrup over the pancakes and place it all on a tray. I grab a cup and a pitcher of orange juice and pour a cup of orange juice and put it all on the tray. Ready to surprise your mom? I ask, helping him off the chair. Do you think she'll like it? He asks. She'll love it. Trust me, I say, picking up the tray. We walk down the hall and I open my door to see Nezuko sitting up in bed yawning. Morning, Izu. What's going on? She asks. Kigo and I decided to make you breakfast in bed. Hope you like it, I say, placing the tray on the bed. Ah, you two are so sweet, she says. She picks up the tray and props it up on the legs before picking up her fork and taking a bite of the eggs. Do you like it? I helped with the eggs, Kigo says, sitting in front of her on the bed. It's delicious, sweetie. Thank you too so much, she says, smiling. You deserve it. You've helped me a lot over the past few years, and this is a small way to thank you for some of it, I say, sitting next to her on the bed. You two are the best, she says. I'll be right back. I gotta grab something, I say, standing up. I walk out and walk over to the kitchen, grabbing 2 plates of food, one for me and one for Kigo. I also grab a third plate that has muffins and bring them back to the room. I have 1 plate in each hand and balance the last one on my head. I open the door to the room and walk over to the bed, passing Kigo his plate and setting the one with muffins down. Can't forget to feed my favorite little bird, I say, ruffling Kigo's hair. He laughs a little and we all continue eating until we finish. I grab all the plates and place them on the tray before standing up. Come on, Kigo, let's let Nezuko get ready for the day. We also have to put you in a new outfit, I say, helping him off the bed. We walk out and I go over to the kitchen and place down all the dishes. I then head to Kigo's room and help him into a new kimono. We should go shopping soon and get him some new clothes. We walk out to the living room and I think of what we can do. My thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. I got it, I hear Nezuko say. A few seconds later, she walks back with Aizawa and the other three. Hey Aizawa, you bring what I asked? Yeah, I got it. Here you go. He says, handing me a folder. Thanks, I say. I open the folder and skim through the papers, making sure all the ones I need are there. Cool. Should we fill them out now? If you fill them out now, I can get them registered by the end of the day, Nizu says, jumping onto the couch. Mr. Ratman, Kigo says, pointing at Nizu. I burst out laughing, clutching my stomach while Nizu smiles slightly. Aizawa, make it so that all the staff refers to as Mr. Ratman from now on, Nizu says, making me laugh harder. Sure, Aizawa says, a little surprised by the request. I finally calm down from my laughing fit and sit on the couch with the papers on the table. Are these the forms? Nezuko asks, sitting next to me. Yup, these are the ones. Nezuko, if you want to back out now is your last chance. I say, only to receive a light hit on the head. Why would I back out of marrying the best man in the world? Now give me the pen, she says. I pass her the pen and she signs her name on both of the papers. I take the pen and sign my name on the required parts and pass them back to Nizu. Congratulations, you're now married and parents, he says. I say we celebrate. Izuku, how about a song? Namuri asks. I look around and see everyone looking at me expectantly. Sigh. All right, just let me grab my guitar, I say, standing up. I walk to my room and grab my guitar from its stand and go back to the living room. I pull a chair up and make sure the guitar is in tune. Okay, I already have a song in mind, so here we go. I finish the song and look up at everyone with a smile. How was it? Ask. It was rocking. You seriously got some pipes, little listener, Hizashi says. He's right, Aizu. You're really good, Nezuko says. Yeah, you sounded amazing, Kigo says. Thanks, you guys, I say, scratching the back of my head. I say we go out and eat to continue the celebration. Aizawa's treat, Namuri says. Huh, Aizawa says. Cool, I'll grab my coat, I say, walking back to my room. Huh, Aizawa asks again. Food, Kigo says, jumping off the couch. What's happening right now? Aizawa asks. You're taking us out to eat, right? Namuri asks with puppy dog eyes. Aizawa looks like he's struggling before he finally sighs in defeat. Fine, my treat, he says. Yay, she cheers. I throw Nezuko her coat and final a small one for Kigo and put it on him. I throw my coat on and we all walk out of the house. We head down to the parking lot and Nezuko, Kigo, and I hop in my car and the others get in Aizawa's. I follow behind Aizawa and we eventually pull up in front of a family restaurant. We park our cars and get out, heading into the restaurant. We get a table for 7 and all place our orders. Before we eat, cheers to the newlyweds, Namuri says. Cheers, we all say. Time skips 6 months. Day of entrance exam. Izuku POV. Today was finally the day we've been waiting for. The day of the UA entrance exam. The last 6 months have been spent in constant training in my breath styles and maneuvering in air. Nezuko and I had trained together, bettering our demon abilities, and if there's one comment I have to make, it's that her kicks hurt. I had also helped Kigo learn to use his wings, so now he can fly quite well. And I grew out my hair mostly because I was too lazy to cut it. And now I'm driving us to UA so we can take the test that determines if we can get in or not. I pull into the parking lot, getting a lot of looks for my nice car, and climb out. I help Kigo out of his seat and he flies up, landing on my shoulders. Nezuko hops out of the car and we walk into the building and head down to the teacher's lounge to drop off Kigo. Aizawa agreed to watch him while we take the test and told us to bring him there. We reach the lounge and I knock on the door. It's opened a second later by a man with a weird mask and a cowboy hat. I think you have the wrong place, kid. The exams are the other way. And why do you have a kid with you? He asks. I'm looking for Shota Aizawa. He here, I ask dryly. I'm not very open with emotions to people I don't know. I'm here, problem child. Just drop off Kigo and you can go, Aizawa says, slithering up in his caterpillar mode. All right, Kigo, behave for us while we take the exam, okay? Afterwards we'll go for ice cream, I say, placing him on the ground. I will, he says, walking over to Aizawa. I wave goodbye and we head over to the exam room. You know you could be nicer to people, Nezuko says, interlocking our fingers. I don't like most people, only the ones I know, I say. Can you at least try? For me? She asks with puppy dog eyes. Don't look at me like that, I say, trying to look away. I find myself unsuccessful and sigh in defeat. Sigh. Fine, I'll try. Good, she says, smiling. I sigh again and we walk into the exam room, finding our seats. We still have about 15 minutes until the exam, so I sit in my seat and Nezuko sits in my lap, leaning back into me. Comfy? Ask. Very, she says. I smile and place a kiss on her cheek before pulling out my phone. I open Herogram and observe the new charts and rising heroes. I was enjoying my time until a blue-haired guy ruined it. You too. You should not be acting like this in public. It is shameful to yourselves and to UA that students trying to get in would show such PDA in public, he says, doing some weird hand motions. I look around and see everyone now looking at us. Sigh. Nezuko, could you hop up for a second? Ask. Fine, but don't do anything rash, she says, standing up. No promises, I say, standing up. I step in front of the guy and slightly glare at him, almost eye level with him, and grab his collar. I got 2 words for you, Mr. Stick Up His Ass. Fuck off. You have no right to tell me what I can and cannot do in public. You have no control over me and I don't have to live my life by your rule book. If I want to do something with my wife, then I'm gonna do it. So you can piss off and mind your own goddamn business, I say, my pupils turning to slits. He seems slightly surprised by my response before grabbing my arm that was still holding his collar. How dare you? Unhand me this instant. I should report you to the principal for this act of vulgarness, he says. Go right ahead, asshat. Nizu doesn't give a shit how I act. If anything, the rat would agree with me right now, I say. Good morning, examine. Izuku, let go of him, Namuri shouts, walking in. I look over and see her in her hero outfit, and strangely she has Kigo by her side. I look back at the blue-haired douchebag before pushing him away and turning back to Namuri. You're lucky Kigo was with you, I say, sitting in my seat. Blue hair scoffs and moves back to his seat, and Namuri takes her place in front of the room. Now that everyone has calmed down, let's begin the written exam. You will have 1.5 hours to complete this test. When you finish it, you may come up and hand it in. You may begin now, she says as everyone's desk flips over now with a test packet on it. I grab my pencil and start answering the questions easily. I breeze through all the questions in about 30 minutes before standing up and walking to the front of the room. I ignore the looks of all the shocked contestants and hand my test in. Are you sure you're done? Namuri asks. You know me, Namuri. I'm always sure, I say. That is true. Now you can head to the auditorium and wait for the next announcement, she says. All right, see ya, Kigo. Be good, I say, giving him a fist bump. I will. Bye, Dad, he says, making everyone's head snap in my direction. I ignore the looks and walk out of the room and head down to the auditorium. I open the door and see an asleep Aizawa at the front and a snickering Hisashi with a marker in hand at the front. I look at Aizawa's face to see drawings all over it. Nice drawings, I say from behind Hisashi. He jumps in surprise and turns to me, clutching his heart. Izuku, don't scare me like that. And what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be taking a test? He asks, calming down. I already finished it. Namuri told me to head over here, I say. Cool. Want to play poker? He asks. Sure. Real money? Ask. Absolutely not. I'm not losing money to a kid, Aizawa says, sitting up. Also, Mike, you draw on my face again. I'm shaving your head, you human cockatoo. Why, yes, sir, he says, terrified. So we actually gambling something? I ask, sitting on one of the desks. We'll gamble privileges in class. A free grade, 1 free class ditch. A nap in class, for example. Aizawa says. All right, let's go, I say. Hisashi pulls out a deck of cards and starts shuffling. By the way, I've been curious. Shouldn't you have your swords? Hisashi asks, dealing the cards. It's a cool trick I learned. I call it a blood seal. I channel some of my energy into the seal and my swords come out of it. I don't have the full science behind it figured out, but I'm close, I say, showing a tattoo-like symbol on the back of my hands. That's pretty cool. It'll definitely come in handy, he says. It does, I say, picking up my cards. We start playing and it was hilarious watching their faces as I completely destroyed them. About 15 minutes into playing, Nezuko walks in. Upon seeing the sight of 2 grown men losing to a 17-year-old in poker, she shakes her head and sighs, walking over. She climbs into my lap and just watches us play. So how many games have you won? She asks. So far I've won 3, I say. And how many have they won? She asks. None. I say. Sigh. Why do you guys find this so fun? I don't see the appeal in all this. She says, it's not fun if you're losing. Hisashi grumbles. Which is why I'm having a great time. I say, placing my cards down. God damn it. Hisashi says, throwing his cards down. I just laugh and write down my newest privilege. We continue playing until all the remaining students arrive. Alright then. I think it's time you start the ceremony, so if you don't mind, I'll take this game. I say, placing my cards down. Nezuko and I climb off the desk and walk back to our seats as Hisashi silently grumbles in defeat. We sit down in our seats, and since no one else was in our row, I lie down and put my head in Nezuko's lap. Hisashi already explained everything, so I don't really need to listen. He starts explaining, and I ignore everything until something disturbed my peace. And you too. You should show respect towards President Mike and actually pay attention. If this is a joke to you, please leave. A voice I recognize as Blue Hair from before calls out. In response, I don't even sit up and just hold up a middle finger in his direction. Says the asshole, interrupting him. I say. A few laughs go around and Nezuko pinches my cheek, looking down at me with a stern look. Don't look at me like that, he had it coming. Even so, you shouldn't humiliate someone like that. She says. Why not? You saw him before, he needs to be put in his place. I say. One day you're going to get in trouble. She says. And when that happens, you'll be there to help me out of it, right? I ask, looking up at her. Of course I will, but I won't always be able to help you. Even we have our limits. She says, now get up, it's time to take the exam. Damn. I was enjoying my soft pillow. I say, sitting up. We split up and head our own ways since we were in different testing sites. I reach my testing site and look around, observing the competition. Most of them are trying to look threatening but are failing miserably. I take off my black hoodie, leaving me in a pair of black sweatpants and a black tank top. If you couldn't tell, I like wearing black. I put my hands on my waist and my swords appear, strapped to my side. I start stretching until Blue Hair decides to annoy me. Again. Like, seriously, what is this guy's problem? Are those swords? You should not have such dangerous items with you unless you plan to kill someone here like a villain, he says. In a single motion, I draw my blade and hold it to his throat. Right now, killing someone doesn't seem like too bad of an idea. How about it? You feel like dying today? Ask. He starts stuttering in shock, and I hear the gates open. I sheath my sword and take a stance. Breath of thunder, first form. Thunderclap and flash. Sixfold. I say. Lightning sparks around me and I blast off from my spot, passing everyone easily. I draw my second blade and decide to have some fun. As Izuku would say, pig assault. I shout, jumping towards the robots. Breath of the beast, second fong. Rip and tear. I shout, swinging both blades. I chop off the robot's arms, then slice its head off of its body before continuing my assault. I continue to rip and tear through the robots until the ground starts shaking. I look over and see a giant-ass robot barreling down the roads towards me. I go to run, but my nose picks up a scent by the robot. A human scent. Someone's stuck. I charge to the robot and sheathe one of my swords, preparing to use one of my stronger moves. My wings sprout from my back and I fly up into the air until I'm level with the robot. Breath of water, 10th form. Constant flux. I shout as my blade gets covered in water. The robot short-circuits and falls to pieces as I slowly descend to the ground. I land near the girl that was stuck and lift the rubble off of her while sheathing my sword. Can you walk? I ask, holding out my hand. She blushes and takes my hand. I don't think so. I think I sprained my ankle. She says. I help her to her feet and try to take my hand back, but she won't let go. Let go of my hand. I say. Why? Can't I just hold it? She asks. No. Now let go before I take your hand off. I say, drawing one of my swords slightly. She quickly lets go and I look around, spotting Recovery Girl not too far away. Hey Recovery Girl, we have an injured over here. I call out. She walks over and assesses the girl's injuries. HM is definitely sprained, but it should be a quick fix. She says. Her lips extend and make contact with the girl's leg before it gets covered in a green glow and heals. Are you hurt anywhere, young man? Nah, I'm good. I automatically heal and I wasn't hurt anyway. I have to go meet up with someone, so see ya. I say, beginning to walk away. I pull out my phone and see a few messages from Nezuko. Wait! The girl says, running up to me. Thank you for saving my life. And I was wondering, could I get your number? No, don't have a phone. I say, answering Nezuko's text. But you have a phone in your hand. She says, whatever. I have to go now. I say, walking away. She tries to grab my arm, but I just dodge and continue walking. Man, people are annoying. I walk out of my battle site and head back to the school. I also just now realized that my wings shredded my shirt. So now I was walking around a prestigious school shirtless. Who cares? I say, continuing my way. I reach the school and walk in, heading to the teacher's lounge. I knock on the door and it's opened by Namuri this time. Oh, Izuku, come on, they're waiting for you, she says. I walk in to see Nezuko and Kigo sitting in one of the chairs and an asleep Aizawa with more drawings on his face. Dad, Kigo shouts, now noticing me. He runs up to me and I pick him up, holding him on my hip. I saw you fight. You were so cool taking down that big robot. Thanks, buddy. Did you behave for everyone? Ask. Yeah, I was super good, he says. Good, I say, ruffling his hair. How do you think you did, Nezuko? I did pretty well. I was able to smash a bunch of robots. Also, what happened to your shirt? She asks. Oh, it was destroyed by my wings. I say, now let's go get ice cream. Ice cream, Kigo cheers. You spoil him too much, Nezuko says. I do not, I say. She just looks at me with an "are you serious" look. Okay, maybe I do. Now let's head out. I want some sleep. Time skip. First day. It was now time for us to start UA. We received our letters about a week ago and have been packing since. Since UA is a boarding school, we sent all of our luggage in ahead of time. We were now standing in front of the unnecessarily large door to the 1A classroom. That's just overkill, I say. I was wearing the UA uniform, but not correctly. No tie, sleeves rolled up to my elbow, shirt untucked, and the top 2 buttons undone, showing my black undershirt. So big, Kigo says. He was wearing a mini UA uniform courtesy of Nizu. Well, let's head in, Nezuko says. She was wearing the UA uniform, but she was wearing it properly. And she looked great. And because she looked that good, we now have a matching pair of hickeys on our necks. Anyway, I open the door only to be met with a scene I'd much rather avoid. The Bakuho twins yelling at the blue douchebag. I'm gonna go ask if I can transfer, I say, trying to walk away. Nezuko grabs my collar and drags me into the room. I let her do it and just make sure I don't accidentally drop Kigo. She drags me to the back of the room and drops me in a chair. She then takes Kigo from my hands and sits down in my lap. Am I a chair to you? Ask. Yes, a very comfortable chair. She says, well, this chair has hands. And hands do this, I say. I begin tickling her and she starts squirming, trying to contain her laughter. She slaps my hands away and turns to me, slightly glaring. We're around people. Stop trying to draw attention to us, she says. I lean in close to her ear and softly breathe in her ear, making her shudder. You got lucky with the tickling. I could have done many other things to you. Want an example? I whisper. I place soft kisses on the back of her neck and run my hands up her side, making sure nobody is looking at us. I notice the blush on her face increase and her heartbeat rise. Problem child. Stop trying to feel up, Nezuko, and pay attention. A dry voice breaks the silence. I look up to the door to see Caterpillar Aizawa sitting there looking at me. Don't judge me, you caterpillar. Look me in the eyes and tell me you wouldn't do this with Namuri, I say, making everyone look at me. Now hurry up and teach the class, Yahobo. That's our teacher? The class yells. Yes, I am. Now take a gym uniform and change, then meet me on the field, he says, pointing to a pile of clothes that randomly appeared. Nezuko and I stand up and take a uniform, heading to the locker rooms. I take Kigo from Nezuko and head into the boys' locker room. I put a blindfold on Kigo so he's not accidentally scarred for life, and quickly change into the gym uniform. I pick him up again and we walk out as everyone else files in. I was the first one on the field, so I had to wait for everyone else. What do you feel like having for dinner, Kigo? Ask. Chicken, he says. We had chicken last night, I say. But chicken is good, he says. I know it is, but you need to eat some other things as well. How about we eat some ramen? I ask as people start coming out of the locker rooms. Does ramen have chicken in it? He asks. It can. And yes, I'll add it for you, I say. Ramen it is, he cheers. You are so simple-minded, I say. And you're any different? Nezuko asks, walking up behind me. I'm slightly less simple-minded than him. I'm also insane, so those cancel each other out in a way, I say. I don't think that's how that works. she says. It's probably not, but ones like Nezu and Problem Child are mysteries, Aizawa says, standing in front of the crowd. I take no offense in that. I say, good. Now today we will be doing some basic tests to see the limits of your quirks. Will the one who scored highest in the exam step forward? He asks. The 5 tormentors step forward with arrogant looks on their faces. I wasn't talking to any of you. Izuku, you scored the highest, so get up here. You love calling me out, don't you? I ask, passing Kigo over to Nezuko. I walk up and the tormentors seem to remember me from the time they tried to take my car. I do. Now take this ball and go throw it. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. He says, handing me a ball. Whatever, I say, walking over to the circle. I stand in the center of it and reel my arm back. I thrust my arm forward and throw the ball. It flies away from my hand and several blasts of wind pressure come from the throw. I stand up straight and look at where the last ball was seen. I then duck as a white cloth flies over my head. I jump back and look over to Aizawa, who was looking at me with his quirk active. If you don't give it your all, I'm expelling you, he says. He wasn't using his full strength? The class minus Nezuko shouts. Fine, this is such a pain, I say, catching the second ball Aizawa threw me. I step back into the circle and reel my arm back, taking the stance of a pitcher. Fire sparks around me and I release a sharp breath before slamming my front foot on the ground and launch the ball using the breath of sun to boost my strength. The ball rockets from my hands faster than anyone can see and I stand straight again. I look to where I threw the ball to see several clouds with holes in them. Shit, that's not coming back anytime soon, I say. I then notice the cracked ground around me. It starts from my foot and spreads outward several feet. Whoops. It's important you all know your limits, Aizawa says, turning the phone. Infinity? The class yells upon seeing the score. Did you really have to send it out of orbit? Nezuko asks. He told me to give it my all, so I did, I say, shrugging. That was so cool, Dad, Kigo says, making the class's heads snap to me. I'm not answering any questions right now, so you can shut up, I say, glaring at the class. They all nod, a bit terrified, and I face the front again. You all will take part in the tests and we will assess how strong you are, Aizawa says. We get to use our quirks. A redhead cheers. This is gonna be so fun. A pink-skinned girl cheers. Oh, this is gonna be fun? Then let's make this more interesting. Whoever places last will be expelled, Aizawa says. What? But that's not fair, the brunette I saved says. Not fair? This isn't fair? I ask, getting a bit pissed. You wanna know what's fucking unfair? How about natural disasters? How about someone losing a loved one? How about discrimination against the quirkless? This world is fucking unfair. And if you want to bitch and complain, then you're in the wrong place. We're here to become heroes so we can overcome that unfairness. So shut the fuck up and do the damn tests. By the end of my rant, the entire class was looking down in shame and I was glaring at them, still pissed off. I feel something touch my hand and look to my side to see Nezuko grabbing my hand. It's okay, Aizu. Everything is fine now. You can calm down, she says softly. I take a few deep breaths and calm down, standing up straight. Sorry, Nezuko. Got a little mad, I say, smiling softly. I understand, Aizu, and I'm not angry at you. Now let's do these tests, she says, smiling brightly. I'm only going to show Izuku and Nezuko doing them. I line up at the starting line next to Katsuki and he glared at me, trying to be intimidating. You might be strong with that ball, but I'll show you how weak you really are, he yells. Sorry, I don't speak Pomeranian, I say, infuriating him. I take my stance and lightning crackles around me as my breathing style switches. Breath of thunder, thunderclap and flash. I think as the robot shoots the fake gun. I blitz forward in a bolt of lightning and appear at the finish line with lightning still crackling around me slightly. 1.2 seconds. The robot announces. I walk back over to the side and watch as Nezuko lines up against some frog girl. The robot shoots the gun and Nezuko explodes forward in a sprint. 3.4 seconds. The robot announces. Nice one, Nezuko. I cheer. We learned a new way to use her blood demon art that greatly improved her abilities. She normally explodes the blood that's out of her body, but instead she heats the blood in her body to almost exploding levels and it supercharges her muscles. Next one. Next was the grip strength. I grab my machine and hold it in my hand. I strengthen my muscles with sun breathing and grip the machine. A small crack comes from the machine and I realize that it was close to breaking. Whoa! 970 kilograms? Dude, that's monstrous. Some redhead cheers next to me. I prefer the term demonic, I say with a smirk. I look over to Nezuko to see her smile at her score. I enhance my vision and look at her score to see 342 kilograms. My senses stay normal, but I can increase them to superhuman levels at a moment's wish. I do this so I don't accidentally blow an eardrum. I smile to myself and report to Aizawa my score. Standing long jump. I take my stance at the line and look over the sandbox. I take off my shirt and jump as my wings sprout out of my back and I fly over the sandbox and just hover above the ground at the end. I grin at Aizawa and he sighs and writes down my score. I land on the ground and my wings disappear as I put my shirt back on. I walk back over to the class as Nezuko takes her spot. She jumps pretty far and manages to clear the sandbox. They do others, but those ones are more insignificant, so I'm leaving them out. Let's just say Izuku won everything. It's too much of a pain to tell you all of your individual scores, so here's all of them averaged. Aizawa says. A screen project showing how everyone ranked, and of course I was at the top of the list. Nezuko placed third behind some girl named Yaoyorozu, but she seemed happy with her place. I look to the bottom of the list and see the name Minoru Mineta, and judging by the cries Mineta was the purple-haired midget. I was lying about the expulsion. You get to stay, Aizawa says. Mineta looks up gratefully and starts thanking Aizawa. It was obvious that he was lying. Did you all not know? Maybe I should have said something. A girl with a spiky ponytail says. I burst out laughing, clutching my stomach, making everyone look at me. What's so funny? You could not be more wrong, I say, continuing to laugh. Excuse me? She asks, slightly annoyed. This hobo is famous for expulsion. Last year he expelled his whole damn class, I say. Their faces turn pale, making me laugh harder. After I calm down, we head back inside the building and Kigo goes with Aizawa. I walk inside the locker room and open my locker, taking my shirt off. I grab my black undershirt only for the midget to get my attention. Hey guys, come here. I found the hole to paradise, he says. I look over and see a hole in the wall that was hidden by a poster. It is a crime to peep on our fellow classmates, Blue Hair says. I don't care. I can't wait to see their slender bodies, he says, going to look through the hole. I unseal one of my swords and hold it to his throat, the red glow from its sharp edge reflecting in his eyes. He shakily turns his head to me and I glare down at him. My eyes turn to slits. You even think about looking at any of them and I'll slice your genitals off where you stand, I say. He clutched between his pants and nods, terrified. I put my sword back in the seal and continue changing, then walk out of the room. I lean against the wall, scrolling through my phone until Nezuko comes out of the girls' locker room. She walks up to me and kisses me quickly. What was that for? I ask, holding her hand. For taking care of the peeping Tom, she says, smiling. Can't have anyone looking at my wife like that, I say, placing a kiss on the back of her hand. She smiles a little wider and steps forward, hugging me. I hug her back and just stand there for a few seconds. We should head back to the classroom. Can't have Kigo annoy Aizawa too much, I say, breaking the hug. He couldn't annoy him that much, she says as we begin down the hall. I reach out and grab her hand, interlocking our fingers. True, Aizawa does love kids, I say as we reach the classroom. I open the door and see Aizawa sitting on one desk and Kigo on another, and a pile of Uno cards between them. Hey mom. Hey dad, he says, waving. Hey buddy, how many games you win? I ask, sitting in the chair behind him. I've won 2, but he's won 3, he says, pointing to Aizawa. Well, continue playing. I'm gonna take a nap. Wake me up if something happens, I say. I move my chair over and lay down, my head in Nezuko's lap, and fall asleep, only for a blue-haired douche to wake me up a little while later. Attention everyone, he says. Everyone looks at him and I sit up from my spot to see what's so important. I propose we all introduce ourselves to better know each other. Everyone agrees with the idea and they all go up and introduce themselves. Now let's skip to Mai and Nezuko's turn. Hello, I'm Nezuko Kamado and my quirk is exploding blood. I like Aizu and Kigo. I dislike rude people and Aizu's past family, she says. She walks back to her seat and I walk up to the front with Kigo on my shoulders. Yo, I'm Izuku Kamado and this is Kigo Kamado. My quirk is Demon Swordsman and his is Mighty Wings. I like Nezuko and Kigo and I dislike my former family and the mistreating of quirkless and perverts. I add, glaring at the midget. He shudders and a bunch of hands shoot up. Sigh. I expected this. Pinky go. You, Nezuko, and the kid all have the same last name. Are you guys related? She asks. No, we're not related. We're married and Kigo is our son. I say simply. Immediately more hands spot up and I sigh again. Frog girl, why are you two married? She asks and a few hands go down. I don't care enough to tell. If you want to know, ask Nezuko sometime. Just know that neither of us were forced and we both wanted this. Lightning bolt. I say, how did you score a hot babe like that? He asks, pointing at Nezuko. Luck, and never call my wife a hot babe again. I say, slightly glaring. Gee, got it, he says. Good. Tail boy. I say, can you explain the kid? He doesn't look like either of you and too old to be biological. He says, of course he's not biological. We adopted him about 6 months ago. I say, invisible. Why did you adopt him? She asks, personal reasons. Sugar boy. I say, then how did you have the same wings as him but black? He asks. I am able to copy someone's quirk, but I will not say how. I say, they seem satisfied and I sit back in my seat. Man, today sucks. Izuku POV. School finally ended and we could go check out the dorms. I grab my bag and Kigo flies up to my shoulders. Why do you like it up there so much? I ask as I grab Nezuko's hand. Because I'm high up and I don't have to fly. Plus you don't get tired. I've seen you train before, you could carry at least 3 of me for the whole day. He says, he's right, Zuzu. You could probably carry me up there all day. Nezuko says, okay, first, Zuzu, and second, is that a challenge? Ask. It is not a challenge in any way, and it's another nickname. It's cute. She says, I really need a nickname for you. I say, how about Coco? Coco? She asks. If I'm Zuzu, then you're Coco. They both repeat and it's cute. I say. She blushes a little and smiles up at me. I like it, she says happily. We walk out of the building and follow the path leading to the dorms. Hey Kigo, what do you think about starting school? Ask. School? He asks. Yeah, it's important that you get an education and make some friends your own age. And who knows, maybe even find the girl of your dreams like I did. I say, kissing Nezuko's hand. That sounds fun. Will you be coming with me? He asks. Unfortunately, I have to go here and become a hero, so you'll have to go on your own. But you'll be my brave little hawk and go right. Ask. Right? He says, slightly nervous. Don't worry, buddy. I'll be there to drop you off in the morning and pick you up in the afternoon. And if you don't like it, we can try something else. I say, okay, I'll try. He says, that's my little hawk. I say, we reach the giant dorm building and walk in to see most of our class there. We walk in and walk over to the board to find our names. I see that we're on the 2nd floor and all 3 of our names take up 2 rooms. Seems they may have modified a room to fit the 3 of us. Well, let's check it out. I say. We walk over to the elevator and head up to the 2nd floor and find our room. I open the door and see one main room with mine and Nezuko's bags and a door to the side. I walk over and open the door to see a smaller room with Kigo's luggage. Seems you get your own room again, Kigo. I say, placing him down. Cool, he says, running around his room. I'll take care of unpacking and setting up. You guys can go hang out with some of our classmates. But Kigo, do me a favor, okay? Stay away from the fluffy green-haired girl and the 2 twins. Can you do that for me? Ask. I don't want him around them. Okay, if you want me to stay away from them, I will. He says, thanks, bud. I say, ruffling his hair. Come on, Kigo, let's let your dad do his thing. But first, let's change. Nezuko says. We all change into some normal clothes and Nezuko and Kigo head out. I roll up my sleeves and get to work. It takes quite a while, but I was finally able to finish setting up the room the way I wanted. I also unpacked our bags so everything is where it needs to be. I walk out of the room and head to the stairs only to hear an explosion. I sniff the air and jump down the steps, reaching the bottom floor in a few seconds. I turn to the kitchen to see Katsuki standing there glaring at Kigo, who was close to tears, and Nezuko standing in front of him protectively. I practically vanish from where I was standing and appear in front of Nezuko with small sparks of lightning around me, glaring at the blonde. Somebody explain to me what happened before I kill everyone. I say, scaring a few of the watchers. That brat of yours bumped into me and made me spill my food, he says with small explosions popping in his hands. Then grow the fuck up, Sparky, and make some more. How about you be the adult for once and not the bully? You're 17, aren't you? How about you start acting like it before I put you in your place? I say, stepping in front of him, glaring down at the shorter boy. What was that, you asshole? I'll kick yours and your slutty wife's ass, he says. And as if something in my head snapped, I had him pinned to the wall, my sword to his throat and my wings released from my back, feathers floating around pointing at him dangerously. I glare into his terrified eyes with my now crimson-red slitted eyes. You can say any shit you want about me, but the second you bring my wife into this and dare call her something like that is the day you're ready to cast your life aside. I don't give a fuck who you are. You insult anyone I care about and I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth until I can watch the light fade from your eyes as I separate your head from your body. You understand that? I ask in a deadly cold voice. He nods terrified and I drop him to the ground, walking over to Nezuko and Kigo. My pupils return to normal, but my eyes stay red and I put the sword back in the seal. Kigo runs up to me and I scoop him up, holding him in a hug. I wrap my wings around us both and take Nezuko's hand. We walk up the stairs as everyone remains dead silent. Too scared of the scene they just witnessed to say anything. We reach our room and we walk in and sit down on the bed. Everything is okay now, Kigo. There's no need to cry. I'm here for you and I always will be, I say, unraveling my wings and rubbing his back. But you got mad. When you get mad it means something bad happened, he says, sniffling. I only got mad because he said something bad about you and your mom. I will never be mad at you, and if I get mad at anyone it's to protect you and Nezuko, I say softly. He's right, Kay. When your dad gets mad, which rarely happens, it's for the sake of others. Has he ever gotten mad at you before? Nezuko asks. Kigo shakes his head no, and Nezuko smiles, patting his head. See? He hasn't gotten mad at you before and he never will. And if he does, your mom will smack some sense into him. Now how about we order some chicken and watch a movie? How does that sound? That sounds good, he says, still sniffling slightly. Nezuko grabs her phone and goes to place an order while I turn on the TV and start looking for a movie. What do you feel like watching? Ask. Toy Story, he says, pointing to one of the movies. If you say so, I say. Nezuko walks back over and sits down. It should be delivered soon, so I told Mina to get one of us when it's here, she says. I start the movie and Kigo crawls into Nezuko's lap and I start the movie. About 25 minutes into the movie a knock was heard. I got it, I say, standing up. I walk over to the door and open it to see Mina. The food was dropped off. Here you go, she says, handing me a bag. Thanks, Pinky, I say, going back to the room. I walk back over to the two and sit back down, opening the bag. I pass out the food and we all start digging in while watching the movie. When the movie ended I turned to the two to see Kigo already asleep and Nezuko wasn't too far off. I stand up and pick up Kigo and bring him to his room. I place him in his bed and pull the covers over him. I then walk back out and over to Nezuko. Come on, sleepyhead. It's bedtime, I say, helping her to the bed. She's too tired to respond, so she just goes with it. I lay her down and climb in after her, wrapping my arms around her. She snuggles into my chest and was quickly asleep. I smile at the adorable girl before kissing the top of her head and falling asleep. Next day, I slowly wake up and don't feel anything next to me. I open my eyes and see that Nezuko wasn't in bed next to me. I enhance my hearing and hear the shower running. Smirking, I climb out of bed and walk over to the bathroom. I open the door and walk in, taking my clothes off. After we had our morning shower, we helped Kigo get ready, then headed downstairs for breakfast. We reached the bottom of the stairs to see most of our class sitting at the table and Sato placing down food. Morning, guys. I made breakfast for everyone, so sit down and enjoy, he says, smiling widely. Thanks, Sato, I say as we sit down. It's no problem. I enjoy cooking, so I figured I'd make something for my new classmates. Now dig in, he says, placing down some plates. We happily do so, and man, he can cook. It was delicious. I had no idea you could make pancakes taste like this. I continue to eat my food until there's nothing left of it. I stand up and grab my, Nezuko's, and Kigo's plate and walk over to the sink, placing them in it. I walk back over to them and Nezuko hands me my bag. We walk out of the dorm and head to the main school building. We head to the classroom and take our seats, greeting Ida and Yaoyorozu, who had already arrived. We sit in our seats and I go on my phone to start looking for close schools that Kigo could attend. After a few fails, I found one that should be fine. Using the website, I arranged a meeting for this weekend and put my phone away. I waited, talking to Nezuko and Kigo until the day finally began. And it was so boring. Who's ready for English? Mike yells, walking in the room. And I'm out. Mike, I'm using one of my free class ditches. I say, opening the window. All right, but be back for your next class. He says as I climb onto the windowsill. Sure. See ya, I say. I lean back and fall out the window towards the ground. Now this might have shocked a few of my classmates as we were on the 3rd floor. I continue to free fall, my hands in my pockets and a bored look across my face before landing on the ground swiftly. I walk away from the building and just wander around. Might as well see if any classes are doing hero training. I say. I walk to the training grounds and see a building in use. I jump up onto a ledge and open a window looking into the building. I sit on the windowsill and watch as a blonde-haired cartoon-looking guy beats his entire class. He goes over to 2 other students and starts talking to them. I watch as one of the students gets up and tries to blindside him. I pick up a rock and flick it at him, hitting him in the side of the head. He drops to the ground, alerting the 3 of his presence, and they look around to see what happened. Eventually, the blue-haired girl looks up and finds me sitting on the windowsill. Up there, she says, pointing at me. The other 2 look up and find me sitting there. I jump down from my seat and land on the ground in front of them. How did you jump from that high and not make a sound? Blonde dude asks. Training. A lot of training. I say, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in class? Are you a first year? What's your quirk? Blue-haired girl asks. She was only stopped because the blonde dude covered her mouth. Sorry about her. She gets like this around new people. He says, it's cool. And I'm here because I wanted to see if anyone was training. I should be in class, but I had a way to get out of it without getting in trouble. I am a first year, and my quirk is Demon Swordsman. I say, answering all her questions. They seem surprised I was able to answer all of them. You were able to understand all that? Blonde dude asks. I process things quickly. I say, shrugging. Anyway, what happened to them? They were challenging me for my position in the Big 3, and as you can see, they lost. He says, Big 3? Ask. It's the title for the 3 most powerful students in UA. He says, and that's you guys? I ask, receiving nods. Cool. So I'm practically talking to celebrities. But which of you is strongest? That would be me. The name's Mirio Togata. Blonde dude says, stepping forward. So if I beat you, I could be ranked highest in the school? Ask. You're pretty confident, aren't you? He asks. It's not confidence if you know your abilities. I say as my swords appear on my waist. How about it? Wanna have a match? He goes to respond, but a bell cuts him off. Shit, I gotta get to class or Nezuko is gonna kill me. We'll have our match some other time. I shout, running out, putting my swords back in the seal. I run up to the wall and jump on it, jumping from wall to wall until I reach the roof. I run across it and jump over the edge and grab onto the windowsill for the classroom. I pull myself up and sit on the windowsill and look at my classmates' shocked faces. What's up? Ask. Did you just jump off the roof to get to the classroom? Zero asks. Yes I did. And it was fun. I say, hopping off the windowsill. I walk over to my seat and sit down as the next bell rings. You got lucky you made it back in time. Nezuko says. Is that a threat? Ask. Maybe. She says. Oh really? What can you really do? Ask. No more kisses for the rest of the week. She says. Huh? Ask. She's not serious, right? You heard me. She says. You're kidding, right? Right? Ask. She just crosses her arms and turns away from me. Come on. Don't be like that. Take it back, please. I beg. I can't live without her kisses. Or what the kisses lead to. Humph, was the only response I got. I slump into my chair and just sit there ignoring everything. Too depressed to care. When the day ends, I walk back to the dorms with Nezuko and Kigo. Still depressed. Cheer up, Zuzu. It's not that bad. Nezuko says. Maybe to you, Coco, but to me it's absolute torture. I'd rather train for 3 days straight as hard as possible than live without your kisses for even a day. I say. She smiles brightly and kisses me on the cheek. I look to her hopefully, but she shakes her head. That was the only one you're getting for the rest of today. The punishment still stands. She says. I sigh in defeat and sulk again. We head inside the dorms and up to our room and change into more comfortable clothes. We then go down and decide to hang out with the class. Most people were hanging in the common room, so we hung out there. I mostly talked to Kirishima, Shoji, and Tokoyami while Nezuko went over to the girls. Nezuko took Kigo with her so the girls could gush over him or something. Yo Kamado, what's up man? Kirishima asks as I sit down. Not much. and you can call me Izuku. There are 3 does here after all. I say, you got it Izubro, he says. Revelry in the dark. Tokoyami says, catchphrase, ask. He nods and dark shadow pops out of his stomach. Yeah, he says it all the time. He says, shut it you. Tokoyami says, this is an odd duo. The super dark and emo Tokoyami plus the energetic dark shadow. I say, don't act surprised. The more surprising duo is you with your scary and angry aura and your super nice and caring wife. How did that happen? Tokoyami asks, let's just say we found each other during our darkest times and helped each other. I say, what do you mean? Kirishima asks, it's a little depressing, so I'd rather not get into it. Anyway, I have a question for you. I say, pointing to the bird boy. What is it? He asks. Is that bird head a real mutation? Ask. Sigh. How did you know? He asks. When you were sleepy in class, I saw it flicker a few times. I say, so why do you use the bird head? It's so I can tell if people are good people or if they'll judge someone by their mutation. He says, I find that stupid. I say, huh? He asks, you're showing a false side of you to see if people are honest when you're not. What if someone you meet judges you when you show them your real face? I say you should just be real. I say, thank you for showing me the error in my ways. He says, bowing. His head starts morphing until the bird head is gone and a normal human head replaces it. See, you're actually pretty good looking. Plus now you can kiss a girl without accidentally stabbing her with your beak. I say, getting a laugh out of the group. That is true. That would be truly unfortunate. He says, hey guys! A cheery voice calls out. We turn to the source of the voice to see a happy Mina jumping around. Why don't we do a room judging competition? I think it would be a fun idea to see everyone's rooms. Nezuko? I ask, turning to the girl. I'm good with it, she says. Everyone else agrees and we begin checking out the rooms. I got to say some of them were pretty funny. When we got to Tokoyami's room, he got in front of everyone and stopped them. Nope, we're staying out of my room. He says, leaning against the door. Okay, first, what happened to your bird head? You're hot now. Mina shouts at him and I watch a particular frog girl blush. Thanks for the compliment, but that won't change my mind. He says, okay, second, get him. Mina says. The girls all move forward and push him until he falls off the door. We all walk in and check out the dark room. Not bad. You know how to use the sword? I ask, standing next to him as everyone explores the room. Sort of. I wish I knew more, but it's difficult without a teacher. He says, grabbing the sword. Can I see it? Ask. He passed me the sword and I slowly unsheath it. I am more fluent with a katana, but I think I can help you with this. Would you like me to help you train to use it? Ask. He can't learn any breathing techniques, but I could still teach him basic swordsmanship. I will gladly accept your offer. Thank you for your assistance. He says, bowing. It's no problem. I say, sheathing the sword. I pass it back to him and we head to the next few rooms. And now it's time for the married couple's room. Mina says, bouncing up to our door. She tries to open it, but it won't open. Huh. Sorry about that. It's a habit to lock things. I say, unlocking the door. We walk inside and they all stop in their tracks. What? How did you change the entire room in 2 days? They yell. I did all of this yesterday. It's easy if you work hard. I say, you are insane. Zero says, I get that a lot and I don't deny it. I say, we head out of our room and everyone continues exploring the rooms. Once we've explored all the rooms, we head back down, and since all of us are too lazy to cook, we order pizza. How are we gonna pay for this many pizzas? Kirishima asks. Don't worry, I got it covered. I say, you're gonna pay for it? Mina asks. Something like that. I say. We continue talking and hanging out until I get a call. Problem child, come pay for the pizza. Aizawa says, then hangs up. Ima, go grab the pizza. Be right back. I say, standing up. I walk out the door and head to the gate and meet up with Aizawa and the delivery guy. Are you Izuku Kamado? He asks. Yeah, that's me. I'll be paying in credit. I say. He nods and pulls out his scanner. He scans the card and it goes through, paying for the pizza. Have a good day, sir. He says, going back to his car. I pick up the pizzas and Aizawa and I walk back to the dorm. Since when did you have a credit card? Aizawa asks. Oh, it's not mine. Consider it a loan from a failed father. I say, showing the All Might picture on the card. You are too much like Nizu. Aizawa says. Not sure if that's a compliment or not, but whatever, I say as we reach the dorms. It wasn't, he says, opening the door for me. See ya tomorrow, I say, walking in. The door closes and I walk over to the table and place down the pizza. Come and eat, I shout. Everyone runs over and starts grabbing pizza. We quickly devour everything, not leaving a scrap, and throw the boxes out. Once we finish, everyone decides to retire for the night. Head up on your own, Coco, I have something to do, I say. All right, but don't beat along, she says, heading to our room. I walk up the stairs until I reach a certain door. I pull out the credit card and slide it under the door, then walk back downstairs with my hands in my pockets. You should keep better watch over your items, Izumi, I think as I reach my room. I open the door to see Nezuko sitting in bed and Kigo nowhere to be found. Kigo already in bed? I ask, walking over to the bed. Yeah, he was asleep as soon as I put him in the bed. Must have been really tired, she says. I climb in the bed and grab Nezuko. I pull her into my lap and she wraps her arms around my neck and her legs dangle around my sides. That leaves just you and me. Now, are you gonna keep up that no-kiss punishment? I ask as I trail kisses up her neck. Maybe, she says, blushing. I continue up her neck and start moving across her face until I reach her lips. I look into her eyes with a look of I win, before moving forward and kissing her. She kisses back and it turns into a makeout session. After we finish the makeout, I lay back with her on top of me and play with her hair. We don't go farther than makeouts because we're too young to be parents, biologically at least. I love you, Coco, I say. I love you too, Zuzu, she says tiredly. She closes her eyes and lays her head on my shoulder before falling asleep. I smile and pull the blanket over us before falling asleep with Nezuko. Izuku POV. I slowly open my eyes and look down at the girl on top of me. I smile and carefully move her off of me so I don't wake her up. I change into a pair of shorts and a t-shirt and kiss Nezuko's forehead before walking out of the room. I walk down the stairs and into the lobby to see Tokoyami awake and drinking some coffee. Morning, Tokoyami. What are you doing up? I ask, walking into the kitchen. Izuku. I normally wake up early to get ahead of everyone before all the noise. He says, smart. Hey, I was about to go do some training. Wanna join me? I ask, grabbing an apple. Sure, just let me change and grab my sword, he says, walking up the stairs. I lean against the counter, eating my apple, until he comes back down a minute or two later with his sword strapped to his side. Ready? I ask. He nods and we walk outside to the back of the dorms and I stand in front of him. All right, draw your sword and take your stance, I say. He draws the sword and crouches slightly into a weak stance. I walk around him, observing the things I need to correct before stopping in front of him. Only a few things I need to correct. First, I say. I lightly kick his leg in the back of the knee, making him lean on it more and crouch lower. You want to stay low. You're on the shorter side, so you're used to being lower than your opponents. And if you stay low, it's easier to defend the rest of your body. I then grab his arm and move it in front of him, adjusting his grip on the sword and adjusting the angle. Keep your sword at the ready. You don't want to be taken by surprise and not have your sword at the ready to defend. In my case, I keep them sheathed because I have several moves that depend on unsheathing. Have your other hand at the ready to be used for other purposes. I have an idea I wish to test out with your quirk at a later date, but for now just have it in the position. Use this as your base stance. When fighting, familiarity is important. If you are in a stance you are familiar with that you can easily move to attack or defend and you have the advantage in battle. Now attack me, I say, stepping away. Are you sure? You don't even have your sword out, he says. This is merely a test. If you are good enough to hit me, that is good, and I will take the hit. I have years of experience with a sword and how one fights with one, so I assume I should be able to at least redirect the blade. And even if you do land a strike, I have a healing factor that will heal any injury, I say. If that is what you wish, I shall attack, he says. He lunges forward and races his sword. He swings it down at me and I merely raise my hand and hit the side of the blade, redirecting the strike, making the sword plant itself in the ground. You are focusing too much on pure brute strength to win. With your short stature and lean figure, it would be better if you focused on speed. Downward strikes are meant to overwhelm a person with pure strength, but that does not fit you. As I said, staying low is important, and the same remains with your strikes. For you, it would be better to go with rising slashes or horizontal strikes. Aim for weak points like the ribs, or even go for the leg to throw them off balance. The faster you strike, the less likely they are to defend. For example, I say, I summon my sword to my side in its sheath and place my hand on the handle. In one fluid motion, I have the sword drawn and to his throat faster than he could blink. Speed is important, but so is control. I say as a tree behind him falls to the ground, a clean cut separating it from its trunk. Remember this, it is not the sword that kills the person. It's the person who wields the sword that kills. Right, he says. Good. Now we are going to be practicing your swings by cutting through some logs. If you have the right amount of control, speed, power, and technique, you should be able to cut through no problem. And if you damage the sword, it can be fixed. Know that. A possession like a sword can be replaced, but the life the sword protects cannot be. I say, do you just have a lot of sayings for swords? He asks. I have sayings for a lot of things. Now let's get to it. I say. I walk over to the chopped down tree and slice it up into logs he can use. I place one on the stump and show him the correct way to swing. I step aside and let him perform the act. He takes the stance with a few things needing to be corrected, but I let it go for now. He swings the sword and makes contact with the log, but it only makes it about halfway through before the log gets stuck on the sword. Not bad for a first attempt, but you're relying too much on your arms. Use your entire body to swing the sword. Pivot your foot, turn your hips, and most importantly, move it all together. Make it one fluid motion. I say breaking the wood off the sword. I place another one and he swings again. He makes it further through the wood, but still not enough to get through. Again, I say placing a new piece of wood. We continue with the exercises until he's finally able to cut through one. Good, but you may have cut through the wood, but that is not enough. The wood must not shake and falter, because if it does, it means the strike wasn't straight. When the strike shakes even a little bit, it can cause serious problems in a fight. Now you will continue doing this while I go work on my own techniques. I say walking away. I look back and he places another piece of wood before doing the strike again. I smile lightly at his determination and begin my own exercises. I summon both my swords to my hips in the sheaths and slowly draw them. I face the giant tree in front of me and scan the tree. I race my senses and concentrate on the tree, trying to find its weak point. In every being, living or not, there is always one spot where they are vulnerable. If I can locate that point, then I can take down opponents quicker and more efficiently. I slowly breathe through my nose, taking in the scent of the air and the tree and feeling the flow of the air around me. I listen to every rustle of the leaves, every sway of a branch, the sound of tokoyami striking the wood, and the sound of the water and nutrients moving through the tree. I race both my swords in an X-like position before moving to strike. Breath of the beast, second fong. Slice and dice. I say, swinging my blades. I make contact with the tree and for a second nothing happens. Then suddenly the tree splits. An X forms on the tree and the tree slides apart, falling to the ground, showing the clean cuts on the inside. I smile at this and move to another tree to continue training. I spend the next hour or so on training and finding the opening quicker. Once I'm done, I walk over to Tokoyami, my sword strapped to my sides, and see a pile of chopped wood. He was standing there, hands on his knees, panting. You did good, Tokoyami. A few of those logs have some clean cuts, so you definitely improved from where you began. I say, thank you for your help. He says, still slightly panting. It's no problem. Now let's head inside and shower. We reek. I say. He nods and sheathes his sword, and we head back to the building. So you want to train with me again sometime? We could invite some others too. I ask, opening the door. I would be more than happy to join you. With your teachings, I believe I can truly become stronger. He says, all right, I usually wake up at the same time as today, so we'll train then. I say. He nods and we separate, going to our rooms. I open my door to see Nezuko sitting on the bed with her arms crossed. Kigo wasn't here, so he was either still asleep or just in his room. Hi Coco. What's up? Ask. Where were you? She asks. I was out training with Tokoyami. Is something wrong? Ask. You didn't leave a note or anything saying where you were, so I had no idea where you were. I just wake up and I find my husband nowhere to be found. How do you think I feel? She asks. She looks like she's trying to be serious, but at the same time trying not to laugh. I get suspicious and race my hearing and smell and find out something interesting. Kigo was hiding behind Nezuko, trying to contain his laughter. Let's go along with this. I'm sorry, Nezuko. Please forgive me. I didn't mean to make you angry. I say in a fake sad tone that sounded pretty real. I walk closer and she seems guilty of her actions before I reach behind her and hold Kigo in the air by the back of his shirt. Thought you could pull one over on me, huh? Ask. No? He says, but it came out as more of a question. Well, this is what happens when you mess with me, I say, dropping him on the bed. I begin tickling him and he bursts out laughing and squirming, trying to get away. I continue for a few more seconds before stopping and he lays there panting. I look over to Nezuko and see her smiling. Oh, don't think you're getting out of this, I say. She tries to run, but I grab her waist and pull her onto the bed and start tickling her. She bursts out laughing as well and tries to get away from me but is unsuccessful. I stop a few seconds later and stand up fully. I have to shower now, so have fun catching your breath, I say. I grab a spare change of clothes and walk into the bathroom. I take a quick shower, then hop out and use flame breathing to heat up my body and instantly dry the water off. I change into the uniform and walk back out to see Nezuko and Kigo waiting for me at the door. I grab my bag and we walk out of the room and down to the lobby. We join everyone for breakfast and quickly eat another delicious meal by Sato. Once we finish, we all head out to the school. We reach the building and go up to the classroom. We sit in the classroom and wait for our caterpillar of a teacher to walk in. When he does, he seems more tired than usual. Hey Aizawa, is something up? You seem way too tired, I say. Mike had a bit to drink and wouldn't shut up with his quirk, he says. Free period? Ask. Free period, he says before falling asleep. And I'm following his example, I say, laying my head down. Nope, you're interacting with people, Nezuko says, picking my head up off the table. Can I have a kiss if I do? Ask. You're so greedy, she says. She gives me a quick kiss, then pushes me off. Now go talk to people, you anti-social loser. Fine. You got Kigo? Ask. Yeah, the girls love him, she says. Have fun, I say, waving. I walk over to Tokoyami and pull up a chair to his desk. Hey Shoji, I have a quick question about your arms. That all right? Ask. Sure, he says. Do you have to train every individual hand? I mean, you have 6 hands, so did you have to train each one, or are the right ones all connected? Like, how does it work? Ask. Well, I did have to train everyone individually, but if I grow another hand from that arm, then it feels like the original hand, he says. So technically on one arm you could hold several weapons? A walking tank. Cool, I say. That is true. Maybe I'll add something for that to my hero costume, he says. Oh wait, I have something that could help us pass the time. Hey Kirishima, Kaminari, Shiro, come here. I call out. What's up, Izubro? Kirishima asks. You guys know Among Us? Ask. Yeah, too bad we can't play it in class without the consoles. Kaminari complains. What if I have a way around that? Ask. What do you mean? Shiro asks. I grab my bag and pull out something pretty cool. A portable console. Among Us is already downloaded, and if you let it scan you, you can have your own character. And if you input your quirk, you can get a special kill, I say, handing them out. I always have a bunch on hand in case I'm around a lot of people. Everyone quickly grabs one and we load up into a game. We all went to other parts of the room so we couldn't read each other's faces, and I create a game. The code is DJDVQ, I say into the mic. It comes with a mic attached to it so we can talk. Everyone joins with their custom characters and we begin a game. And what do you know, I get imposter. I walk around faking tasks and sabotage lights. I quickly find Shiro and use my specialized kill ability. And he's dead. I continue around faking tasks until someone finds the body. Where's the body? Ask. Found it near navigations. Where is everyone? Shoji asks. I'm with Kami in electrical, I say. I can confirm that. Kaminari says. I'm in medbay. Just finished my scan. Kirishima says. That's kinda sus Kiri. Doing the scan without anyone around to witness it. Kaminari says. Are you accusing me? Kami, we were together in the beginning, he says. Who knows what you could have done when we split up? I say we vote him. Kaminari says. Everyone agrees and we vote off Kirishima. Kiri was not the imposter. We load back in and we all split up again. I walk around until I find Shoji outside of comms. I quickly run up to him and use another kill. He drops dead and I vent away to another room. I look around and exit the vent before sneaking away. I meet up with Tokoyami and follow him to medbay where he does the scan. Afterwards, we go around until Kaminari reports the body. Guys, I found Shoji outside of comms, he says. Yami and I are together and Yami just did scan so I can clear him. I say, I can confirm that, Tokoyami says. And I haven't seen Shoji all game. And Kami, weren't you the one who falsely reported Kiri? Did you self-report? Ask. What? Why would I do that? He asks. You're seeming very sus here, Kami. Yami, I say, we vote him off. I say, I agree. Your actions are very suspicious, Kami. He says, the vote ends and Kaminari gets ejected. The screen fades to black and mine reappears with victory above it while others have defeat. Ha! Get played, scrubs. I say across the room. That was way too clean. Have you murdered someone and gotten away with it before? You have to have experience with this. Zero says back. If I did, you have no proof that could get me locked up. I say, what is going on? Mina asks. We're playing Among Us. You want to play? Kirishima asks. I don't know how to play. She says, come over here and we'll play on the same one. I'll show you how to play. Kirishima says, thanks, Kiri. She says, sitting down next to him. Any of you want to play? I ask the rest of the girls. They all say no and we go back into a new game. I was an imposter this time, so I just went around until I found Tokoyami's dead body. I hit the report button and we load into the meeting. Found his body in electrical. Where is everyone? Ask. I'm at navigation doing tasks. Shoji says. I'm in med bay with Kami. Zero says. I'm in reactor doing the number task. Kiri says. When was the last time anyone saw Yami alive? Ask. I passed him in cafe a little while ago, but then I went to reactor and haven't seen him since. Kiri says. We all decide to skip and continue playing. I walk into electrical and the lights go out. I go to fix them, but unfortunately the imposter got me. Damn it, Kiri. I think to myself. I continue around as a ghost, doing my tasks until someone finally finds my body. They go into the meeting, but Kirishima is a pretty good imposter and manages to convince them to vote off Zero. They load back in and continue playing until Kirishima manages to kill Kaminari, ending the game. Yeah, victory for the imposter. Kirishima cheers. Boo! Kaminari and Zero say together. The bell goes off and we all head back to our seats. That was fun, Izubro. We should do this again sometime, Kirishima says, handing me the console. It is a lot of fun, and maybe I could make a mod to get the whole class in a game. I say, collecting the rest of the consoles. Everyone goes to their seats and Namiri walks in to start teaching history. Time skip. Hero training. It was finally time for our first day of hero training. Wonder who our teacher is. Suddenly I hear loud footsteps from down the hall and get annoyed. No, they wouldn't hire him, right? My question was answered when the door was blown open. I am. A loud voice begins. Shit. I curse quickly. Coming through the door like a normal person. The blonde asshole yells in a weird position. And I'm here too, Inko says, coming in the room. God damn it. I say, slamming my head on the desk. I might have done it a little too hard because the desk split in half. Nobody paid attention to it as they were too busy staring at the blonde ball for onion. Ha ha ha. You are all correct. It is I, All Might, and I will be your heroics teacher along with Green Esper, Asmite says. But what's a hero without their uniform? Everyone get changed and meet us at ground beta. Inko says, pressing a button. The wall opens up and out come a bunch of suitcases. I grab mine. Not bothering to speak to anyone, I walk to the locker rooms, annoyed that I now have to deal with all of them. I open my locker and start changing along with everyone else. They all finish first because they were rushing to get out while I didn't even want to leave. I finally get my suit on fully and walk out. I exit Tihi Tunnel and stand next to Tokoyami. Nice costume choice, Tokoyami. I say, thank you, Izuku. Your costume is quite nice as well. He says, thanks. And for the look, I even got some of these. I say, taking out a pack of cigarettes. I take one out and light it with flame, breathing before letting it hang from my mouth. I don't have to worry about lung cancer or anything because the smoke and stuff doesn't enter my lungs. I control it so it doesn't have any effect on me. I'm also a demon, so it would just heal the lung damage. Should you really be smoking? He asks. My quirk stops me from taking any damage from them, so I don't have to worry about my lungs. Plus mine tastes like chocolate. I say, blowing out a puff of smoke. You're lucky they don't affect you or you'd be in trouble. Nezuko says, walking up to me. She was wearing the same kimono as when I first met her. Apparently it's what she always wore even when fighting. I probably would be. Not only by you but from Aizawa as well. I say, Ahem. Alright everyone. Today we will be doing a 2-on-2 fight. But due to your classmate Mineta being sick and stuck in the dorms, there will be one team of 3, or if someone is brave enough, they can fight 2 people on their own. Any volunteers? Asmite asks. I raise my hand and everyone looks to me surprised. Are you sure, Kamado? Fighting 2 people isn't exactly easy. Inko asks. I'll be just fine. I say with some venom in my voice. People seem surprised by my tone considering I'm talking to the number 5 hero. Kamado, it is rude to speak to a hero that way. You should apologize. Ida says, doing his weird hand chops. I'm not apologizing. I talk to people in a tone they deserve and she knows what she did. I say, glaring at her. Does he know about Izuku? No, he couldn't. There's no way. Izuku ran away and probably didn't tell anyone. She thinks slightly panicked. Let's get on with this. I say, blowing a puff of smoke. Kamado, you shouldn't be smoking. It is a disgrace to UA's reputation. Ida says, this is my choice and it doesn't affect my body, so there's no harm. And you don't see anyone here that could make the headline UA student smokes? What has UA come to let students like this in? Or some shit like that. Now get to the exercise. I say, alright. One team will be the villains while the other will be the heroes. The villains will have a fake bomb planted and the hero has to try and get in and stop the bomb. Asmite says, heroes will only have 15 minutes to capture the bomb or they lose. The villains will head into the building first and have 5 minutes of prep time. Now we are going to draw lots to decide teams. Inko says, is drawing lots the smarted choice for choosing teams? Ida asks. Heroes constantly work with random heroes that are around, so pairing up with the unknowns are good practice. I say, right? Apologies for my interruption. Ida says, it's no problem, now let's begin. Asmite says, teams. Izuku, B. Ida and Shoka, C. Mina and Nezuko, D. Koda and Tokoyami, E. Shoji and Aoyama, F. Ojiro and Hagakure, G. Kaminari and Jiro, H. Kirishima and Siro, Sato and Izumi, J. Tsuyu and Uraraka, K. Katsuki and Shoto, L. Yaoyorozu and Katsumi. Hey Nezuko, I forgot to ask. Where's Kigo? Ask. He's with Aizawa in the camera room. She says, alright, the first fight will be between these 2. Asmite says, pulling out 2 different colored balls. Teams A and K. Team K will be the villains and Team A will be the heroes. Villains may enter the building while the hero waits. Everyone else, please follow me to the camera room. Inko says, good luck Zuzu. Nezuko says, won't need it. I finally get to have a little revenge on the tormentors. I say, grinning darkly, just don't go too far. No killing. She says, no promises. I say. She sighs and walks away to the camera room. I lean against the railing and think of a quick plan. My current cigarette burned out, so I toss it aside and light a new one. Heroes, you may now enter the building. Inko says over the mic. I grin a little wider and walk up to the building, my hands in my pockets. I stop in front of the door and look up at it and do the rational thing. I kick the door off its hinges and send it through the building. Knock knock assholes, I say in a bored tone. I walk through the building and smell the air, following their scent up the stairs. I reach the final room and look inside to see the 2 standing there. When is that extra going to get here so we can kick his arrogant ass? Katsuki says. You're one to talk about arrogant, I say, stepping into the room. Finally, now die extra, Katsuki says, charging forward. I draw my sword and take in a breath. He jumps at me and throws an explosion-powered right hook. Die! Breath of the moon's second form. Pearl flower moon gazing, I say, swinging my blade. His explosion gets completely blocked and he gets cut up by the crescents. He flies back into the wall and I face Shoto. You're next, half and half, I say, pointing my sword at him. Shut up, he shouts. He launches a large blast of flames at me, but I merely smirk. You think those are strong flames? I'll show you strong flames, I say. Breath of the sun. Burning bones. Summer sun, I say. His flames get completely destroyed, but mine continue forward, striking him. He gets badly burned and sent into the wall of the room. Was that all you 2 had? Pathetic, I say, sheathing my blade. I walk towards the bomb and hold out my hand to touch it. Don't even think about it, you bastard, Katsuki says, jumping at me. I look down and grab the handle of my blade. Breath of wind, sixth form. Black wind, mountain mist. I say, unsheathing my blade. He gets sent back again, but this time he goes through the wall and towards the ground. Well, sucks for him. I say, touching the bomb. The heroes win. Asmite says, slightly dejected. I guess he wanted his daughter's friends to win. I take out another cigarette and light it since my other one was knocked out of my mouth. I put it in my mouth and walk over to the hole in the wall Katsuki created and jump through it towards the ground. I carefully land on the ground and walk back to the camera room. Well, that was boring. I say, third-person POV. Nezuko and Mina are the hero team against Katsumi and Momo. Any idea for a plan? Mina asks as the two were waiting to enter the building. From what Izu has told me, Katsumi is very short-tempered and will probably attack the second she sees us. She'll probably not even listen to Momo and will come attack us on her own. Momo is really smart and will probably have a bunch of traps set up. She says, "You thought of all that fast?" Mina asks. Living with Izu has made me quite observant and I had to learn to think quickly to not get hurt in his training. Nezuko says, "Heroes may now enter the building." Inko says over the speaker. The two make their way into the building and sneak around, heading up the stairs. Nezuko suddenly stops and holds out an arm signaling Mina to stop as well. She puts a finger to her mouth to signal quiet and Mina nods. Nezuko listens and hears faint explosions in the background, gradually getting louder. Katsumi is coming right to us. I'll distract her. You head up and take on Momo until I can help you. Nezuko whispers. Mina nods and the two slowly creep down the hallways until the explosions suddenly stop. Nezuko quickly grabs Mina and pulls her down, the two barely dodging an explosion. There you two are. Now die, Katsumi yells. She jumps at the two again and attempts to throw an explosion-powered punch at the two. Nezuko quickly jumps up and kicks the arm away with one leg, then spins and kicks her in the head with the other. Katsumi flies across the hall and slams into a wall as Nezuko lands on the ground. Mina, go now, Nezuko yells, taking a fighting stance. Okay, she yells. She runs off as Katsumi climbs to her feet, a pissed-off expression on her face. You'll pay for that, you bitch, she yells, charging at Nezuko again. She holds out her arm and a giant explosion launches towards Nezuko. A red glow rises in her legs and she jumps off to the side, dodging the explosion. She lands on the ground and steam slowly rises off her legs. The red glow rises again and she jumps at Katsumi much faster than before. She throws a kick at her head and Katsumi barely ducks down, avoiding the kick. Still midair, Nezuko turns and slams an axe kick into the top of Katsumi's head. Katsumi falls to the ground and quickly launches explosions from her hands to make herself fly back into the air. She spins around and slams an explosion into the demon girl's side, sending her skidding across the ground. Nezuko quickly gets to her feet as Katsumi rockets towards her again. Katsumi throws a massive left hook and Nezuko races her leg, blocking the strike. She moves her foot and redirects Katsumi, slamming her into the ground and pinning her with her foot on the girl's wrist. Nezuko races her foot and attempts to slam a foot into Katsumi's head. Katsumi barely moves her head to the side, making Nezuko's foot hit the ground. Katsumi then uses her right hand and sets off a large explosion, enveloping Nezuko and making the girl fly into the wall. Nezuko gets back to her feet as the two stare each other down. Katsumi's left gauntlet suddenly glows and an insane grin grows on her face. I'm guessing you don't know how my quirk works. I secrete a nitroglycerin-like sweat that I can ignite to create the explosions. And what do you think happens when I store all of that sweat up? She asks, pulling back the clip on the gauntlet, revealing a pin. Nezuko's eyes widen and she looks around to take cover but finds herself in an open hallway. Young Katsumi, don't do it. She'll die, Inko yells over the speaker. Nezuko, hurry up and beat this rat so I don't have to listen to her yelling. A new voice says over the speaker. A small smile grows on Nezuko's face as she takes a ready stance. You got it, Izu, Nezuko says. Now die, Katsumi yells, pulling the pin. A gigantic explosion rockets from the gauntlet towards Nezuko, whose left leg glows a bright red. She races her leg and swings a roundhouse kick at the explosion. The kick creates a large amount of wind pressure towards the explosion, resulting in the two attacks clashing and imploding on itself, creating a smoke cloud. Did I get her? Katsumi asks herself, panting. The smoke suddenly splits apart and Nezuko is revealed jumping at Katsumi. Her right leg glows a bright red and she slams it into Katsumi's head, resulting in the girl burying herself in the ground, finally unconscious. Nezuko lands on the ground and goes to walk over to Katsumi only to limp when stepping with her left leg. "Ow, that stings," Nezuko says, looking at her leg. The skin on the leg was lobster red and slightly blistering, though it was quickly healing due to her demon regeneration. Once she makes sure her leg is okay, she ties Katsumi up in the capture tape. Once Katsumi is secured, she runs up the stairs to Mina's location. She reaches the room to see acid in a few places and Mina with a few bruises standing across from Momo, who was holding a staff and had a few burns across her body. Momo goes to swing the staff at Mina and Nezuko quickly jumps in and kicks the staff, snapping it in half. She lands on the ground in front of Mina and the two take fighting stances. "Thanks for making it, Nezuko," Mina says, rubbing one of her bruises. "No problem. Now let's win this," she says with a smile. The two charge forward and Nezuko throws a kick at Momo, who quickly makes a shield on her arm. The kick connects with the shield and Nezuko uses it as a launching pad and jumps off it as Mina throws acid on the shield, melting it. Momo, caught by surprise, was unable to see Nezuko falling towards her. She races her leg and slams it down onto the top of her head and knocks her into the ground. "Mina, grab the bomb," Nezuko says, holding down Momo. "Got it," she says. She jumps at the bomb and manages to grab it, securing their victory. "The heroes win," Inko says. "Yay, we won." Mina cheers, jumping around. Nezuko climbs off Momo and helps her to her feet. "You did really well, Momo. Sorry you had to lose though," Nezuko says. "It's quite alright, Nezuko. This was a valuable learning experience for me to learn my limitations." Momo says, "Let's head back to the monitor room so the next team can go," Nezuko says. The two girls agree and they all walk off to the monitor room. Izuku POV. It was the day after the fight and I was sitting in the classroom, a proud smile on my face, and everyone else talking to each other. The reason for the smile? Seeing Katsuki and Shato covered in bandages is a good thing to see. That smile is kind of unnerving. Tokoyami says, "Don't care. I'm happy for myself right now," I say. "By the way, how many element moves can you do? I've seen you use several different ones, so I wondered what your limit is," he asks. He has a point. You've used a bunch of different moves with elements, and they're all so manly, Kirishima says. "I can use about 7 different elemental styles of attack," I say. "Everyone shut up," Aizawa says, slithering in. Everyone goes quiet and quickly gets to their seats. Aizawa slithers up to his podium and stands up, unzipping his sleeping bag. "Good, you're quiet. Now what we are going to discuss today could change the rest of your school life," Aizawa says, making almost everyone panic. "You need to vote a class president. It's a normal school activity." They all cheer. Then they all start screaming, asking people to vote for them. Now this annoys me because of my sensitive hearing and just because I hate noise. "Shut the hell up," I shout, slamming my hand on the desk. Everyone goes dead quiet and sits back in their seats looking to me. "We are doing a vote. You are not allowed to vote for yourself, and I will know if anyone tries to rig it. Understand?" "Understood," the class says in unison. I stand up and pass around pieces of paper and everyone writes down their votes. I walk around with a box and collect all the votes. "Aizawa, count them," I say, throwing the box at him. He begrudgingly sits up and reaches a hand out of his sleeping bag and counts the votes. "And your president with 18 votes is Izuku Kamado. And your vice president with 4 votes is Izumi Yagi," Aizawa says. "Motherphew," I go to say, but Nezuko covers my mouth. I look to her and she gestures to Kigo, who was sitting in her lap coloring. I nod and she lets go of my mouth. "Be right back," I say. I jump out the window and go to a point where they can't hear me anymore. "Fukuck," I yell. I then take a deep breath and walk back to the classroom. I jump up and land on the windowsill with everyone looking at me. "Needed to let it out," I say. "And we voted that class president?" Kaminari asks. "Yeah, you guys are screwed," I say. I walk to the front of the room and stand next to Izumi with an annoyed look on my face. "Why do you hate me so much?" she asks. "I'll give you a hint. How's your brother?" Ask. Her eyes go wide and her head snaps to me with an angry look on her face. "How do you know? Who told you?" she yells, trying to hit me. The other tormentors get behind her since the whole class heard. Whoa, what's going on?" Kirishima asks, standing up. "You don't need to know where I heard it from, but I know what you did, how long you did it for, and who else was involved. So no matter what you say, you can't change my opinion on any of you," I say, glaring at the group. They seem ready to attack, and I summon my sword to my side. White cloth shoots at us and wraps around the group, but I catch the one aimed for me. This is not the time or place for this. You can settle your problems some other time, Aizawa says with his quirk active. TCH, fine, I say, walking back to my seat. The other 5 walk back to their seats and Aizawa stands at the front. There's one more announcement I need to make. On Tuesday, we will be doing our hero training in an off-school facility. You are permitted to wear your hero costume, but be warned that you may not be used to them yet, so they could hinder your movement. That's all. And here's Present Mike. He says, dropping to the ground, already in his sleeping bag. And I'm using a ditch. I'm too annoyed for his loud mouth. Kigo, you wanna come with me? Ask. Yay. No, loud man. Kigo cheers, making Aizawa stifle a laugh. I saw that, ya hobo. And I'll see you later, Coco. I'll be back by the next class, I say, picking up Kigo. I walk over to the window and jump out of it. Woohoo! Kigo cheers as we free fall. I land on the ground and walk around. Wanna go see if a class is doing hero training? Ask. Sure, he says. I walk towards the training grounds and head to the one I can hear sounds from. I jump up to the ledge and sit on the windowsill like I did last time and make sure Kigo doesn't accidentally fall. I look down to see the big 3 doing some training. There were no other people here, so I guess the rest of their class didn't come train. I watch as Mirio drops through the floor and reappears at another point. The shy guy shifts one hand to tentacles and the other to a clamshell and starts doing some target practice. Blue hair flies around, shooting some kind of weird spiral energy from her hands and shoots some floating targets. She turns to shoot another one but seems to notice me and loses her balance. She manages to catch herself and flies over to me. Hey, you're the kid from the other day. What are you doing back here? And why do you have a kid? She asks as Kigo slightly hides behind my arm. I ditched class and this is Kigo. Kigo, say hi, I say. He waves and she waves back with a big smile. Nijire? What are you doing? Mirio calls out. She turns to him and he can see me now. He came back. Maybe you guys could have your fight this time, she says, flying down. I pick up Kigo and jump to the ground, landing in front of them carefully. Oh, it's the sword guy. I never got your name last time, Mirio says. The name's Izuku Kamado, and this little bird is Kigo Kamado, I say. He looks up shyly and waves to them. Is he your little brother? Nijire asks. No, actually. He's my son, I say, shocking them. Son, Mirio and Nijire ask. Shy guy just looks surprised but doesn't speak. Don't worry, he's adopted, not biological. Doesn't mean I love him any less though, I say, ruffling his hair. They let out a sigh of relief and I realize I still don't know the shy guy's name. Oh hey, I still don't know your name, I say, looking at him. He seems to freeze and hides behind Mirio. Sorry about him. He's Tamaki Amajiki. He's really bad with people, Mirio says. It's cool. Trust me, when I was younger I was the worst with meeting new people. Literally couldn't say a word without a stutter, I say. I couldn't imagine that with the way you talked last time, Mirio says. Let's just say a lot of things have happened in my life, I say. Anyway, what are you doing here this time? Mirio asks. Was not in the right mood to sit through Present Mike screaming about grammar. Plus, I still have a few free ditches left to use, I say. Free ditches? Nijire asks. Before the entrance exam I was hanging out with Aizawa and Hisashi and we played poker. Since Aizawa didn't want to lose money to a kid, they bet special privileges. Let's just say I won quite a few, I say. You played poker against the teachers? Nijire asks. I've known Aizawa and Hisashi for about 2 years now, so we had hung out before and knew each other well, I say. How did you meet them? Mirio asks. Too long of a story and will only lead to more questions. But how about we talk about your and my fight? Ask. Haha, still confident, aren't you? I'll make an offer for you. If you win the sports festival, I'll fight you. But it might not be for a while with how busy I am. That good? He asks with a big smile. You sure you want to make a bet you're guaranteed to lose? Ask. Haha, I like you, kid. I think Sir would like you. He says. Sir? Ask. Oh, Sir Night Eye. I do internships with his agency and go on patrols with him. He says. Cool, you already go on patrols with pros. Anyway, it was nice talking to you 3, but I should get back to class. I'll see you some other time, I say. It's nice talking to you, Kamado. See ya, Mirio says. I walk out of the gym and head back to the school. So what did you think about them, Kigo? Ask. They were all super nice. And the guy with black hair could use animal abilities like my wings. He says, yeah, maybe next time you could try and talk to him. Now hold on, we're gonna go fast. I say, crouching slightly. He grips onto my shirt and I blast off with lightning around me. I zip around the school until I reach the part for my classroom. I jump up and land on the windowsill and walk into the room. You know we have doors, right? Aizawa asks. Windows are more fun. I say, taking my seat. The day continues like normal until we finally get to leave. School is so boring. I say, walking back to the dorms. But you already know all of this. Nezuko says beside me. Exactly. Now I'm just hearing them repeat boring facts I already know. I say, opening the dorm door. I guess that makes sense. She says. We walk up the stairs to our room and change into some normal clothes. All right, I'm gonna go train. I feel like I haven't gotten enough in today. I say, don't hurt yourself. Nezuko says, I'll try. I say, walking out of our room. I walk down the stairs into the common room only to come face to face with the 5 douchebags. What do you want? I want to go train. I say, annoyed. You need to tell us what you know about my brother. Where is he? Is he okay? We need to apologize and go back to the way we were. Izumi says. What? Ask. I said we need to apologize and go back to the way things were before. She says again. I get incredibly pissed and sparks start coming off my body until I burst into flames. You think that you can just apologize and go back to normal? That's not how this shit works. You torment someone for years on end, then suddenly expect forgiveness? You're total idiots. Who in their right mind would forgive the people who tormented them for 8 years? I yell at them. What do you know? Don't act like you know anything about our life. She says, stepping forward. I don't have to fucking act. I know exactly how it's been. Because it was my fucking life. I shout at them. Day in and day out you assholes would torture me until I had broken bones. I was 4 fucking years old. Now get the fuck out of my way and leave me the fuck alone. They're too shocked to try and stop me, so I walk past them only for a hand to roughly grab my shoulder. I look over my shoulder, glaring at the one who grabbed me and shoved their arm off. Where do you think you're going? You just tell us that you're him and leave? Think about how Izumi felt when you left. She cried herself to sleep every night because of what we did. Katsuki says, you think I give a fuck? Crying yourself to sleep doesn't make up for years of straight-up abuse. Now leave me alone before I have to cut you down. I say, my sword appearing on my waist. He just stands there and I walk out of the dorm, still pissed off, and walk to the back of the dorm. I walk up to a tree and just punch it. The bark cracks and the tree falls over. I take a deep breath to try and calm myself down. It slightly works and I begin my workout. Time skip. Next day. Nezuko, come on. We gotta go or we'll be late. I say. I was standing at the door of our room with Kigo waiting for Nezuko. I'm coming. Just had to finish getting ready. She says, today we were going to meet with the principal of the school we want to send Kigo to. Well, let's head out. I say, grabbing my keys. We walk down the stairs and go to leave the dorm building. Are you guys heading out? Mina asks, noticing us. Yeah, we are. We're meeting with the principal of an elementary school to see if we can get Kigo in. I say. She nods and we walk out and over to the parking lot. I unlock my car and put Kigo in the back before climbing in. Nezuko hops in her side and I start up the car, pulling out of the parking lot. I drive down the road to the school, which luckily wasn't too far. I park in one of the spaces and then we hop out of the car. I pick up Kigo and we head inside the building. We walk over to the desk and the secretary looks up at us. How may I help you? She asks. We have a meeting with the principal. It should be under Kama Do. I say. She types on her computer and looks back up at us. Ah yes, the Kama Do's. You can head on in, he's expecting you. She says, gesturing to a door. I nod and we walk over to the door and open it. Inside was a few chairs and a nice desk with a short older man behind it. Hello, you must be the Kama Do's. You can call me Mr. Yoshida. He says, standing up. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Yoshida. I'm Izuku Kamado and these two are Nezuko and Kigo Kamado. I say, shaking his hand. Are you all family? He asks. Well, we are a family, but not in that kind of way. Nezuko and I are married and Kigo is our child. I say. Quite surprising for two so young to have a child. He says. Well, the truth is we adopted him about 6 months ago, but we still love him as if he were our own. I say. It is respectable that even at such a young age you are ready to help those in need. Now, let's discuss little Kigo here coming to school with us. He says, sitting back at his desk. We sit down in the chairs in front of his desk and I place Kigo in the one between us. So why do you want to send him here? He asks. Well, Nezuko and I are students at UA and this school is really close by. I also read that this school was one of the better ones in our district, so I figured this would be a good choice. I say, you're both students at UA? Are you sure you'll be able to cover the cost for our school while attending such a prestigious school? He asks. Money is no issue. We will have more than enough to send him here. Nezuko says, 1 second. He says. He presses a button on an intercom on his desk and it buzzes. Could you send in Ms. Takeda? Right away, sir. The voice of the secretary says through the machine. Who exactly is Ms. Takeda? Ask. You'll see, was all he said. A few seconds later, a knock came from the door. Come in. You called for me? A young lady asks, walking in. Yes, I did. Ms. Takeda, I would like you to meet your newest student, Kigo Kamado. He says, gesturing to the bird boy. She turns to us and crouches down to Kigo's height. Hello there. I'm Ms. Takeda and I will be the one to teach you while you learn here. It's nice to meet you, Kigo. She says. It's nice to meet you to Miss. He says. Aren't you polite? And are you two related to him? She asks, pointing to us. We're his brother or sister, if that's what you're asking. We are actually his parents. I say, surprising her. Adopted? She asks, noticing no similarities between us. Yes, about 6 months ago. I say, all right, well, I'm excited to see you in class on Monday, Kigo. I have some more paperwork to finish, so I'll excuse myself. She says, walking out the door. I think that is all that needed to be discussed. Have a good day, you three, Mr. Yoshida says. Thank you for your time, sir. I say, standing up. Nezuko picks up Kigo and we walk out of the school, back to the car. Are you excited, Kigo? You get to go here and make some new friends. Plus your teacher seemed super nice. I say, I'm a little nervous. What if they don't like me? He asks. Then they're crazier than me. If they can't see how great you are, then they don't deserve to be your friends. Trust me, you'll have tons of fun. I say, opening the car door. Nezuko helps him in the back seat and I walk around to my side. We climb in and I start up the car and drive back to UA. I park back in the UA parking lot and turn off my car. We hop out and head back to the dorms. I open the door to see Mineta taped to the ceiling, Kaminari running around with his shirt on fire, Ida doing his weird hand chops, and Kirishima and Mina somehow asleep on the couch. I was gone for less than an hour. How the hell did this happen? Ask. Well, Kaminari tried to cook eggs but ended up lighting himself on fire. Ida is trying to tell him how to put it out, but is saying it way too complicated. Mina and Kirishima laughed so hard they passed out. And Mineta tried to feel up Mina while he was unconscious, so I put him up there. Zero says, walking up to us. I swear I can't leave you guys alone. I say. I grab the fire extinguisher and spray Kaminari until the fire is out. Thanks, class rep, he says. Kaminari, you're not allowed in the kitchen anymore. I say. Why? He asks stupidly. 'Cause I don't trust you not to burn down the dorms. I say. That's fair. He says. Now, Mineta. I say, turning to the hanging grape. I pull out one of my swords and cut the rope hanging him to the ceiling. I then catch the cut rope and hold him upside down in front of me. Listen here, you blueberry bastard. You try and touch any girl and I'll personally take you to a dog pound and cover you in meat, then throw you in until they bite off your genitals slowly and painfully. We clear? I ask dangerously. See, Crystal? He says, absolutely terrified. I drop him and he runs off, somehow getting out of the tape. Sigh. I already have one kid, why do I have to take care of a bunch of kids my age? I ask no one. Because you're way more mature than the rest of us. Kaminari says, wrapping an arm around my shoulder. Yeah, and you're the only one who can really control all of us with pure fear. Zero says, wrapping an arm around my other shoulder. So manly, Kirishima says in his sleep. He just has perfect timing or something. I say, now get off. Yes, sir. The two say jokingly. They remove their arms and I drop onto the other couch and lean my head back against the seat. You seem tired, Nezuko says, sitting next to me. I have to practically take care of a class of 17-year-olds. I swear I'm gonna have gray hair before I turn 40. I say, well, think about it, Kigo is 5 now and when you're 40 he might already have a kid, so the gray hair might fit. She says, haha, very funny, Coco. I say sarcastically. I fall sideways and my head lands in Nezuko's lap. Imma, take a nap. Wake me up when I don't have to take care of a class of morons. I say, closing my eyes. Well, enjoy your eternal sleep, she says. I ignore it and just let my consciousness drift away. Izuku POV. Today was finally the day of the hero training outside of school. Yesterday was Kigo's first day at his school, and he was super nervous when I dropped him off. But when I picked him up, he had the biggest smile talking about his new friend Rumi. Anyway, we were now changing into our hero uniforms, about to head to the buses. I also had to spend the past few days avoiding Asmite and Inkho since they now know who I am thanks to my dumbass mouth. Hurry up guys, we gotta get on the bus before Aizawa tries and kills me for us being late. I say, lighting a cigarette. Why does that fit your character so well? Kaminari asks. Because I'm an asshole. Now let's go, I say. They finish changing and we walk out to the bus and meet up in front of them. Alright, everyone single file and sit wherever the hell you want, I say. Everyone climbs in and takes a seat with their friends, and I get in last doing a head count to make sure we have everyone. Alright hobo, we got everyone, I say, sitting in my seat. Stop calling me hobo, he says. He pulls out of the parking lot and we start our long and boring drive. Hey Ni-chan, Izumi asks, looking over the back of her seat. Don't call me that, I say, glaring. But, she says, do I need to repeat myself? I ask, crossing my leg. And no, she says sadly. She turns back around and I take a deep breath to get rid of the anger. I lean back into my seat and just try and relax. Hey Kamado? Sue asks. Which one? Ask. Oh sorry. Izuku, I have a question. Is it alright if I ask? She asks. Sure. What's up? Ask. If Izumi called you Ni-chan, does that mean you're also All Might's child? She asks. And the anger returns. I manage to keep it in to the point where only small flames lick at my fingers. Yes, the asshole was my parent, but I no longer and never will think of him as my or a father. I say. Did something bad happen? She asks. You could say that. I'll explain it to everyone at some point, so just wait. I say. I can practically feel the nervousness radiating off of Izumi and the other tormentors. Though Katsuki and Shoto are also radiating hate, but I still don't give a shit. Everyone shut up. We're here, Aizawa says, parking the bus. Everyone gets off and we line up in front of Aizawa. Today we will be doing rescue training and will be joined by another hero, Aizawa says. Who's the other hero? Kaminari asks. That would be me. A voice calls out. We look over and see someone wearing a weird spacesuit. Oh my god. It's the Hero 13, Uraraka says, fangirling. Please tell me I want like that. That's right, I'm the Hero 13. I've built this facility to train heroes like you to rescue people. But before that, there's something I want to speak with you all about. You all may know my quirk, Black Hole. It has been used to save millions of people. But as easily as it can save someone, it can easily take someone's life. You all are here to learn how to control your quirks so you can avoid situations like this. Remember that, 13 says. Everyone nods their heads, taking the speech to heart. We all go inside the building and stop at the top of a stairwell where Aizawa speaks again. There are several different facilities where you will learn to rescue people under different conditions. He says, cool, they even have fake villains. Kirishima says, pointing past Aizawa. We all look down to the center to see a purple mist forming and villains start stepping out of it. Those aren't fake villains. 13, protect the kids. Izuku, you're with me. He says, right? I say, summoning my sword to my side. Wait, Eraser. Is it smart to let him down there with all those villains? 13 asks. This kid has more ability than you and me combined. I say he's qualified. Now let's go. Aizawa says, jumping down after him. I crouch down into a runner's position and place my hand on the handle of my sword. I release a sharp breath and lightning starts crackling around me. Breath of thunder, first form. Thunderclap and flash. 6-fold. I say. I jump off the last villain and race my blade. Still in the air. Breath of water, 8th form. Waterfall basin. I say as water covers my blade. I turn around and slam the sword into the ribs of another villain. I jump forward and kick a villain in the face, then use it as a launching pad and jump up. Breath of the beast, 5th fong. Crazy cutting. I shout, unsealing my second blade. I reseal the sword and continue to slash the villains with the blunt blades, making sure to only knock them out. I knock out the last villain and stand back to back with Aizawa. Only the last 3 left. How high you rank them? He asks. Mist Man only seems to be able to warp people places. Blue hair seems crazy and will try anything, but I got nothing on the bird creature other than its incredible physical strength. I say, "You're both pretty impressive, but you don't stand a chance against my creation. Nomu, kill them," Handjob shouts. The bird creature charges forward incredibly fast and manages to slam a fist into my side, sending me across the USJ and into a wall, putting a giant dent in it. I slowly pry myself out of the dent, my head bleeding. It was healing, but it was a good hit. I look back to the center to see a sight that makes my blood boil. The Nomu was pinning Aizawa to the ground, his limp arm hanging from the Nomu's giant hand, a large pool of blood around his head. My eyes quickly turn to slits and my wings sprout from my back, but this time much larger. "Why you bastards!" I shout, jumping from the wall. I flap my wings and launch into the Nomu, sending him off of Aizawa. He flies over to the wall and slams into it. I bend down and carefully pick up Aizawa and slowly fly to the horrified students. "Yaoyorozu, he's still alive. Apply immediate medical attention to him," I say, my voice laced with barely contained rage. She nods and walks over to his body as I set it down and turn back to the Nomu who climbed out of the wall. I slowly start flying back down to the center as the Nomu screeches. He charges me again and throws a punch, but I grip my sword and it lights on fire, a bright scarlet red. "Breath of flame first form. Unknowing fire," I say, swinging my blade. The Nomu screeches in pain and jumps back, and I turn to it. "Where are you going? We're not done here yet," I say in a slightly insane voice. It screeches again and charges me once more. "That won't work," I shout at it. "Breath of water first form. Water surface slash," I shout. The Nomu gets split in half and his top half drops to the ground. To my slight surprise, it regrows its legs and manages to hit me again, but in the head this time. I get sent tumbling across the floor and stop rolling close to the stairs. I stand up shakily and look towards the Nomu. "I will not be defeated. I will set my heart ablaze and defeat you," I shout as flames burst around me. "Breath of flame ninth form. Rengoku," I shout. The Nomu screeches in pain and burns to ashes, slowly and painfully. I stand up fully and turn to the remaining two, my glare not softening. "Don't think I forgot about you too. You will be the next to die by my blade," I shout at them. "You cheater. You cheated. That Nomu should have been strong enough to defeat All Might." "I'll kill you," Handjob shouts. "Forgive me, Tamura Shigaraki, but we must leave," Mist Man says. "No you don't," I shout. "Breath of thunder fifth form. Heat lightning," I shout. The lightning hits Shigaraki, but Mist Man was able to get them out of there. "Damn it," I shout. I calm down slightly and walk up the stairs, sheathing my sword. My wings fold back into my body and my suit repairs itself. It's made of a special material that will bend and morph to what my body needs. I reach the top to see Aizawa laying on the ground with bandages around his body and blood coating them. I get angry again and slam my fist into a pillar next to us. Damn it, why couldn't I have just gotten there quicker? If I didn't let my guard down, I wouldn't have been hit. I could have prevented this. Damn it, I say as the pillar crumbles. Izuku, it's not your fault. Aizawa is alive and okay. He's hurt, but he's gonna get better. If you didn't step in when you did, he might not be here now. So please calm down, Nezuko says, walking up to me. How can I calm down when the person who acted like a father to me when my real one didn't is this close to death? I ask, tears forming in my eyes. I fall to the ground next to Aizawa and just start hitting the ground, cracking it every time. I go to pull my hand back when I feel something touch my hand. I look down and see Aizawa's hand stopping mine. See, can't why you just let me rest in peace? Problem child. He says, but you're this hurt and I could have prevented it. If I was just faster. I say, it's not why your fault. That thing was too strong F for me. I'm alive and that's all that matters. Now shut up and let me sleep. He says, closing his eyes. I continue to look down, my hair shadowing my eyes before slowly standing up. I take a long deep breath to calm my nerves before looking back up to the class, my normal bored expression back. Alright you dumbass, let's get to it. There are villains located in every zone, so we have to wrap them all up. Yaoyorozu, make some rope so we can contain the villains. Everyone else get into groups of 3 and report to me. I'll assign you a zone and you'll go there and take care of the villains. I'll be constantly switching between which zone I watch over, but my ears will be able to hear you all. If you need me, just call out and I'll come to you. Now Ida, I need you to run back to UA and get as many teachers and police as you can. Understood? I call out. Understood, class rep. They all say. Good. Now let's do this shit. I say, lighting a cigarette. I walk over to the door and kick it off its hinges. Go. I say, nodding to Ida. He runs off and I turn back to everyone. You did a good job of controlling everyone. Nezuko says, standing next to me. I hope I did. Now what are you doing? Go pair up with people and kick some villain ass. I say, patting her head. Yes, sir, she says with a giggle. She runs off and I start sending out the groups of already formed teams. Once everyone is sent out, I grab all the rope Yaoyorozu made and say a quick thanks before jumping up. I land on a pillar and look around, seeing everyone deal with the low-ranked villains. I jump around from mountains to buildings to domes. I have my hearing to the max to where I can hear the heartbeat of most of the people here. I occasionally had to drop in and stop a few villains, but overall everyone did well against them. I drop into the zones once all the villains are knocked out and give them some rope to tie up the villains. Once all the villains are tied up, we bring them to the center of the plaza and I make sure they're completely unconscious before gathering everyone back at the top of the staircase where we came in. Alright, everyone did a pretty good job against these villains, but don't get cocky. These villains were all low tier and you will probably run into a lot of these. There are a few areas where people need to improve, but we can work on that. For example, Tokoyami, I want you to get involved in the fight more instead of having Dark Shadow doing most of the attacking. Kirishima, although you can take the hits, that doesn't mean you should be more careful when charging in. You can't block everything and everyone has a limit. Grapes hit, actually do something next time. Uraraka, use your gravity in other ways than just lifting up villains and dropping them from heights. There were other people who need improvement, but these were some of the ones that stood out the most. Any questions? I ask, blowing out a puff of smoke. A hand goes up and I point to them. Why do you have a rock in your hand? Zero asks. You'll see in about 3, 2, 1. I say, reeling my arm back. What was left of the doors was blown off and there stood the blonde ball for Onion. Have no fear, for I am. He was cut off by a rock slamming into his face. Fucking late. We had to do your fucking job for you. I say. My apologies, son. He tries to say. Don't call me your fucking son. Ever. I say, my sword to his throat. He gulps nervously but holds his hero attitude. But you are my son. I have every right to call you that, he says proudly. I burst out in an insane laughing fit and everyone looks to me confused and slightly worried. Every right? Every fucking right? What the fuck have you done that deserves to be called fatherly? For the 8 years before I was able to get the fuck away from all of you, my life was absolute shit. You and your wife both acted as if I wasn't even on the earth anymore, all because I was quirkless and considered worthless compared to your oh-so-perfect Izumi. Well, I'll tell you what, asshole. You drove me further. Thanks to your fucking abandonment, I became twice the man you ever were and will be. So don't go around acting like you can suddenly be my father after all these years of shit. Now fuck off and round up the villains. I say. I sheath my sword and walk out of the building, punching the doorframe as I go. It crumbles to pieces and I walk out of the building as a bunch of police cars pull up. I light another cigarette and watch as a man wearing a trench coat walks up to me. Are you the one referred to as Izuku Kamado? He asks. Yeah, that's me. What do you want? I ask, leaning against the building. We got word from one of your classmates about the invasion, so while the rest of my team rounds up the villains, I'd like to talk to you about what went down. Is that all right? He asks. Do what you need. And all the guys in there are unconscious and tied up, so we made your job easier for you. I say. He nods and speaks into a walkie-talkie before turning back to me. All right. First question, were you the one who took down the villains? He asks, taking out a notepad. It wasn't just me. My teacher, Eraserhead, was fighting alongside me, and when he got knocked out, the rest of the students and I took out the remaining ones. I say, blowing out a puff of smoke. Got it. Do you know who the ringleader of this operation was? He asks. The guy giving out orders was named Tamura Shigaraki, but no way in hell was that man-child the brains of this operation. There was probably a guy behind the scenes pulling the strings. I say, were you given permission to use your quirk? He asks. Before the fight, Eraserhead specifically called me out and told me to help him against the villains. That meant I could use my quirk, and I was the only form of authority left since both Pro Hero 13 and Eraserhead were out of commission. If anyone is to be punished for illegal quirk use, I ask you to transfer all charges to me personally, and I will deal with the consequences. I say, noted. Alright, that is all the important questions I can think of at the moment. If I have any more, I'll come to UA and ask for you. He says, alright, but if you think of more questions, try and come at 12. I have English class and I would like the chance to get out of it, I say. He laughs a little and nods before walking away. I watch as the police officers haul the villains into the trucks and drive off. I walk over to the heroes who arrived and watch as they put Aizawa and 13 into the ambulances. Izuku, are you okay, sweetie? You're not hurt, are you? Inko asks, running up to me. She tries to touch me, but I swat her hand away with a and glare at her. Don't touch me, I say. Why? I'm your mother, I should be able to make sure my son is okay. She says, these people really don't understand what they did, do they? To me, you are not my mother. The only relation you and I have is by blood. A mother is someone who cares for their child, protects them, and at least raises them. You didn't do any of those. Can you even tell me when my birthday was? Ask. July 14th, she says proudly. Wrong, I say. Huh? She asks. I was born on the 15th. Izumi was born at 11:58 p.m. on July 14th and I was born at 12:04 on July 15th. Wow, can't even remember your child's birthday. What a mother you are, I say with sarcasm. I check my phone to see the time and realize I gotta go. Hey Nezuko, come on, we gotta go pick up Kigo, I shout. She walks over and I turn to Nizu, who was with everyone. Nizu, could we be excused from the rest of this? We need to go pick up Kigo, I say. You may leave, but before you go, I must thank you for protecting our students. He says, it was no problem. Now we gotta go. See ya, I say. I pick up Nezuko bridal style and my giant wings sprout from my back. I flap my wings and start flying off the ground before launching off towards the school. Flying is awesome, Nezuko cheers. I know, it's so much fun, I say. I do a few tricks in the air until we finally reach Kigo's school. I land in front of the gates and get rid of the wings, letting Nezuko back to her feet. I then realize that we're still wearing our costumes. You know we're both still wearing our costumes, right? Ask. She looks down and sees that she is indeed still wearing the kimono. They're normal enough. I mean, yours looks like a normal suit. She says, true, I say. I hear the school bell go off and a swarm of kids get released from the school. We wait there until I see the familiar red wings. Hey Kigo, over here, I call out. He peeks above the crowd and sees us standing there. He quickly maneuvers through the crowd before reaching us. Hey Mom, Dad, why are you guys in your costumes? He asks as I pick him up and put him on my shoulders. Well, we had hero training and had to rush here so we could pick you up, I say. What did you guys do in training? He asks. Well, our training got interrupted, so your dad had to step in and beat some bad guys. Nezuko says, you fought villains? That's so cool, he says. It might be cool, but it was still super dangerous. I say, hey Kay, someone calls out. I turn to the voice to see a little girl with bunny ears and who I'm guessing is her mother waving to Kigo. Hey Rumi, Kigo says with a smile. Is this your older brother? She asks, pointing to me. No, this is my dad. He's super cool, he says. The mother seems surprised, so like everyone else, I tell her he's adopted. So you're the Rumi Kigo told me so much about, I say. He talked about me? She asks, her little fluff tail wagging. He did. He said how you were so cool and pretty, and that your rabbit ears looked so soft. I say, Dad, stop. Kigo whines, blushing. He really said all that? Rumi asks with a big smile on her face. Yup, every word. I say, that's enough teasing Kigo for today. Nezuko says, chopping my head. Fine, fine. Anyway, it's nice meeting you, Rumi. Please continue to be Kigo's friend. I say, I will. He's not getting rid of me that easily. She says, good. Now let's head out. I feel like getting some ice cream. I say. I grab Nezuko's hand, interlocking our fingers, and we walk down the road to an ice cream shop. So what flavor you want, Kigo? Ask. Chocolate, he says. Haha, alright, chocolate it is. What about you, Coco? Ask. I'm thinking strawberry. She says. Then I'll get mint chip. I say. We reach the ice cream shop and get our ice cream and pay before walking out. We got it in bowls instead of cones so we don't waste any. And so Kigo doesn't drip any on my hair. We walk back to the dorms, finishing our ice cream and throwing out the bowls. We arrive at UA and walk down the paths until we reach the dorm building. I open the doors and we walk in to the whole class chilling in the common room. Hey guys, welcome back, Mina says, waving. Yo, I say, waving. We walk in and head upstairs to change. Nezuko and I neatly put our hero costumes by the door to give to Aizawa tomorrow. After we change, we head back downstairs to hang out with the class. So what do you guys want to do? I ask, sitting on the couch. How about truth or dare? Mina asks. Sure, but we have little listeners, so let's watch the dares. I say, gesturing to Kigo. Everyone else agrees, and we move the couches into a circle and all take a seat. I'll go first. Shoji, truth or dare? Mina asks. You're pretty crazy, so I'm gonna go truth. He says. That's fair. I want to know why you wear a mask. She says. Well, in the past I scared a child with my mutation, and I've worn the masks ever since so I don't scare anyone. He says. Anyway, it's my turn. Kirishima, truth or dare? I ain't a wimp. I choose dare. He says confidently. I dare you to kiss Mina. He says simply. Kirishima turns the same color as his hair and Mina turns a deep lilac. Is that really appropriate? I mean, there's a kid here. Mina says. Got that covered. I say, handing him my phone. He goes on and starts watching videos about heroes and birds. Now do it. Fine. Kirishima says. He walks over to Mina and she somehow blushes more. He leans down and they share a quick kiss before Kirishima pulls back and goes back to his seat. Happy now? He asks, still blushing. I look over to Mina to see her in some kind of daze. Very. Now go and ask. Shoji says. Kaminari, truth or dare? He asks. After that, I'm choosing truth. He says. Fine. What was the dumbest thing you ever did? He asks. Hold on, my mom made a list for me. He says, pulling out his phone. Wait, you have a list? Ask. I do a lot of dumb things. Oh, here we go. I wanted to test how well my body could absorb electricity, so I sat in a bathtub and threw in a plugged-in toaster. Nearly killed me. He says. Am I going to have to baby-proof this entire dorm for you? Ask. Possibly. Now, Izuku, truth or dare? He asks. I'm not trusting you, Mr. Toaster, so I'm choosing truth. I say. What's the deal with you and Izumi's family? He asks. Sigh. I was waiting for this question. Well, it's a long story, so get comfy. I say. I proceed to tell them how my life was before I was able to run away and how horrible Izumi and her gang was. A child shouldn't have to go through that. Yaoyorozu says. Her and most of the girls had tears in their eyes while the guys had some pushed-off looks. But wait, they bullied you because you were quirkless? So how do you have one now? Tokoyami asks. After I ran away, I trained a lot and was able to unlock my quirk. I lie. All right, everyone, it's getting late. We should return to our rooms for the night. Ida says. Everyone gets up and walks off to their rooms, and I stand up carrying the now sleeping Kigo and walk up to my room with Nezuko. Today sucked. Izuku POV. We were sitting in class after the 3-day break waiting for our substitute teacher to walk in. Or so we thought. You would think after getting his arms broken and his head smashed, Aizawa would take a day off. So imagine how surprised we were when he walked in as a mummy. Sensei, shouldn't you be resting? Ida asks, standing up. My well-being is none of your concern. Now to get on to more pressing matters, your fight isn't over yet. He says, putting the class on edge. More villains? Was the thoughts of most of the class. In 2 weeks' time, you all will compete in the UA Annual Sports Festival. He says, making the class breathe a sigh of relief. But Sensei, is it smart to hold the festival so soon after an attack like this? Jiro asks. Yeah, shouldn't we postpone it or something? Kaminari asks. That's why we're not postponing it. We need to show the world that we won't back down after being challenged. That even after an attack, we won't stop fighting. This is your chance to show the world how strong you are and that you won't give up. He says. With the class's nerves gone, we continued the day normally. Until it was time for lunch at least. The bell rang and we all stood up ready to leave. Kaminari walked over and opened the door only to see a giant swarm of students. Whoa, what the hell? He shouts, stepping back. What are they all doing here? Kirishima asks. Isn't it obvious, shitty hair? They're here to scout out the competition. Well, get a good look at him, extras, because this is the future #1. Katsuki shouts, making the crowd riot, throwing insults at him. Katsuki, I say. I appear beside him with my hand on his shoulder and my pupils turned to slits. I'd appreciate it if you didn't rile up the crowd when we have to get through. Understand? I ask in a deadly cold voice. Fine, he says, shrugging my hand off. He's pretending to be annoyed when truly he's scared shitless. I walk up to the crowd, my pupils still slits, and stop in front of them. Could you all move out of the way? We need to get to lunch so we can eat, I say in a bored voice. They don't seem to listen to me though. Are all one of students assholes? A kid asks. I look over and see a purple-haired student who resembles Aizawa. Not all of them. A select few of us, yes, but that's about it. I say. I feel a tug on my pant leg and look down at Kigo, who was off from school today. What's up, bud? I ask, picking him up. Are they going to leave? I'm hungry, he says. See what you're doing? You're making a kid starve. Now get lost, I say. Don't get all cocky just because you fought villains, one shouts. My entire class goes dead silent, already knowing what's about to happen. Nezuko, could you hold Kigo for a minute? I ask in a calm voice. Of course, she says. She takes Kigo from my arms and I slowly walk up to the crowd, cracking my knuckles. Could the one who said that step forward, please? Ask. The crowd parts slightly and a kid steps forward. He had a similar build to Shoji and was about the same height too. So it was you that said it? Ask. Yeah, it was me. What are you going to do about it? Pipsqueak. He says. I reel my arm back and thrust it forward into his jaw, sending him flying out of the room and over the crowd into the wall of the hallway. The crowd goes silent, looking from the guy back to me as I stand up fully. Do you really think that just because we survived a villain attack we would get cocky? I ask in a cold voice, my hair shadowing my eyes. Well, let me tell you something. You assholes are completely wrong. You think we would be cocky because we almost died? Our lives were at risk the entire time and our teacher almost died. I personally had to help my teacher fight off these villains. And you want to know something? I almost died several times. One slip up and my head could have been gone. Then I had to fight some creature made to kill the fucking symbol of peace. But you know what? I killed the creature. Because of me, we are alive here today and still able to become heroes while you assholes try to get rich and famous. You are the people that give heroes a bad reputation. And if I seem cocky to you, it's because I know that I could kill all of you where you stand and not bat an eye doing it. Now get the fuck out of my way, I shout at them. They all run off completely terrified and I grab my stuff walking out of the room. The class follows still dead silent and I take a few deep breaths so I don't accidentally blow up on one of them. I feel a tug at my sleeve and look over to Nezuko and Kigo. Dad, are you okay? He asks. I'm just fine, buddy. People like that just get on my nerves. Now let's go get some food, I say with a soft smile. No matter how mad I get, these two will be able to calm me down. Right, he says with a big smile. I laugh a little and grab Nezuko's hand and place a soft kiss on the back of it. What was that for? She asks. Nothing, just you being here with me, I say. We walk down to the cafeteria and I open the doors and all the students go silent upon seeing me. Guess word spreads fast when you scare the crap out of some students. Now I just have to focus on the sports festival. Time skip. 2 weeks. I was sitting in the locker room, waiting to be called out to the field with the rest of my classmates. Kigo was chilling with Aizawa and Hizashi in the announcer's room. Let's hope his ears don't bleed. Will all students start making their way to the field? Hizashi asks over the mic. I stand up and lead my class out of the locker room and we walk down the tunnel until we reach the field. And now introducing the class that survived the villain attack, Hero Courses 1A, Hizashi says. The crowd bursts into cheers and most of the class gets nervous. How do you still look so bored? Kaminari asks. It's a special skill I've learned. It's called Don't Give a Shit. Comes in handy, I say as we all line up. And now for our referee, the 18+ heroine Midnight, he shouts as Midnight walks up to the podium in her hero outfit. There were several comments made about this and I just shake my head in annoyance. Hello everybody. Now before we begin, let's get a speech from our freshman representative. Izuku Kamado, please come on up, she says. I sigh and walk up to the stage and take the mic. Yeah, I'm no good at speeches, so I'm gonna make this quick. Growing up, there was one thing I learned. Don't let anyone tell you that you can't do it. Ignore them. If someone tells you to give up on your dream, you push through and show them that you can do it. It doesn't matter if you are quirkless or have a villainous quirk. Show the world that their expectations were wrong and that you proved them wrong. So let me hear it. Go beyond. I start. Plus ultra. The crowd finishes. The crowd erupts into cheers and I walk back down to my spot. That was a good speech. How long did it take to come up with? Kaminari asks. The 2 seconds I had before I opened my mouth. I had no damn idea I was supposed to give a speech. I say, now let's get on to our first event. It will be an obstacle course. The students will have to race around the outside of the stadium and make it back here. But be warned, only the first 42 will make it through to the next round. Now everyone line up, Midnight says. Everyone goes to line up, trying to take the front spot, and I just stand at the back stretching. Hey Coco, should I just blitz through it or take my time? Ask. If you blitz through, you have more time to do nothing afterwards. She says. Blitzing it is. I say, taking a runner's stance. Lightning arcs around me, but more than normal. 3, 2, 1, go! Midnight shouts. Everyone tries to push past one another, and I release a sharp whistling breath. Breath of thunder first form. Thunderclap and flash. Godspeed, I say. The ground around me breaks, and I disappear in a flash of lightning, blasting past all the ones in front of me. I easily run past the ones who were in first place and approach the first obstacle long before anyone else. I unseal my sword to my side and cut through all the robots, burning them with electricity as I go. I completely obliterate one of the 0-pointers, leaving it for the others, and approach the next obstacle. It was a giant pit with pillars, so I just jumped from pillar to pillar at lightning-fast speeds. Literally. I reach the last obstacle, which appears to be some landmines. Ignoring this, I run through them, with them blowing up after me. I was too fast for them to keep up with, so I pass through it easily and reach the finish line. I slow down and cross the finish line, coming to a complete stop. And with a new record, we have Izuku Kamado. Seriously, he shattered every record we had for that competition. Aizawa, what do you feed these kids? Hizashi yells into the mic. That one only eats meat. But everything he's shown so far is all because of his own training. Izuku Kamado is one of the students I believe to be closest to the #1 position. Aizawa says, You heard it, folks. Aizawa is a bad teacher. Hizashi says, Huh? Aizawa asks. You can then hear something being hit and a sound of pain. I shake my head and walk over to the wall and sit down, leaning against it and close my eyes, only to be awoken by having to dodge a rock thrown at my head. I open one eye and look to Namuri, who was standing on the stage with her arm outstretched. Need something? Ask. We're starting the next event, so get up, she says. I stand up and walk over to line up with everyone. Now that everyone is here, we can begin the next event. A cavalry battle, she cheers. We will now begin our final event, a tournament battle. Midnight cheers. A screen projects showing everyone's matchups. Izuku, Shinso, Zero, Shoto, Kaminari, Katsumi, Nezuko, Ida, Oyama, Mina, Shoka, Tokoyami, Kirishima, Izumi, Katsuki, Ochako. Looks like I'm against some Shinso dude. Will all competitors other than Izuku Kamado and Hitoshi Shinso please head to the stands? Namuri asks. Everyone clears off and I walk up to the stage across from purple-haired Aizawa. Oh, it's you. This should be interesting, I say, cracking my knuckles. Fighters ready? Fight, Namuri says. He makes no effort to move, so I start walking towards him. You have a good quirk. Your life must have been pretty great growing up, he says. I get angry but manage to hold my tongue. My instincts are telling me not to respond. I continue walking to him and he seems to get annoyed. What? Too scared to respond? Maybe you should just go cry to that useless girlfriend of yours, he says. I stop in my tracks and my pupils instantly turn to slits. What was that? You got a death wish? I ask, drawing my sword. What? Why didn't my quirk work? He panics. So your quirk must be some mind control based on response. Well, too bad for you, my mind is too fucked up to be controlled. Now how about I make you eat those words? Ask. I pick up speed and charge at him, my sword in hand, and he starts panicking. I surrender, he says. I stop, my blade inches away from him, and stand up sheathing the sword. Smart choice, I say. And the winner is Izuku Kamado. Namuri cheers. I walk off the stage and head back up to the stands and take a seat next to Nezuko. You got pretty mad down there. What did he say? She asks. Nothing important, but at least I didn't accidentally kill him, I say. That's true, she says. We then watch the fights continue as Shoto encases Zero in an unnecessarily large iceberg. Then the next fight was between Kaminari and Katsumi. It was kind of sad to see the human Pikachu get blown up, but what can you do? Wish me luck, Nezuko says, standing up. Kick some ass, I say as she walks away. I watch as she heads into the field and her and Ida start their fight. It was a big fight filled with strong and fast kicks, but after an intense battle, Nezuko had lost. They were both very powerful, but Ida had the edge in speed, and with his move Recipro Burst, he went too fast for her to react and knocked her out of the ring. I stand up from my spot and head down to talk to her about it. I reach the hallway and meet a smiling Nezuko. "Oh, hey Zuzu, what are you doing down here?" she asks. "You can drop the act, Nezuko," I say. Her smile starts to fade and tears well up in her eyes. I pull her into a hug and she cries lightly into my shoulder. "I just wanted to win. I wanted to make you proud of me, to show you how strong I am." She says, "Nezuko, I will always be proud of you. You have no reason to make me proud. And I know how strong you are because I've been with you for years. You may have lost today, but don't let that get you down. You can power through this and use it as a learning experience. Learn from your losses and better yourself. Can you do that for me?" Ask. "MHM." She says, nodding into my shoulder. We release the hug and I wipe away the remaining tears on her face. "Now can you show me that adorable smile of yours?" I ask, making her giggle. She smiles a little and I lean in and kiss her. She kisses back and we pull away a few seconds later. "We should head back to the class before they worry," Nezuko says. "Sure. You go ahead first, I have something I need to do really quick," I say. "Okay, but don't take too long," she says. She walks away and I stand there for a few seconds. "So how long are you going to stand there and watch?" I ask, turning to a dark corner. "You got good senses, kid," a deep voice says. A man steps into the light and I get a good view of him. He was tall and muscular with green hair and a scar over his left eye. Strangely, he had 3 swords strapped to his side. "Who the hell are you and why were you watching us?" Ask. "The name's Zoro. I saw your skills and wanted to come talk to you," he says. "And how do I know you're not trying to kidnap me or something?" Ask. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a wallet. He opens it and pulls out a card before throwing it to me. I catch it and see a hero license with his picture on it. "Your hero name is your name?" Ask. "Yeah, didn't feel like I needed one," he says. "All right, I'll trust you for now. But what do you want?" I ask, throwing the card back. "After the sports festival, I want you to intern with me," he says. "Intern?" Ask. "After the sports festival, heroes can put in offers for students to come intern with them to help the students learn and grow stronger. I want you to come work with me," he says. "Why do you want me to work with you?" Ask. "I can tell you're proficient with a sword and wish to help you become even better. I also have a special sword style I wish to pass down," he says. "Does it involve 3 swords?" Ask. "It does. And it is a very powerful technique that needs a powerful successor. So when you get your list, I hope you'll choose me," he says, walking away. I watch as his figure fades before going back to my seat, thinking about his offer. I could tell he was strong. The aura around him just gave off the feeling of a powerful being. I reach my class and sit down and watch as the fights continue. Apparently we were on the last fight of the first round and I watched as Katsuki blows up the human Kirby. I walk down the stairs again and walk towards the stage. I walk up and stand across the half and half douchebag. "Fighters ready? Fight," Namuri says. He shoots a giant iceberg at me and I draw my sword. "Breath of wind, first form. Dust whirlwind cutter," I say, swinging my blade. The ice shatters and I start walking towards him. He shoots another iceberg and I grip my sword tighter. "Breath of the moon, 8th form. Moon dragon ringtail," I say. The ice yet again shatters and I continue forward, gaining speed. "Is that all you got? What happened to being stronger than me?" I shout at him. "Shut the hell up!" He shouts back, blasting a wave of fire at me. "Breath of thunder, 3rd form. Thunder swarm," I shout, swinging my blade. The attacks clash, creating a smokescreen, and I use this chance. "Breath of thunder, 1st form. Thunderclap and flash. Godspeed," I shout, sheathing my blade. I crouch down and blast off towards Shotho. I slam my blunt sword into his gut and he coughs up a bit of saliva and blood before flying back and out of the ring. He slams into the wall and falls to the ground unconscious. "And the winner is Izuku Kamado." Namuri cheers. The crowd erupts into cheers after witnessing such a display of power, and I walk back up to the stands. The next fight starts and I sit in my seat and take the praise from my classmates on my win. I watch as Ida and Katsumi fight, a flurry of kicks and explosions until one of them finally loses. Ida was able to take use of Katsumi's anger and kick her in the face, sending her out of bounds. Then I had to watch as Shoka completely overwhelmed Mina with her quirk. After that was a crazy battle between Izumi and Katsuki where Izumi barely won after having to break 2 of her fingers for 100%. I sigh and stand up, heading down to the hallway for my fight against Ida. I walk onto the stage and stand across from the glasses-wearing boy. "I hope you do not hold anything against me for my fight with Nezuko," he says. "It's all good. We are in a fighting tournament after all," I say, summoning my sword to my side. "Fighters ready? Fight," Namuri says. Ida charges at me using his engines and throws a high kick aimed for my head. I duck under it and sweep his other leg out from under him. He falls to the ground and I jump up and axe kick him in the stomach, sending him into the ground. I jump back and stand at the ready, my hand on my sword. He stands up and faces me before running at me again. I dodge his kicks and draw my sword. "Breath of flame, second form. Rising scorching sun," I say. My sword connects with his right leg and he gets launched back. I rush forward and spin, kicking him in the stomach. He flies out of bounds and tumbles across the ground. He stops rolling a little ways away from the ring and I lower my leg back to the ground. "And the winner is Izuku Kamado." Namuri cheers. The crowd erupts into cheers again and I walk over to Ida and hold out a hand to him. "Good fight," I say, helping him to his feet. "It was. Thank you for such a good fight," he says. We walk back up to the stands and I watch as Izumi and Shoka fight each other in a giant clash of fire, ice, punches, and sparks coming from Izumi. After a serious fight and a few broken fingers, Izumi manages to win. "Great, now I have to fight another annoyance," I say, standing up. "Don't kill her," Nezuko says as I begin walking away. "We'll see," I say, walking down the stairs. I walk down the hall until I step on to the stage standing across from Izumi. "Guess we're fighting Nichan," she says. "I've told you before and I'll say it again. Do not call me Nichan," I say, glaring. "How about this? If I win, you have to come back to the family," she says. "And when I win?" ask. "If you win, then I'll stop calling you Nichan," she says. "Good enough, but I'll add a little to the deal. I will only use one style," I say, unsheathing my sword. "Don't be cocky," she says. "Fighters ready? Fight," Namuri says. Green sparks surround Izumi and she blasts towards me. I grip my sword and release a long hot breath. "Breath of the sun, 7th form. Sunflower thrust," I shout. My blade makes contact with her shoulder and she gets sent back almost to the line. "Where did all that confidence go? You were so sure of your victory, weren't you?" ask. "I will make you come back," she says. We both charge forward and I ready my sword. "Breath of the sun, 10th form. Solar heat haze," I say. She seems to think the blade missed before it makes contact with her head and sends her plummeting into the floor. I jump back and glare at her as she makes her way to her feet. "I'm not done yet," she says. She charges forward and her shirt sleeve tears off. "So she's using 100%? Won't be enough," I say. I take my stance and wait for her to reach me. "Breath of the sun, 11th form. Dragon sun halo head dance," I shout, swinging my blade. It makes contact with the side of her stomach and the giant dragon is shown to devour her and carry her out of the ring and slam her into the arena wall and bury her into it. "My win," I say, sheathing my blade. "And the winner of this year's sports festival is Izuku Kamado." Namuri cheers. The crowd erupts into cheers, louder than before, and I simply put my hands in my pockets and start walking back to the stands. "Wait, Izuku. You have to stay for the award ceremony," Namuri calls out. "Sorry, Namuri, but I know who's handing out the medals. I'm not staying for him," I say, walking into the hallway. I walk down the hallway before stopping next to a hallway. "Why are you down here this time?" Zoro asks. "Wanted to congratulate you on your win. You seem to have a grudge against that last girl and showed some impressive moves, but that leads me to a question," he says, stepping out of the shadows. "Well, go ahead and ask," I say. "Those forms you use, they're not a quirk, are they?" he asks. My eyes widen and my head snaps to him. "How? Tell me, how do you know?" I ask, stepping towards him. Throughout the Roronoa family, there was a legend about the sword styles that relied on breathing. How there was a strong warrior who seemed to wield the power of the sun with a sword. The legend said there was an organization of swordsmen who fought to protect the world from ones who wanted to end it. "I saw you use those styles that no one else could," he says. "And what are you going to do with this information?" ask. "Nothing. It's not my area to tell people about this. But I can help you improve these styles if you intern with me. You could even learn to fuse it with my style and make them even stronger. So think it over. Later, he says, walking away. Zoro, I say, making him stop. Can't wait to learn this style of yours. I say, can't wait to teach it to a new swordsman. He says with a grin. He walks off and I walk back up to the stands with a small smile. This is going to be an interesting internship. Izuku POV. After the sports festival, we were given a 3-day break to recover. But unfortunately, we have to go back to school now as the break is over. School is going to be so boring after such an awesome festival. Kaminari whines as we sit in the classroom. I know what you mean. After seeing those crazy fights, normal school things are going to suck. Mina says, everyone shut up. Aizawa says, walking into the room. Everyone quiets down and he stands at the podium. Good, you're learning. Now before we begin, we need to review the sports festival. You all did well being able to get through the first obstacle, but several of you need to work on stepping it up in terms of power. But that's not the only thing that's come from the sports festival. The sports festival doesn't only serve as entertainment or a way for you to show how strong you are. It also serves as a way for pros to see which students they would like to have intern with them. Pros watch the sports festival and put in offers to take students in and help them grow to be better heroes. Here are all the offers we received. He says, a screen projects on the wall showing names and the amount of offers someone received. And by far I had the most. Izuku has over 10,000 offers? The class yells. I did win the sports festival, so it only makes sense. I say, shrugging. You will each get a sheet with the names of the heroes who put in an offer for you, and you will have till the end of the day to turn in your paper. He says, everyone gets handed some papers and I get a giant stack of them. Not that it matters. I'm choosing Zoro's internship anyway. And internships also lead to another thing. You all need to choose your hero names. And since I'm not good with that, someone will be helping you. He says, and that person is me. Namuri says, bursting into the room. I will help you pick what names are appropriate and will be approved, or which will be denied. Now let's get to it, she says. Everyone gets a whiteboard and a marker and people start presenting their names. The Upper Moon hero, Kazuki. Nezuko says, approved. Namuri says, I head up and present my name next. The Pillar hero, Hashira. I say, approved. Namuri says, everyone finishes presenting their names and we're left to choose our internships. Man, how are you going to decide between all those offers, Izuku? Kirishima asks. Simple. I already have my choice picked. I say, writing down Zoro's name. Zoro? I've never heard of him before. Zero says, looking over my shoulder. I have my reasons for choosing him, and you will all see when I return. I say, who do you think you're going to choose? Coco ask. From all my offers, I think I'm going to choose Ryukyu. She's the highest ranking hero on my list, and she's also the highest ranking female hero. She says, nice. Speaking of the internships, there's something we need to talk about. I say, what is it? She asks. What are we doing with Kigo? We can't take him with us. We're going to be training all day and probably going on patrols. We couldn't take a kid with us. I say, the kid can stay with me. A dry voice says, are you sure, Aizawa? Ask, come with me, problem family. He says, standing up. Nezuko and I walk out after him and he leads us to an empty room. So what's up? Ask, we haven't told you to, but Namuri and I are secretly a thing. He says, looking away. Wait, seriously? Why weren't we told? Ask, because you're you and we wanted to keep it a secret for now. He says, yeah, that's fair. I say, and lately Namuri has been talking about children, so this would be a good opportunity to see what it's really like. He says, all right, but if he gets hurt, I'm coming for you, hobo. I say, sure. Just drop off all of his things before you leave on Friday. He says, we head back to the classroom and continue the day like normal. Time skip Friday. Everything you should need for him is in this seal. Just throw water on it and it will come undone. I say, handing Aizawa a piece of paper. Be good for Aizawa, okay? We'll be back in 2 weeks. Nezuko says, bending down to Kigo's height. I will. He says, good. Now if Aizawa gives you any trouble, what did I tell you to do? Ask, shave his head while he's sleeping. He responds innocently, stop corrupting the kid. Aizawa says, whatever. Well, my train is here. I'll see you all when I get back. I say, stay safe. Nezuko says, giving me a quick kiss. I'll try, but somehow danger always finds me. I say, problem, child. Aizawa says with a deadpan expression. Shut up, and I'll see you later, Kigo. Don't be too annoying. I say, giving him a quick hug. I'll try, he says. All right, well, I'll see you guys. I say. I pick up the case with my hero costume and head to the train for Hosu. I find a seat and scroll through Herogram looking at random news of villains, and I find an interesting article on the hero killer. Apparently he has killed a bunch of pro heroes and his quirk is still unknown. Anyway, when I finally reach Hosu, I get off the train and follow the instructions to get to Zoro's place when I finally reach an old-style Japanese dojo. Nice place, I say. I walk up to the door and knock. It's opened a few seconds later by a tall, pretty woman. Hi, I'm looking for Zoro. He here. Ask. Oh, you must be Izuku. Zoro told me that you would be coming. Please come in. She says. Thanks, I say, stepping in. Zoro should be in the dojo. It's down that hall, third door on the right. She says, pointing to a hall. Thank you, I say, then remember I don't know her name. Oh, how rude of me. I'm Robin Roranoa, Zoro's wife. She says. It's nice to meet you, I say. Likewise. Now go on, Zoro doesn't like late people. She says. Right, I say. I walk down the hallway and open the door to see Zoro swinging a long pole with weights on it as if it were a sword. Huh? Oh, it's you. He says, dropping the weights. They make a loud thud and I'm surprised the floor didn't break. Welcome to my home. I'm surprised you actually chose me. I was sure you had thousands of offers. He says, none of them could show me as much as you probably could. I say, ha 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 ha. I like you, kid. Now let's get into training. Change into your hero suit and meet me in the courtyard with both of your swords. He says. I walk over to the changing room and switch into my hero suit, then walk back over to the courtyard. You look like a bartender, he says. There's no reason I can't look awesome while I separate someone's head from their body. I say, drawing both my swords. Good point. Now I want you to come at me with a strong attack and try to kill me. He says. Are you sure? Ask. I'm positive. Now come at me. He says, drawing one of his swords. If you say so, I say, gripping my swords tighter. Breath of the beast, fourth Fong. Slice and dice, I say, charging him. As I swing my blades, he brings up his and goes to block my strike. I continue the swing thinking my blade would cut through his, but I was wrong. The sword in my left hand made contact with his blade and he cut through it, sending me tumbling across the ground. I sit up and look down at the broken sword in my hand. He cut through my blade. But how? Ask. I turn to him to see him sheathing his sword. I slowly stand up and walk over to him. How? How did you cut through my blade? Ask. I aimed for the weak point in your sword. It is true that you are a powerful swordsman, but you are limited to what you can do. You use those styles exactly as they are written. While they are strong, you need to make them your own so they fit to your fighting style. In these 2 weeks, I am going to teach you how to use my style and how to incorporate your style into it and create your own. He says, thank you, sensei. I say, bowing. Good. Now before we begin, let's go eat. Can't train on an empty stomach, he says. Right, I say. We head back into the house and to a dining room where there was a long table with enough food for 10 people. Are there other people joining us? Ask. Just my wife and son, he says, taking his seat. How much do you eat? I ask, taking a seat. A lot, he says. The door opens and in walks Robin and a weird reindeer kid. Oh, you're Izuku. Dad's told me a bunch about you and I saw your fight at the sports festival. You're super cool, he says. Heh, thanks. But since you know my name, could I know yours? Ask. Oh, my name is Tony Roranoa, but everyone calls me Chopper. I'm 15 and my quirk is human reindeer, he says. Wait, you're 15? Ask. Yeah, I may not look it, but I'm already in college too, he says. College? Ask. Yeah, I've studied since I was a kid and am training to become a doctor. He says, taking some food. That's pretty impressive, I say, taking my own plate of food. Thanks. Maybe if you get hurt, I could be the one to patch you up. He says, I would like that, but my quirk has a healing factor, so I won't need much medical help. I say, too bad, but at least recommend me to your hero friends. He says, you got it, I say. We continue eating with minor conversations and my slight amazement at how much food Zoro could eat. After we finish eating, we head back to the dojo and he hands me 3 wooden swords. Until you get the style down, I want you using practice swords so you don't accidentally cut off your own head. He says, all right, so what's my first step in learning your style? Ask. The proper stances and way to hold the swords. He says. He puts one sword in each of my hands and I'm surprised by where I hold the last one. I hold it with my teeth? Ask. Is that a problem? He asks. Nope, just surprising. I say, placing the last sword in my mouth. He shows me the way to properly swing the blades and it's quite difficult, especially the strikes with the sword in my mouth. By the end of the day, my mouth is pretty sore from holding a sword all day and my arms are slightly shaking from the constant swings to the training dummy. That's enough for today. I'll show you to your room for the night, Zoro says. I put the swords away and follow him down a hallway and he stops in front of a door. You can stay here. All your things are already in there. We start training early in the morning, so get some sleep. He says, walking away. I open the door and grab my suitcase. I find a pair of shorts and a t-shirt and quickly change into them. I then grab my phone and see a missed call from Nezuko. I sit down on my futon and call her back. It rings for a few seconds before she picks up. Hey Coco, I just finished training, so sorry I couldn't accept your call before. I say, it's all right. How was training? She asks, hard. He has an intense training regimen for me. How was your first day? Ask. It was fun. Ryukyu is super nice and she's helping me improve my fighting style. She says, that's good. I bet when we get back to school we'll be on a whole other level. I say, you might be right. She says, hey Nezuko, it's time for lights out. A voice says in the background, sorry Zuzu, but I have to go now. Love you. She says, love you too. I say, hanging up. I fall back onto the futon and close my eyes. This is going to be an eventful 2 weeks. I'm not going to do the whole 2 weeks day by day, so I'll show you what he did each day. Day 2. Trained by practicing strikes on training dummy and was shown the forms for the 3-sword style. Day 3. Continued to practice striking and was shown the forms for 3-sword style but was mostly unsuccessful in performing them. Day 4. Started sparring against Zoro but was completely unable to land a single hit and was covered in bruises. Day 5. Practiced strikes in the morning, then later would spar with Zoro. Zoro also began teaching him another ability, but that will remain unsaid for now. Day 6. Sparred against Zoro and practiced the forms for 3-sword style, becoming slightly more successful. Continued practicing new ability at night. Day 7. Started trying to combine breathing techniques with 3-sword style but was mostly unsuccessful. Day 8. Continued sparring and trying to combine the breaths. He was also improving with the new ability. Day 9. Sparred with Zoro and was finally able to land a few hits. The new ability was also becoming much better and being used more often. Day 10. Combining breaths with 3-sword style was becoming more successful. Expanded on new ability. Day 11. Practiced strikes with weighted swords to make movements more swift and easy. The new ability also grew in power. Day 12. Sparred with weighted swords to deal with stronger recoil and to recover easier. Combining breaths became easier, though some techniques were still unsuccessful. Day 13. Sparred with regular practice swords and managed to hit Zoro a decent amount of times. New ability used in combat for testing and helped improve abilities. It was the final day of the internships and I was sitting across from Zoro in the dojo. I'm impressed. In the past 2 weeks you have shown incredible progress in the 3-sword style, and I know you can improve even more. Continue to take my teachings and expand on them to make yourself even stronger. He says, thank you, sensei. I say, bowing my head. Now before we begin our final day of me teaching you, I wish to give you a few gifts. He says, standing up. He walks over to a closet and pulls out 2 boxes. He walks back over and sits in front of me again. In this box lies one of my first swords. It has proved to be a great companion, but I had felt like it did not belong to me. I want you to take this sword and wield it proudly. I give you the blade, Shusui. He says. He opens the box and pulls out a beautifully crafted katana. And in this box is the sword of my teacher, the man who taught me to improve my sword style and become as strong as I am today. Before he passed, he told me to give his sword to someone with the potential to use it to its greatest ability. And with that, I present to you the sword Yoru. Take this blade and show the world your strength. He says, taking out the second sword. I look over both blades and notice how Yoru was a bit bigger in length and width than a normal blade. I was fine with that, as a bigger size meant more destructive force. Take these blades and prove to the world that anyone can do it. Show the world that if you don't give up, you can become the greatest. He says, Sensei, are you sure? I can tell these blades are important to you. If you don't wish to part with them, you can keep them. I say, nonsense. I have wielded these blades myself, and I can tell I am not the rightful one to wield them. I wish to pass them on to you. Plus, I broke your other blade, so you're already down to one. He says, I cannot thank you enough, Sensei, for all the teachings and the gifts. I say, think of it as one swordsman passing his legacy onto another. Now let's eat because we're going on patrol soon. He says, standing up. I stand up as well and strap my new words to my left hip with hinakami, the name for the blade given to me by Tenjiro. I started strapping them all together after Zoro said it would be easier to move with them all on one side since they won't move around on each side and I can hold them still like this. I follow after Zoro down the hall to the dining room and meet up with the rest of his family. Right on time, you two. I made more than usual, so you have energy for your patrol. Robin says, thank you for the meal, Robin. I say, sitting down. It's no problem, Izuku. Now let's dig in. She says, we all eat together, and when we finish, Zoro and I split up to change into our hero costumes. After we change, we meet back up in front of his house. We're heading deeper into Hosu where there's more crime. You won't get much experience from fighting the ones around here. We'll take the train there. He says, calling a taxi. We hop in and head to the train station before getting on the train for downtown Hosu. When we were almost there, the side of the train suddenly burst open and an object came crashing through. A Nomu? I shout once the dust clears. Hashira, I'll take this guy. You make sure that people around the city are safe. Zoro says, drawing his sword. Got it. These things are tough, so don't die. I say, jumping out of the hole in the train. I land on a rooftop and jump from rooftop to rooftop, small sparks of lightning around me. I look in the alleys for any injured or more Nomus until I see the glint of a blade. I look into the alley to see a guy with several blades about to stab Ida. I draw Yoru and jump down towards them. Breath of the Moon, first form. Dark Moon, Evening Palace. I say, landing in front of them. I knock his blade out of his hand and he jumps back. I step forward and stand in front of Ida, drawing Shusui in my other hand. Izuku, get out of here. This is my fight. Ida yells. Shut up. I snap at him. You can't talk back to me when you're on your deathbed like this. So sit back and let me save your stupid ass. I say, Kihei, nice move there, brat. But get out of here, this is no place for a kid like you. Stain says, I'm a hero in training. Taking down villains like you is kinda my future job. Might as well get a head start. I say, crouching slightly. You seem like a promising hero. Too bad you have to die here, he shouts, charging me. He's pretty fast and he draws two of his blades before jumping at me. Breath of Water, first form. Water surface slash. I say, I swing my blades outward and knock both of his blades away before moving in and kicking him in the stomach. I'll admit you're good with a sword, but it won't be enough, he shouts, throwing some knives at me. I block them and get ready to block his next attack. He jumps into the air and dive bombs at me, spinning like a razor-edged top. I race my blades in an X and block the strike. I pull back one of the blades and lightning coats the blade. Breath of Thunder, second form. Rice Spirit. I say, swinging the one blade. He gets burned and electrocuted from the blast and flies back into a wall. Give up, hero killer. You won't be able to beat me, I say, pointing my blade at him. The only response I get is a dark, scratchy laugh. I think I've won this, he says, showing a drop of blood on his blade. Izuku, don't let him drink it. If he drinks your blood, you'll be paralyzed. Ida shouts. That's not what I'm worried about. I shout back. If he ingests my blood, the demon cells will drive him mad, I think. I charge at him with my blades, Rai said, but he licks the blood off the blade. No, I shout, trying to reach him with my blade. He gulps down the blood and I feel my body stiffen, but I manage to hold my ground. Though he isn't any better. His eyes became bloodshot and he started thrashing around wildly. It burns. It burns. What's happening? He yells. He continues screaming until it turns into an insane laughter. He slowly stands to his feet and looks up at me, revealing his now crimson-red slitted eyes. Shit, I have to kill him now. I didn't want it to turn out this way, I say, drawing hinakami. I place it in my mouth and crouch slightly into the three sword styles fighting stance. He charges me again, much faster than before, and swings his blades wildly. Die, 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 he shouts. I don't like that idea, so no, I shout, knocking him away. Breath of the Sun. Burning bones, summer sun, I say. I swing all the blades and torrents of flames burst from the blades and head towards Stain. He was able to dodge the flames, but I crouch down and flames burst around me. Breath of the sun, flash dance, I say. I charge forward faster than he can react and get in close. This is it for you, Stain, I say, raising my blade. Breath of the sun, clear blue sky, I shout. I swing the blades in a full circle, successfully decapitating Stain, and his body slowly crumbles to dust as I land on the ground. I'm sorry it had to end this way. You had a good goal, but your way of achieving it was cruel and wrong. May your soul rest in peace, I say, clapping my hands together. I then walk back over to the injured hero who was staring in shock. Are you okay, sir? If you hold still, I can attempt to stop the bleeding, I say, kneeling next to him. Am I okay? You just fought the hero killer and then killed him, he shouts. I did what needed to be done. My quirk contaminates my blood, so when he ingested it, it turned him into a mindless killing machine. There was no cure, so the only way was for me to kill him, I say. I unseal a roll of bandages from a seal on my belt and start to wrap the wounds on his body. Once I'm done, I stand up and put the rest of the bandages in the seal. Ida, I say, not turning to him. Why yes? He asks nervously. I understand that he hurt your brother and now he can't do hero work, but revenge isn't the answer, I say. But nothing. Stain is a dangerous enemy that most pro heroes couldn't beat. What makes you think a student in his first year of hero school can? If I wasn't here to save you, you would be lying on the ground dead. If you ever do something like this again, I will see to it that you are punished accordingly. Are we clear? I ask angrily. Why yes, sir, he says. Good. Now how bad are your injuries? I ask, helping Native to his feet. Aside from the cut in my shoulder, I'm in good condition, he says. All right, since you're in such good condition, you can carry Native out of here, I say. He walks over and wraps one of Native's arms around his shoulder. I'm gonna need a drink after this, I say, lighting a cigarette. Izuku, underage drinking is not appropriate for one's becoming heroes, Ida says. Thin ice, Ida, I say, blowing a puff of smoke. We walk down the alley until we reach the street where a bunch of heroes are. Ida, there you are. What happened? A water-themed hero asks, running up to us. I'm guessing your manual. Well, next time keep a better eye on your student. I had to save his ass from getting killed by the hero killer, I say, blowing out another puff of smoke. Hero killer? Where is he? A random hero asks. Dead, I simply say. Huh? The heroes ask. Like I said, he's dead. I'm the one who killed him, I say. You killed the hero killer? They yell. Yup. His quirk was some kind of paralysis ability where if he drinks someone's blood, he can paralyze them. Unfortunately for him, my quirk contaminates my blood. When he drank my blood, he turned into a mindless killing machine. There is no cure, so it was either he died or we did, I say. Nice job, kid, Zoro says, walking up to me. What's with the cigarette? They're good and they have no effect on my lungs, so they're fine for me. Plus mine are flavored. This one's chocolate, I say. Nice, though it reminds me of a certain shitty cook. He says, pervert. I ask, blowing a puff of smoke. Pervert, he confirms. My nose suddenly picks up a scent and I stick my arm out, pushing Ida to the side. A Nomu with wings was diving towards us and I barely was able to push Ida out of the way in time. It bites into my shoulder, but I don't budge. I'm already annoyed, so I'd appreciate it if you would. Fuck off, I say, glaring into the eyes of the Nomu. It backs off and tries to jump away, but I draw Yoru and cut its head off. Just to be sure, I jam Yoru into its brain. Breath of flame 10th form. Lion's burning jaws, I say. Flames burst from the sword, but not the normal red. These flames were a bright pale blue. The flames take the shape of a lion's head before devouring the Nomu's head. I created the 10th form with Zoro and created several other new techniques. What a nuisance, I say, sheathing Yoru. I look back up to the shocked faces of the pros and a proud look from Zoro. The fuck's your problem? Ask. I don't think their brains can comprehend what just happened. I mean, you did just intimidate a mindless beast, then kill it. They probably had a bunch of trouble with one, and you made it look like a cakewalk. Zoro says. Whatever. Let's head back to your place, I need a drink, I say. I can always go for a drink, Zoro says. I know you can, I say as we head back for his house. Izuku POV. Please come back anytime, Izuku. It was fun having you around. Robin says as we stand by the door. And when you come back, you better be able to give me a good fight. Zoro adds, don't worry, next time I come back, I'll be sure to kick your ass. I say with a grin. Challenge accepted, kid. You better keep your word. He says, hey, next time you come over, let me study your body. Chopper says, jumping up. You got it. Next time I come here, you can cut up my body as much as you want. I say, well, I should get going now. Don't want to miss my train. Stay safe, Izuku, Robin says, and take good care of the swords. Zoro says, I will. Well, I'll be off now. See ya, I say, walking away. I put on some headphones and play some random music and walk down the sidewalk to the train station. When I reach the station, I buy a ticket before sitting on the train. My music suddenly stops and I see that my phone died. Must have forgotten to charge it, I say, putting away my headphones. I lean back in my chair and just try to wait it out. I look around and see people looking at me and whispering to each other. If you have something to say, you can go ahead and say it, I say. They all freeze until one kid who looks about 14 speaks up. Are you the hero in training Hashira? He asks. Yeah, that's me. Is something up? Ask. It's really you. Can I get an autograph? He asks, pulling out a piece of paper. Sure, I say, grabbing the piece of paper. A police chief visited Zoro and I last night and talked to us about who would take credit for the whole beating stain thing. Of course, no one would know I actually killed him, but I still got credit for helping Zoro beat him. I sign the paper and hand it back to the kid. This is so cool. I got an autograph from Hashira, he says, running off. I laugh a little and sign a few autographs for some other people and even take a picture or two. I finally reach my stop and get off the train, heading back to UA. I walk down the paths, enjoying the nice weather until I finally reach UA. I follow the path to the dorms and open the doors to see most of my class sitting in the common room. Hey guys, glad to see I don't have to stop the dorm from burning down yet, I say, walking in. Yeah, you got lucky. We just stopped Kaminari from trying to cook, Zero says. Nice job. Now I gotta go unpack, I say, going up the stairs. I open my door to see Nezuko unpacking and Kigo laying on the bed. Hey, you two, I say, walking in. Dad, Kigo shouts, jumping off the bed. I laugh a little and pick him up into a hug. How you been, bud? Hope you didn't miss us too much, I say. I didn't. I had fun with Aizawa and Namuri while you were gone. And Aizawa had cute cats too, he says. That's good. I'll have to thank Aizawa sometime. Maybe get him some coffee, I say. He would probably love that, though he might not trust it if it's from you, Nezuko says, walking up to us. That's probably fair. But how was your internship? I ask, giving her a quick kiss. It was eventful. I met an upperclassman named Nijire and she helped me during the internships. She says, good. Now I gotta start unpacking my clothes and things, I say, putting Kigo back on the ground. We're all done, so we'll be downstairs when you finish, Nezuko says. The two walk out and I go over to my dresser and unseal my suitcase and swords. I put all my clothes away and put the swords on their mounts before walking out of my room and heading back down to the common room. I sit down on the couch next to Nezuko and lean back into it. You seem tired, Nezuko comments. Extreme training for 13 days plus fighting the hero killer will tire anyone out. Even people with insane stamina like me, I say. Oh, that's right. You fought the hero killer. How are you alive? Kaminari asks as everyone looks at me. I kicked his ass. Simple as that, I say. He killed several pro heroes and you just say that you kicked his ass? Zero asks. Yup, that's pretty much all that happened. Found him in an alley about to kill the hero native, so I jumped in and beat him. I say, you are seriously insane. Who in their right mind just jumps in to fight a mass killer? Mina asks, if you just now realized that I'm insane, you must not have been paying much attention. I say, we continue to hang out until lights out, where we all head back to our rooms. I pick up the already asleep Kigo and bring him into his room and lay him in his bed. I then walk out of his room and join Nezuko in bed. I missed this, Nezuko says, hugging me. I did too. I had trouble sleeping sometimes without you next to me, I say, wrapping my arms around her. That's so sweet, she says, hugging me tighter. I smile and kiss the top of her head before laying my head down on the pillow. Good night, Coco. I love you, I say. I love you too, Zuzu, she says. Next day, we were sitting in class waiting for our hobo of a teacher to walk in. But when he did, he kind of surprised us. He didn't look tired. I jump at him and summon Shusui to my hand. I try to stab at him, but he barely manages to dodge, making me drive Shusui into the wall. Who the hell are you? Aizawa is always tired, I say, pulling Shusui out of the wall. Sit down, problem child. Namuri made me shave and take off of hero work last night, so I was able to sleep. He says, I'll trust you for now, but I don't fully believe you're Aizawa yet. I say, resealing Shusui. I sit back in my seat and he walks to the podium. Since it's your first day back, we will only do some hero training. So suit up and meet me at Ground Tetra, he says as the cases come from the wall. We grab our cases and head to the locker rooms to change. I quickly change into my hero suit and walk out, my sword strapped to my side, and line up with everyone. Hey Izuku, why do you have 3 swords? And how come we've never seen these ones before? Kirishima asks. You'll see why I have them when we do some fighting. And the new ones were a gift from my sensei during the internships. It's actually this blade I used to fight the hero killer, I say, resting my hand on Yoru's hilt. Alright everyone, today we will be doing a rescue race. I will be stationed in the middle of this field, and you have to make your way through the pipes to get to me. First one there wins the round, Asmite says, standing in front of everyone. The first group to go will be Izuku Kamado, Amina Ashido, Hantasiro, Mashareo Ojiro, and Tenya Ida. Everyone please line up and take your positions, and everyone who is not competing please stand aside. You can watch the entire race on the monitors, Inko says as Asmite heads into the pipe field. I line up with everyone and crouch down with lightning crackling around me. But this lightning wasn't the normal yellow. No, it was replaced with a dark crimson red. Ready, go, Inko says. Breath of Thunder 8th form. Lightning spear, I say. I blast off in a bolt of lightning and zip around from pipe to pipe until I reach the center. I stop in front of Asmite and stand up fully, my hands in my pockets. My win, I say with a grin. Lightning Spear is a new move I created that resembles Thunderclap and Flash. Though Lightning Spear is a little slower, it focuses more on maneuvering around objects without disrupting the form. The other main difference would be that Lightning Spear is a piercing attack where I stab the opponent instead of slashing. Alright, winner, Izuku Kamado, Asmite announces. I jump up onto a pipe and start walking back to the stage where we began. I jump from the pipe and land in front of everyone. Well, that was easy. I'm gonna take a nap. Wake me up if Kaminari sets something on fire, I say, sitting down. Have a little more faith in me than that. How would I even start a fire right now? He asks. Trust me, you'd find a way, I say, leaning against a wooden beam. I close my eyes and relax into the beam, only to be woken up by having to dodge a fucking knife. I stick up my hand and catch the knife between my fingers and start playing with it. Alright, who's the asshole that's dying today? I ask, opening one eye. The others seem surprised by the sudden knife as well until a voice calls out. Hey, has anyone seen a knife come by here? A voice calls out. I stand up and see a pink-haired girl running up to us. I think this is what you're looking for, I say, holding out the knife. Oh, thanks. I was testing out a knife shooter and it misfired, she says. Cool. And shouldn't you be in your class? Ask. Nope. I'm in the support course and we're testing our inventions now. Which means I get to test my babies, she says. Babies? I ask, confused. Oh, that's what I call my inventions. Hey, since you're in the hero course, do you need any changes made to your hero costume? She asks, running around me. I don't need any improvements, I say. Then how about your swords? These ones are so boring and old. I can make you some new super cool high-tech ones, she says. Don't insult my blades, I say, glaring down at her. Alright. Well, if you ever need improvements, I'll be in the support classroom, so go there, she says, running off. Am I the only one who thought that was weird? I ask, looking around. Nope, she's crazy, Mina says. Anyway, now that we're done, we can go back to the dorms, I say. Hold it, problem child. I need to make an announcement, so everyone line up, Aizawa says. Everyone lines up and he stands at the front, still in his sleeping bag. Final exams are coming up, so you all need to prepare. There will not only be the written exam, but also a practical exam where we will test how far you've come from the beginning of the year. He says. Final? I haven't studied at all, Mina says. Me neither. I haven't taken any notes this entire year. Kaminari panics. Oh, shut up, you two. We can hold a giant study session in the dorms so we can all study together. I'll even help you too personally, I say, "Our savior." They say, bowing in front of me. "Shut up and get in line." I say, "Yes, sir." They say, jumping up and going back to their spots. In additional news, during the summer break, we will be hosting a training camp to help you improve your quirks. If you fail either test, you will not be allowed to go. You're dismissed now, Aizawa says. "All right, let's head back to the dorms. I gotta go get Kigo, so I'll see you guys." I say, walking in the opposite direction of them. I don't even bother changing from my hero costume and hop in my car, unsealing my car keys. I put my swords in the passenger seat and start up the car and drive down the road towards Kigo's school. I pull into the parking lot and turn off my car before climbing out. I walk over to the entrance of the school and get a few looks of recognition. I guess people can really tell who I am now after the Stain fight. I stuff my hands in my pockets and lean against the wall of the school, waiting for Kigo to come out. Excuse me?" a voice asks. I look over and see Rumi's mother, though she seems to be in a rush. "How can I help you, miss?" ask. "I was wondering if you could watch Rumi for a little while. I was called into work and my husband is out of town. I'll pay you for watching her." She says, "You don't need to pay me, ma'am. She can come hang out with Kigo at the dorms. When you're ready to pick her up, just head to UA and tell the guard to call for Izuku Kamado." I say, "Thank you so much. I need to go now, but tell Rumi I'll pick her up later." She says. I nod and she runs off to the parking lot while I just wait for the two to come out. I hear the faint sound of a bell ringing before the students come running out of the school. I look over the crowd easily. I mean, they were all like 5 anyway, so it wasn't hard, and spot a pair of wings next to a pair of bunny ears. "Hey, Kigo. Rumi? Over here," I say, waving. The two make their way through the crowd and stop in front of me. "Hey guys, Rumi, you're gonna come hang out with Kigo today and your mom is gonna pick you up later. So you guys wanna head out now?" Ask. "Play date." The two cheer. I laugh a little and lead them back to the car before helping them into their seats. I start up the car and pull onto the road and drive towards UA. We pass by a bakery and I decide to be nice and get something for the class. "Hey guys, how do you feel about some sweets?" I ask, looking into the mirror. They nod excitedly and I pull into one of the parking spots before hopping out. I help the other two out and we head into the shop. We wait in line until it's our turn and step up to the counter. "So what do you want, Rumi?" Ask. "Can I have some carrot cake?" she asks, her fluff tail wagging. "Of course." "And what do you want, Kigo?" Ask. "Chocolate cake," he says. "All right, so that'll be 1 slice of carrot cake, 1 slice of chocolate cake, and 3 dozen scones," I say to the worker. "All right, sir, that comes to a yen 7,250. She says. I pull out my wallet and pay her the money before going off to the side to wait for my order. A few minutes later, a worker comes over with my bag and hands it to me. "Have a good day and please come again, sir," they say. I wave over my shoulder and we walk back outside to my car, only to see someone trying to get into it. I walk up behind them and place my hand on their shoulder. "The hell do you think you're doing to my car?" Ask. "This is your car?" he asks. "Yeah, and I'd appreciate it if you left it alone," I say. "Hey, you're just a kid. This should be easier to just take it from you," he says. I sigh and pass the bag over to Kigo. "Hold this for a second, okay? Your dad needs to take care of a bit of a problem real quick," I say. He nods and I turn back to him, cracking my knuckles. "Before I crack your skull open, I think there's a little warning I should give you," I say. "And what might that be?" he asks cockily. "The name's Hashira, the hero in training," I say with a grin. His face pales slightly and I explode forward and jump into the air. I spin around and send a roundhouse kick into his head. My foot makes contact with the side of his head and I redirect my body and send him into the ground. I stand up fully and wipe off my hands before taking the bag back from Kigo. "Thanks, bud. Now let's head home before your mom worries," I say. I help the two back into their seats and place the bag in the passenger seat with my swords. I start up the car and pull out of my parking spot and drive down the road, completely leaving the unconscious body of the man who tried to steal my car. I drive down the road to UA, blasting some music the kids told me to before pulling into the UA parking lot. I turn off the car and put the swords back into their seal before hopping out of the car, grabbing the bags. The two kids hop out of the car and we head into the dorm building. Only a few people were in the common room, so I pulled out my phone and opened the class group chat. "I got food for everyone, so get down here before I eat it all." And within a few seconds, the entire class, minus the tormentors, was in front of me looking at me expectantly. "I got scones for everyone, so grab a plate and eat up," I say. I take out the pieces of cake I got for Rumi and Kigo and set them on the table with some forks. I pass out the scones with each person getting one and me taking all the ones that were left. "So who's the bunny?" Mina asks. "This is Rumi, one of Kigo's friends. Her mom was busy and asked if I could watch her, so I just said the two could have a play date." Rumi say hi. I say, "Hey, my name is Rumi Usajiyama and my quirk is rabbit. I'm 5 years old and I like carrots and beating up bullies." She says, "Don't act so tough. Remember what happens when I pet your ears?" Kigo asks, That's because my ears are sensitive. It won't happen again." She says, "Oh really?" Kigo asks with a grin. He reaches up and starts rubbing Rumi's ears and she blushes before making a noise similar to a purr and her right leg starts thumping. Hey, stop it," she whines. He stops and her leg settles down and she punched him in the arm. "Meanie," she mutters. "Hey, don't be mad at me. When you're angry at me, I can't see your cute smile. Please, Rumi, could you smile for me?" He asks. Did he really take the lesson I taught him about nezuko seriously? Oh, this is great. Thank God I've been recording this whole time. Rumi blushes and tries to hide her smile but is unsuccessful. "See? There's the super cute Rumi smile," Kigo says, smiling widely. Shut up," Rumi says, stuffing a piece of his chocolate cake in his mouth. He just laughs and goes back to eating his cake. I stop the recording and stuff my phone back in my pocket. "You got that on video?" Nezuko asks. "Yup. Can't wait to tease him with it when they start going out." I say, eating another scone. We all finish eating and head to the common room to chill. "Hey Dad, can we watch a movie?" Kigo asks. "Ask the others." I say, "Hey Uncle Yami, can we watch a movie?" Kigo asks, running up to Tokoyami. My eyes widen at the nickname and my head snaps in their direction to see Tokoyami patting Kigo's head. "You can do what you want, I'm not going to stop you," he says. "Yay! Rumi, come help me pick a movie," Kigo shouts, grabbing the remote. The two jump to the couch and scroll through Disney Plus, looking for a good movie. Eventually they decide on watching Beauty and the Beast. They press play on the movie and just about everyone gets into watching it. It was a good movie, but by the end most of the class was asleep, including the two little kids. I stand up and stretch my stiff back, then hear a notification from my phone. I take my phone out of my pocket and see a text from Aizawa. "Rabbit lady at gate asking for her daughter. Says she's with you. Be there in a sec." I walk over to Rumi and carefully pick her up, trying to not wake her. I grab her bag and walk out the door and head to the gate. I meet up with Aizawa and Rumi's mom and hand Rumi and her things over. "Thank you again for watching her," she says. "It was no problem. She was a lot of fun and her and Kigo had a lot of fun together." "Oh, speaking of, can I see your phone real quick?" Ask. She passes me her phone and I send her the video of Kigo flirting with Rumi. "You have to watch that. It's hilarious," I say, passing the phone back. "I'll watch it later. Well, I should be getting her home now. Thanks again," she says, walking away. "So, wanna explain why you're still in your hero costume?" Aizawa asks as we walk back to the dorms. "Huh? Oh, I forgot I was wearing this. Oh well, good time to test out my new seal, I guess," I say. I tap my chest and I'm a quick flash, I'm in my school uniform. "The fuck just happened?" Aizawa asks. "I made a new blood seal. You know how I would store something in one and then just take it out? Well, this one works differently. I stored a pair of clothes, the ones I'm wearing now, in it and can swap it out with the clothes I'm wearing. The clothes that get swapped are stored in the seal then and are waiting to be swapped. It took a while to get the science on how to make it go on my body down, but I got it." I say, "And where exactly is the seal?" he asks. I unbutton the top buttons of my shirt and pull down my undershirt to show the blood seal that's printed on my chest. "It's like a tattoo and I find it awesome," I say. "You are definitely a problem child," he says, shaking his head. "Whatever. I'll see ya in class tomorrow," I say, walking into the dorms. I walk over to the couch and see all of my asleep classmates sprawled out on the couches. I quickly pull out my phone and start taking a few pictures, like one of Tokoyami asleep on a chair and Tsuyu curled into a ball in his lap asleep. One of Kirishima laying on a couch and Enmina asleep on top of him. One of Kaminari and Jiro leaning on one another asleep. And one of Ojiro laying on the floor and the invisible girl clinging onto his arm. Once I have my pictures, I walk over to Kigo and pick him up, bringing him up to the room. I walk into his room and lay him in his bed and pull the covers over before heading back downstairs. I walk over to the couch and pick up Nezuko bridal style before heading back upstairs. I lay her in the bed and change into some comfortable clothes before climbing in with her. I wrap my arms around her, and even in her sleep, she snuggles into my warmth. I smile a little before closing my eyes and letting my consciousness slip away. I was leaning back in my chair, half awake and bored out of my mind. The reason for my boredom? We were doing review for the finals and I already know all of this. Though my day was slightly better. The girl tormentors weren't in class, so that was a plus. Most of them aren't near me, so I'm good. Will Izuku Kamado report to my office, please? Nezu asks over the speakers. Thank God. This should cure my boredom for a little while. See ya in a bit, hobo. I say, walking out of the room. I walk down the hallway towards Nezu's office. I knock on his door and head in after hearing a come in from the other side. So what did you need, rat man? I ask, stepping into the room. I stop by the door after I see the other occupants of the room. The bitch tormentors and my parents. You got 5 seconds to explain before I run. I say, they have a proposition of sorts for you. I am leaving this to you and you alone, as I am not fit to make decisions in this situation. Nezu says, I can tell he's angry, and if he's angry, I'm probably gonna get pissed. So what's this proposition? I ask, turning to them. I'll be blunt. We want you to marry these 3 girls here. Might says, gesturing to the 3 blushing girls. Sweet home Alabama. I sing in my head. I'm leaving. I say, wait, why won't you marry them? You would have 3 very beautiful and powerful wives by your side. Inko asks, maybe because I have a wife I love dearly? I ask sarcastically. So, you can just leave her and come to us, Izu. I mean, we're obviously better than that skank wife of yours. Katsumi says, you insult my wife again and I'll separate your head from your shoulders. I say, glaring at her. She retreats back and hides behind Shoka. Izuku, you will marry them and come back to the family. I don't care if I have to force you. I will. Might says, stepping forward. What right do you have to make me do this? I ask angrily. I am your father and you will do as I say, he says. The ground around me starts cracking and waves of pressure come off me. Nezu, I say in a cold voice. Whatever my final exam is, change it. I'm fighting this asshole here and proving that he has no power over me. I say, pointing to Might. That is interesting, Izuku, considering we were going to make the students fight the teachers. Though the teachers would be wearing restraints to weaken themselves. He says, no restraints. I want him coming at me at full power. I say, are you sure? He is the #1 hero after all. Nezu warns. You think I give a shit? To me, this asshole will always be at the bottom of the barrel. I say. I turn to walk out but stop by the door, my hand on the door frame. I'll make you this deal. If you win, I'll leave Nezuko and agree to your quirk marriage. But when I win, I start glaring over my shoulder. You will publicly announce what has happened in my life and leave me the fuck alone. That is mighty cocky, Izuku. You should not make bets you are guaranteed to lose, he says. That's why I'm making this bet. You could shatter both my arms and I'd still fight until I win. And that's a promise. This will be my victory, I say. I step out into the hallway and release my hold on the doorframe, showing the clear indentations my fingers made into the wall. I walk down the hall, still pissed off, and head to my classroom. We were in between classes, so people were walking through the hall, and it was annoying me with how many people there were. I reached the classroom only for some blonde moron to be in my way. Move. Now, I say, standing behind him. Huh? Is one a scum speaking to someone like me with such a tone? I'll have you know I am Nito Minoma from the Superior 1B. So you should bow down to me, he says, turning to me. I reach out and grab his head before slamming his face into the wall in a single motion. I said, move. I am not in the mood for someone to mess with me, I say as he slumps to the ground unconscious. Some orange-haired girl runs up and grabs his limp body before bowing an apology and running off. I step into the room, ignoring the frightened looks on my classmates' faces, and step up to Aizawa. I'm going to training ground Gamma. I need to destroy stuff before I kill someone, I say. He nods and I jump out the window, landing on the ground carefully. I walk to ground Gamma and practically rip the doors off and walk into the building. I tap my chest and my hero costume comes over my body, replacing my uniform. My 3 swords appear on my side and I draw Yoru and Shusui, walking to the center of the building. I stomp on the ground and numerous mountains form around the area. For the next hour, the only sounds you could hear from the building were sounds of crashing, destruction, and most importantly, the sound of things blowing up by the sheer force of the strikes. You really know how to cause some damage, Aizawa says from the door. When you're pissed off, everything becomes a punching bag. Just be thankful I wasn't near Mineta. I say, sheathing Yoru and Shusui. Not sure if I should be thankful for that. I should probably expel that midget at some point. He says, tossing me a water bottle. I sit down on one of the chopped down mountains and chug about half the water bottle. Thanks. And isn't class still going on? Ask. Actually, they're on their way here with Cementos to do some training for the final exam. He says, heck, can't wait to see their reaction to the destruction. I say, what the hell happened here? I hear from the doorway. I look over to see the entire class standing at the door in their hero costumes, and they're all freaked out by the destruction. Sorry about that. Got a little bit pissed. Also, you got lucky today, midget. If you annoyed me, I probably would have killed you. I say, making him pale. A little? You destroyed almost the entire place. Mina and Kaminari yell. Oh, shut up. I had to blow off some steam, and I preferred destroying objects instead of destroying my classmates. Doesn't that seem like the better option? Ask. Yup, definitely the better option. The class yells. Alright, we're doing training now, so everyone split up and start working on your quirks and fighting. You can partner up and spar, but don't take it too far. Tokoyami, you're with me. I have a few things I want to experiment with you, and your swordsmanship is almost at the point of battle ready. Okay, everyone go. I say, clapping my hands together. Everyone runs off in groups to practice or spar, and Cementos makes individual rings for the sparring. Having you around makes my job so much easier, Aizawa says. Don't get used to it, hobo. Not every student is like me. I say, I think that might be a good thing. Tokoyami says, walking up to me. Probably is. I say, alright, now come with me. We're going to work on your quirk and swordsmanship. I say, walking towards an empty corner. He follows behind me, and we stop in the corner, and I take a quick look around, seeing everyone training. So what about my quirk do you want to work on? He asks. Okay, so Dark Shadow? When you think Dark Shadow, what comes to mind? Ask. Dark Shadow is a crazy sentient quirk that I have no control over. He says, that's where you're wrong. I say, huh? He asks. Dark Shadow may be sentient, but that only means that he can think and feel emotions. He only has the control because you let him. I'm not saying take complete control, because that's basically slavery since he has a mind. I want you two to work in coordination where you share control. I say, how exactly would I do that? He asks. Okay, Tokoyami, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Remember I said I could copy quirks from someone? But I wouldn't explain how. Ask. Yes, you did say that. Do you wish to copy my quirk? He asks. If I can copy your quirk, I will be able to fully understand how to help you through this. My copy probably won't be sentient like yours, but if I can get a feel for the quirk, I will be able to help you. Are you willing to let me copy your quirk? Ask. If it will help me, you can do as you wish. I know you are a person who does not seek power for wrong reasons, so I will let you do this. How exactly do you copy one's quirk? He asks. This is the part one didn't want to tell anyone. To copy someone's quirk, I need to ingest someone's blood and mix it with mine. I understand if this changes your mind. I say. I expected him to be disgusted, but he does something that surprises me. He draws his sword and slashes his hand, drawing blood. I understand the dark parts of a quirk and why a person would be ridiculed more than anyone. I will not judge a person based on a part of their quirk. He says, holding out his hand. Thank you, Tokoyami. I say. I reach out and he drops some of the blood onto my hand. I bring my hand up and ingest the blood from my hand and feel it start to mix with mine. I pull out a roll of bandages and wrap his hand so the cut doesn't get infected. Once the blood fully mixed, I take a few steps back from him. Dark Shadow, I say. The bird-like creature appears from my stomach, but it's a bit different from Tokoyami's. His has a purple hue to it, while mine is pitch black with a few red streaks. And while his resembled a raven or crow, mine resembled an eagle. So you really copied it. It seems though there are some slight changes. He comments. I guess that's what happens. It takes the quirk and makes my own version of it. Now let's test this out. Dark Armor, I say. Dark Eagle, as I'm going to call mine, returns back into my body and comes out of my back, wrapping around my body as an armor. His arms go over mine, forming talons, and his head wraps over my head as a mask and helmet. Whoa. Both Tokoyami and Dark Shadow say, you two can do this as well. You need to join together, and Tokoyami has to have the control over movement and Dark Shadow controls power output. Give it a try, I say. They both nod and Tokoyami crouches slightly and Dark Shadow moves to his back and takes the same form as my Dark Eagle. Good. Now try to move. I say, right? Tokoyami says. He tries to move but his movements come out strained and rough. It's pretty difficult. Tokoyami says. It should be. One shouldn't just completely hand themselves over and Dark Shadow knows that. Dark Shadow, you need to trust Tokoyami here. Have faith that he will do what needs to be done. Allow your arms to move with his and add the power needed to the movements. I say. They try again and after a few minutes they were finally able to move in coordination. There you go. You got the basic movements down, so I want you to try and attack me. I say, crouching down into a fighting stance. Right? Let's go. Tokoyami says. He charges me, his movements still slightly rigid, and slashes at me. I bring up my hand and block the strike with my left before slashing at him with my right. He tries to block but gets sent skidding back, managing to stay on his feet. He charges me again and we engage in a fist-to-fist fight of shadows. He was able to land a few decent hits but Dark Eagle managed to tank the damage. Tokoyami was sent flying a few times but managed to stay on his feet. And stop, I say, clapping my hands. He stops and stands up fully, Dark Shadow moving back to his front and no longer the armor. I get rid of Dark Eagle and walk up to Tokoyami. You did well for your first attempt at using that form. Your strength and speed improved greatly, and after some training you'll be a real annoying opponent to fight. I say, this could not be done without your assistance. He says, nonsense. I only helped you get to this point. You were always capable of doing things like this. I say, now there's one more theory I want to test out. Dark Shadow is connected to you at all times, but I want to know if you can temporarily sever that connection. If he could travel on his own, he could be used for infiltrations since he blends into the shadows. He could also be used as a searching unit since he'd be above everyone. I say, a truly interesting theory. Tokoyami says, we both sit on the ground and he summons Dark Shadow and I summon Dark Eagle. I close my eyes and focus on the tether connecting Dark Eagle to my body. I imagine him separating from me and flying around the room. I feel the tether start to weaken before snapping. I open my eyes to see a shadow eagle fly around the room letting out a loud call. What I find interesting is I can see through his eyes if I wish. I turn to Tokoyami to see him concentrating and the tether connecting him and Dark Shadow start to thin out. After a few seconds it breaks and Dark Shadow flies from Tokoyami's body, his form shifting into that of a shadow raven. This is sick. I can fly around all I want. Dark Shadow cheers. He flies around with Dark Eagle and race each other around the building. Whoa, where did those two birds come from? I hear Kirishima ask. I light a cigarette and grab the back of Tokoyami's collar before jumping up onto one of the ledges of the mountains. I crouch down on the edge while Tokoyami stands behind me with his arms crossed. Dark Eagle, Shadow, return, we both say. The birds fly over and Dark Shadow lands on Tokoyami's shoulder while Dark Eagle lands on my shoulders. His wings spread in intimidation. They came from us, I say, blowing a puff of smoke. Stop being even more badass, Kaminari yells. Sorry, it's an automatic reflex at this point, I say as Dark Eagle returns to my body. Wait, how did you do that? That's Tokoyami's quirk, Mina says. Bird head over here, let me copy his quirk, I say, pointing a thumb at Tokoyami. Now let's get back to training. I'll come around and help you in any way I can. Tokoyami, I want you to practice with Dark Shadow's armor, even give it a name. And every 15 minutes I want you to separate from Dark Shadow and have him fly towards me. Every 15 minutes I'll be throwing a rock into the air and I want him to catch it and bring it back to you. Each rock will have a different mark on it, so there's no cheating. Now go. I jump from the mountain and Tokoyami heads back to the area we were just training in. I head over to Kaminari, Mina, Kirishima, and Siro, who seem to have formed a group and are training together. Alright, so what are you guys working on? In order, I want Kaminari, then Kirishima, then Siro, then Mina to explain. I say, I'm trying to use my quirk without becoming stupid. Kaminari says, I'm trying to increase my durability and how long I can stay hardened. Kirishima says, I'm trying to increase the stickiness and amount of tape I can produce. Siro says, I'm trying to find a better way to use my acid than just throwing it. Mina says, alright, let's see. Kaminari, your quirk only makes you dumb when you release mass amounts of electricity, so instead I want you to only cover your hands and feet in a controlled amount of voltage and use that to attack. The shock from the lightning should stun the opponent and add a punch, especially if you find nerves you can hit with electricity. And at some point, try controlling the lightning once it leaves your body. If you can do that, you'll be a bigger threat in a fight. I say, got it, he says, running off. Kirishima, I don't want you to harden your entire body unless going against an opponent like the Bakugos who can hit your entire body with one attack. When fighting an opponent who has to make contact with you via fist, leg, weapon, whatever it is, I want you to read the strike and only harden the part of your body they're going to make contact with. This way you can increase how long you can last in a fight and increase the hardening in one spot without losing the stamina it would take to harden your entire body to that point. What I want you to do is toss a rock into the air and lay on the ground and watch the rock fall. Predict what part of your body the rock is going to hit and harden that point. By doing this, you will also get better at reading opponents' movements and attacks and become able to dodge or counter them much easier. I say, okay, he says, running off. Okay, now Zero, you're in a similar situation. Every time you produce tape, it doesn't need to be the same size and stickiness. Have a variety in the thickness and width in each strand and how sticky each strand is. Go toss several rocks of different sizes in the air and try to use your tape to catch each one with an appropriate sized piece of tape. Go, I say. Sure thing, he says. Your turn, Mina. Your acid is a peculiar situation, so what I want you to do is, instead of releasing the acid from your entire hand, release the same amount you normally would from a singular point. For example, instead of creating a blob of acid in your hand, form a handgun and release that same amount of acid from the tip of your finger. Make sure you release it with enough force that it actually goes at the opponent and doesn't just drop to the ground. Go practice shooting into rocks. I say, yes, sir, she says, running off. How do you manage to think of a way for everyone to use their quirk more efficiently off the top of your head like that? Aizawa asks, walking up to me. Well, for one, I used to be a huge quirk nerd and would constantly study them. And second, it's easy. Just think of all the information about the quirk you have and make an assumption on how to get around all of the backlashes. I say, throwing a rock into the air. Dark Shadow swoops down and catches the rock in his talons before flying back to Tokoyami. You are either going to be a great leader or the world's greatest villain, Aizawa says. Honestly, I could have gone either way. With how my life was, I wouldn't be surprised if I went down the villain path. Who knows, maybe there's an alternate timeline where I did become a villain. I say, watching as everyone practices with their quirks. Good thing we're in this timeline then. You know you're too mature for your age. He says, when you're practically on your own, you have to grow up fast. Have you seen Kigo? For a 5-year-old, he's pretty smart from having to survive on the streets. Life is unfair, but it's because of how unfair my life was that I'm the way I am now. It's the reason I have the people I do now. Even with how horrible my life was, I'm sometimes thankful for how bad it is. Because if it weren't that bad, then I wouldn't have found Nezuko. I wouldn't be as strong as I am now. And I wouldn't have been able to save Kigo from his horrible life. So I live the life I was chosen to and make my own choices on how to live it. I say, smiling fondly as I see Nezuko sparring against Yaoyorozu. A hand appears in front of me with a thermos in it, and I follow the arm back to Aizawa. You sound like you could need this. Have it, then get back to training. Can't have my strongest students lacking, can I? He asks. No, you can't. I say, taking the thermos. I open the lid and take a drink of the liquid, feeling it go down my throat with a slight bitterness. I look to Aizawa with confused eyes, and he simply shrugs. I know you have an incredibly high alcohol tolerance, and I need that in case Mike is too annoying. Also, if anyone asks, you didn't get that from me, he says before walking off. I smile a little and take another sip of the beer before walking over to Ida and Ojiro, who were sparring with each other. Hey, you two. Anything you need help improving? Ask. Hello, Izuku. Yes, I would appreciate some help with my kicks, as they are easily blocked or dodged, Ida says. And could you help me with my fighting style? I feel like I'm relying too much on my tail, and I wish to change that, Ojiro says. Got it. First, Ida. You throw a lot of high kicks, and it starts to become predictable after a few attacks. I want you to switch up what kicks you're using, but don't make a pattern of it, or else it's going to be taken advantage of. Also, with your mufflers, instead of speeding through the whole kick, I want you to throw the kick normal, but at the last second throttle it and increase the speed and power so they don't expect it. I say, understood. I'll work on the changes right away, Ida says, doing his weird hand chops. He runs off, and I turn back to Ojiro. Now you say you rely on your tail too much? That may be true as you hit with it a lot, but your tail has many different applications. For one, you can use it to suddenly change direction in a fight and throw your opponent off. Another thing you could do is use your surroundings to your advantage. If there are some rocks around, pick them up with your tail and throw them at them. If there is a pillar, use it to adjust your position or to surprise your opponent. Maybe even have your tail hold a weapon. I say, all right, thanks for your help, Izuku. He says, bowing. Really, it's no problem. Just train hard and improve. That's enough for me. I say, right, he says, running off. This class might be bizarre, but it surely is fun. And it's going to lead to many more crazy situations. Can't wait. I had spent the last few days helping the class strengthen their quirks, and after that I would help all the students study and make sure they're ready for the written exam as well as the practical. I hadn't told anyone that we'd be fighting teachers, as I didn't want them to be too prepared and to see how well they could handle being challenged on the spot. And today was finally the day for the practical exam. We had taken the written exam the day before, but still haven't got any word on our grades, so the two class idiots were constantly terrified. We were out at the mock cities waiting for Nezu and Aizawa to show up to tell everyone what the test will be. Good day, everyone, a happy voice says. I look over and see Nezu sitting on Aizawa's shoulders with the rest of the teachers behind them. All right, Nezu, get to explaining. I'm barely able to hold myself back right now. I say, right. So as you all know, today is your practical exam. But do you know what you'll be doing for this exam? He asks. We're fighting robots, right? Mina asks happily. I can't wait to destroy them, Kaminari says. And wrong, Nezu says. Huh? The class asks. It is true that you would have normally fought robots, but after the year we've had so far, you all are too far ahead for a simple challenge like that. Instead, you all will be fighting us teachers. Nezu cheers. The teachers? The class yells. You will be put into groups of 2, but there will be one group of 3, as our resident Izuku Kamado has a challenge of his own and will be participating in his practical alone. The teachers will all be wearing weights that will total up to half their body weight, so you all have a handicap to help you. Now here are the matchups, Nezu says as a screen pops up. But wait, why isn't Izuku's name up there? Kirishima asks. That's because I already know who my opponent is. I say, cracking my knuckles. Wait, that means you knew we would do this. Why didn't you tell us? Kaminari and Siro shout. I needed to see how you all would be able to perform for a situation you didn't know would happen. I say, but if you already know, then who's your opponent? Jiro asks. That would be me. I will be Izuku's opponent for this challenge. All Might says, landing next to the teachers. You're fighting All Might? The class yells at me. Yes, I am, and I'm going to win. I say, we know you're strong and all, but he's the #1 hero. Can you really win? Mina asks. I have faith in Izuku. From what he's shown me, he should be able to overcome this challenge, and I'm sure he hasn't shown us all of his tricks yet. Tokoyami says. I agree with Tokoyami. Izuku has shown multiple times that he truly has immense strength and ability. I trust that he will be able to overcome this challenge. Ida says, doing his weird hand chops. I'm glad you guys know that I'm gonna kick this guy's ass, but unfortunately my fight will be last. I say, citing in defeat. I head up to the monitor room with the rest of my class and watch as my classmates either fail or pass their exams. A few fights were interesting, but most of the losses were sad. It was finally time for me to fight All Might, so I walk down to the field, lighting a cigarette as I go, and stop at the gates. Heroes may now enter. The robot announces. In the blink of an eye, I'm away from the entrance and crouching on the edge of a building top. Dark Eagle, I say. The shadow bird splits from my body and takes the shape of his eagle form before landing on my outstretched arm. Recon, go, I say. He nods and flies off at fast speeds and circles around the field. I look through his eyes as he searches and find All Might stationed at the gate. I jump from rooftop to rooftop towards the gate and land on the building closest to it. Come out, Izuku. Make this easier and accept defeat, he says. Dark Eagle lands on my shoulder and sinks back into my body, and I draw Yoru. Dark Eagle, talons of the night, I say. Dark Eagle forms around my legs in the form of talons, and I get ready to jump in. I draw Shusui to my left hand and jump down at him silently, my swords held outwards. Breath of water 12th form. Crashing waterfalls. I think in my head. My blades get covered in torrents of water and I slash towards him, hitting him on both sides. Waterfalls form from my strikes and crash into him, as well causing even more damage. I jump back and observe the damage to see him with a few bruises. TCH, should have hit harder. I say, there you are. Now let's end this so you can lose and agree to the marriage. He says, getting ready to charge. Surprising him, I sheath both my blades and crouch a bit lower into a fighting stance. Dark Eagle, Eclipse Gauntlets. I say. The shadows form over my arms in giant claws and I get ready to intercept him. He charges forward and reels back his arm. Detroit smash! He yells, throwing the punch. I throw a punch of my own and our fists connect, creating a shock wave. He pulls back and throws another punch, but I bring up my arm and block the strike. I adjust my body, making him fall forward and jump into the air, spinning and kick him in the temple. He flies back into a building and I stand straight again. Is that all you got, ass Might? Give me a challenge. I shout at him. I think it's time I take this seriously, he says, pulling himself from the building. Good. Get serious and allow me to crush you at your strongest. Armament, I shout. The gauntlets and talons get coated in a metal-like substance and I get ready for another attack. He charges forward again and throws another punch, but I duck under it and hit him with an uppercut to the ribs. He staggers back but manages to slam a hand into my shoulder. That won't work, I say. I fall to the ground but land on my hands and switch to a handstand before slamming one of the talons into his side, making him roll across the ground. I flip to my feet and get rid of the gauntlets and talons but keep my arms covered in armament hockey. I draw Yoru and its blade turns a darker shade of black and the edge gives off a purple hue. Nebraska smash! He shouts, jumping at me. I race Yoru above my head and take in a long breath. Breath of the moon's 16th form. Moonbow half moon, I shout, swinging the blade down. He slams into the ground and bounces up, so I move in to use another move. Breath of wind 4th form. Rising dust storm, I saw, swinging my blade upwards. He flies back and through another building and I crouch down, ready to jump after him. Breath of thunder 1st form. Thunderclap and flash, 8-fold. I say, sheathing Yoru. I blast forward and jump from building to building and appear above him as he flies through the air and draw Yoru again. Breath of flame 3rd form. Blazing universe, I shout. I swing my sword down and bright blue flames erupt from the blade as it slams into his stomach, sending him plummeting into the ground. I drop down after him, but my wings sprout from my back and I land softly on the ground. Ass Might stumbles to his feet and faces me again. I commend you for being able to get up after a beating like that, but you won't last much longer, I say. I draw Hinakami and place it in my mouth before drawing Shusui in my left hand. You fought well, Izuku, but I will end this now, he shouts, charging me. 3 sword style. Purgatory, I start. United States of Smash, he shouts, jumping at me. Onajairai, I shout. A large dust cloud forms from the clash of our attacks. Everything is quiet until the dust cloud clears. I was standing in the same pose I ended my attack in, while Ass Might was still standing with his arm outstretched. My win, I say, sheathing my swords. Ass Might falls to the ground unconscious and I walk to the exit. Izuku do passes. The robot announces as I walk out of the field. I light another cigarette and stuff my hands in my pockets, walking to the monitor room. I reach the monitor room and turn off my hearing, expecting the loudness my classmates bring. I walk in and everyone runs up to me asking questions, but I can't hear shit, so I just walk around them. I walk up to Nezuko, who looked a bit surprised that I just ignored them. No hearing, I say, tapping my ears. Sigh, of course you turned off your hearing. She says, I can read lips pretty well, so I can mostly make out what she said. I slowly turn my hearing back on and turn to my classmates. I'll answer your questions, but one at a time. Raise your hand and I'll call on you, I say. Just about everyone's hands go up and I sigh, pointing to Zero. How did you beat the number 1 hero? He asks. Strength. Kaminari, I say. How the hell did you wield 3 swords? He asks. Training. This is what I learned during my internship, I say. Mina, what was that metal stuff? She asks. That's called hockey, specifically armament hockey. It's basically your spiritual strength in physical form. Would you like a more detailed explanation of hockey? I ask, receiving nods. Sigh. Okay then. There are 3 different main classifications of hockey. Observation hockey, armament hockey, and conqueror's hockey. I happen to have all 3. Observation hockey allows me to sense the people around me and tell how strong a person is. It also helps me read an opponent's next move. Armament hockey, the one I used earlier, is the physical manifestation of one's will. It can be used on a weapon or one's body. Now, conqueror's hockey is by far the most rare. It is said that only 1 in a million possess this ability. It is the ability to impose one's will onto another. Would you like me to demonstrate how these work? I ask, getting more nods. As you've seen, armament hockey is the metal coating I can put on my arms or my swords. This is a branch of armament hockey known as hardening. I say, coating my hand in the metal. Now Conqueror's hockey is by for one of my favorites. Allow me to show you its effects. I say with a grin. A wave of pressure rolls off of me and everyone finds it harder to stand except for Mineta, who already passed out. I notice ones like Shoji and Kirishima are affected the least due to their high strength. I grin wider and increase the pressure on those two, making them slump to their knees. I can also select those I wish to impose at will. Now I gotta go get Kigo. You coming, Coco? I ask, releasing the pressure. Of course, she says. We walk out, leaving the stupefied class, and head to my car. We staying in our hero costumes? Ask. We look great, of course we are. She says. That is true, and might I say that kimono looks great on you. No one could possibly look any cuter than you. I say, interlocking our fingers. And that suit looks amazing on you. Makes you look fancy. She says. Why thank you, miss. One must look their best when in the presence of someone as fair and beautiful as you. I say. We reach my car and I open the door for Nezuko. She hops in and I walk around to my side and hop in. I place my swords in the back seat and start up the car. I pull onto the road and play some random music on the radio. We drive down the road peacefully until we reach Kigo's school. I park in the parking lot and turn off my car before hopping out. I go over to Nezuko's side and open her door. My lady, I ask, holding out my hand. She takes it with a laugh and I help her out the car. We walk to the school only to stop at the gates. My eyes widen and I look at the school, or what's left of it. There was a giant hole in the side of the building. Kigo, I shout, jumping over the still shut gate. I run towards the school and jump to a window on the second story. I look inside and see a bunch of men with guns holding a group of students hostage. I scan the students and see Kigo comforting a terrified Rumi. My wings sprout from my back and my eyes turn to slits. I release a feather from my wings and it flies under the window into the room and sticks to the shadows, making its way to Kigo. It reaches him and taps him to get his attention. He looks at the feather and his eyes widen. The feather points to me and he looks towards me. I hold a finger to my mouth, symbolizing quiet, and he nods his head. I make a few signals meaning distract them and he nods again. You guys shouldn't be doing this, he says. Oh, and why is that, brat? One asks. Because when my dad finds out about this, he's gonna beat you up, he says. Oh really? And who might this dad of yours be? He asks. That would be me, I say behind him. He slowly turns around to see me standing there. My pupil slits and my wings spread. Now mind telling me what the fuck you're doing here? Especially with my kid in class. I say, coating my arms in armament hockey. Gee, get him, he shouts. The other men face me, pointing their guns at me, but I duck down as they begin firing, easily dodging the bullets. I flap my wings, launching at one of them. I slam my fist into his gut and he folds easily. I then turn to another one and jump at him, dodging his spray of bullets, and kick him in the ribs, sending him into another one. The guns fly into the air, but I catch them and crush them in my hands before jumping at another one. He shoots a bullet at my head and my head blows back, rocking my body backwards. I land on my feet, bending backwards before standing straight again, showing the bullet caught between my teeth. That won't work, I say. I flip and shoot the bullet back at him, making him crash into the wall. I then turn to the last guy and see something that makes my blood boil. He was holding Kigo with one arm and holding a gun to his head with the other. This is your kid, right? One more step and I'll shoot, he says. You even think about harming my kid, I start. And I'll kill you, I finish. I release my Conqueror's hockey on him and he instantly passes out, crumpling to the ground. I rush forward and catch Kigo before he could hit the ground and hold him in a hug. That was so scary. I thought IW was gonna die. He says, crying. That will never happen. As long as I breathe, you will live. I will make sure of that, I say, hugging him tightly. My wings retract back into my body and I turn to the group of kids. You're all safe now. I'm going to take you out of the school and to your parents, so follow me, I say. I lead them out of the school to a group of adults and police officers. The kids run off to their parents and I walk over to Nezuko and the police. I pass Kigo over to Nezuko and she wraps him in a tight hug. Can you explain what happened here? An officer asks, stepping forward. I was coming here to pick up my son, Kigo, when I saw that part of the school was broken like this. I jumped the gate and checked out the situation before sneaking in and taking out the hostage takers. They're all inside and you can find them on the second floor, third room to the right of the stairs. Now I'm gonna go make sure all students are accounted for, so you go do your job. I say, walking over to the group of parents and kids. Attention everyone. If your child is not accounted for, please step forward and tell me what they look like and I'll find them. I call out. 2 groups of adults step forward and I walk up to them. Please, my son Rin. He's not here. He has black hair and brown eyes. One says, my daughter Iam isn't out here. She has brown hair and green eyes. Please find her. The other says, leave it to me. I'll get them out quickly. I say with a smile. I run back to the building and jump through one of the windows before looking around. Rin, Iam, if you can hear me, call out. I yell. I increase my sense of smell and run down the hall to the part of the school that was destroyed. I pick up the scent of 2 kids and take a sharp turn down a hall and run to a room dangerously close to the destruction. I find 2 kids huddled in the corner and slowly walk up to them. Hey, are you 2 Iam and Rin? Your parents are super worried and I'm here to save you. I say, stepping forward. The kids look up and start shaking a little. Hey, everything is okay. Do you guys know Kigo Do? That's my son. I'm sure he's told you about me. Now come on, we need to get out of here before this room crumbles. I say, holding out my hand. They rush to their feet and run to me, but Rin trips and the floor starts to shake. I notice the ceiling start to cave in and dive forward, grabbing both kids and sprouting my giant wings. I wrap them around us and cover them in armament hockey as the ceiling collapses. Third-person POV. Everyone was looking at the school in worry since everyone was out but Izuku and the 2 kids he went in to save. The building starts to shake and everyone gasps as it collapses. Izuku, Dad! Nezuko and Kigo shout. A large dust cloud forms and the police officers run to the rubble to try and see if anyone survived. They start digging through the rubble until one finds something. Guys, I think I found him, he shouts. Everyone runs over and sees the bit of metallic wing sticking out of the rubble. The officers start digging it up until they find a sort of dome made of the metallic wings. The metal starts disappearing and the wings unfold to show the kids completely unharmed, but the same couldn't be said about Izuku. He was bleeding massive amounts from his head and had a piece of rebar sticking out of his stomach. Are you 2 okay? He asks the 2 kids weakly. We're fine. But Mr. You're hurt bad. Iam says, close to tears. Izuku only smiles and weakly brings up his hands to pat their heads. This is just a scratch. As long as you 2 are okay, I'm just fine. Now go run off to your parents. He says. The 2 nod and run off to their parents as Izuku tries to stand up. Hey, you shouldn't be standing with the condition you're in. An officer says, stepping up to him. I'll be just fine, he says before coughing up blood. Never mind. Get me to a hospital. Oh, and I'm losing consciousness now, he says before his eyes roll back in his head and he falls to the ground. Medic! We need a medic! Another officer shouts. They load Izuku onto a stretcher and put him in an ambulance and drive off to the hospital. Come on, Izuku. You can pull through this. As long as you still have your body, your demon regeneration should kick in. Nezuko thinks before comforting a terrified Kigo. Izuku POV. I slowly open my eyes but quickly close them due to the bright lights. I blink my eyes multiple times until my eyes finally adjust to the light. I look around and see a bunch of white and a tray with medical equipment. So I'm in a hospital, I say. My voice was hoarse, I guess I need a drink. I go to sit up only to feel a weight on my legs stopping me from doing so. I look down and see both Nezuko and Kigo asleep and their heads on my legs. I smile a little and just look at the injuries on my body. There are bandages around my torso and I can feel the ones around my head. I sigh and just lay back down knowing that they already healed. I wait for a few minutes before Nezuko finally starts to wake up. She sits up in her chair and looks around tiredly before she notices me awake. Izuku! She yells, jumping up. I sit up quickly and manage to catch her in a hug. She wraps her arms around me tightly and buries her head in my shoulder. I softly hug her and rub her back to try and help her calm down. Hey, everything is okay. You knew I would heal, so there's nothing to worry about. And it's going to take more than a bit of damage like that to keep me away from you, I say. I know that, but it was still scary seeing you in such a bad state. I can't lose you. I've lost to many people in my life already, and I can't have the one I love disappearing on me, she says. Nezuko, I will not just disappear. I promise I will live with you until you get so sick of me that you kill me yourself, I say, making her laugh lightly. We hold the hug until I see Kigo start to stir from all the noise. What's going on? He asks tiredly. He looks around and seems to fully wake up as his eyes land on me. "Dad, you're okay," he shouts, jumping at me. I release the hug with Nezuko and catch him, making sure he doesn't crash into anything, and wrap him in a hug. "Of course I'm okay. You know how strong your dad is," I say, laughing lightly. "I know, but it's still scary seeing you all bandaged up like a mummy," he says. "You're not getting rid of me that easily. I still have a lot of teasing I have to do to you and Rumi," I say. "Go back to being a mummy," he says, punching me in the chest. "Maybe some other time," I say. There was then a knock on the door and it opened to reveal the doctor I'm guessing took care of me. "Ah, you're awake. It still surprises me how you were able to completely heal your body from all that damage so quickly. I mean, getting a piece of rebar through you would normally take months to heal, but you did it in days," he says. "Wait, days? How long have I been out?" I ask, looking to Nezuko. About 4 days," she says, looking away. "For days? I've been out for 4 days and you just tell me this now?" I ask. "It didn't come up?" she says, more of a question than a statement. Sigh. "Of course. So Doc, am I good to go? I got a training camp I have to pack for," I say, standing up from the bed. "Yes, you're good to go. Due to your insane healing ability, you're back to 100% health," he says. "Thanks, Doc," I say. I tap the seal on my chest and my school uniform covers my once shirtless body. We head out of the room and I sign out before we head back to UA. My car isn't here, so we have to walk all the way. "Okay, walking sucks. Who wants to fly?" I ask. They both raise their hands and I take off my shirt and my wings sprout from my back. I pick up Nezuko bridal style and she carries Kigo. I flap my wings and hover off the ground before flying up into the air. I race through the air, doing tricks, and head to UA, where I finally land again in front of the dorms. "Flying is fun," Nezuko says as I set he back on the ground. "It is. Now let's head in. If I've been out of here for 4 days, then I need to make sure nothing's on fire and people are still alive," I say, getting a laugh from the two. I love how it's funny even though I'm being serious. I don't trust these guys not to hurt themselves, I say, opening the door. There were a few people sitting in the common room, Mineta taped to the ceiling, and Sato in the kitchen. "Okay, so no fire and so far everyone is alive. Good," I say, walking in. "Welcome back, class rep. You gave us all quite a scare when we heard you were in the hospital," Zero says. "Yeah, it was on the news too. Local hero student saves students but ends up wounded. It was a big headline considering you're the same guy who took down Stain," Kaminari says. "Makes sense. So how long we got until we leave for the training camp?" Ask. "We leave tomorrow actually. And did you already know that everyone was going even if they failed?" Kirishima asks. "Of course I did. Now I'm gonna go pack my bags. And make sure you let Mineta down at some point," I say, walking up the stairs. Nezuko and Kigo follow behind me and we head up to our room. We walk in and I start placing our clothes into some seals. "So what did I miss while I was in the hospital?" Ask. "We've had the last few days off aside from the day after the final where we were told who passed and failed. Nizu also mentioned something about you winning a bet. Care to explain?" Nezuko asks, sitting on the bed. "Oh yeah, the bet. Well, I made a bet with Asmite that if I lost I would have to agree to marry Katsumi, Shoka, and Izumi. But since I won I don't have to," I say. "You made a bet like that? What if you lost?" Nezuko practically yells at me. "I wasn't going to lose. I don't care if he broke my arms, I just carry my sword in my teeth. He breaks me jaw as well, I'll take off my shoes and grip the swords with my feet. He breaks my legs as well. By that point I'll probably just headbutt him until I won. No matter the circumstances, I was going to win. I don't make bets unless I know I can win them. And I was determined to win this one because it wasn't just me I was fighting for," I say, finishing packing. I stand up and walk over to the bed and cup Nezuko's face, making her look up at me. "You and Kigo are the most important things in my life and I will never put you two in a situation where I will lose you in any way. So have some faith in your awesome husband," I say, kissing her lightly. "Fine, but don't do something like this again," she says. "I'll try. Now I'm still tired, so good night," I say, falling on to the bed, already asleep. Next day. "Okay, everyone, make sure you have all your bags because I am not coming back to get them, and our teacher will not turn the bus around. If all your luggage is packed into the bus, then climb in," I say, standing in front of the bus. We were about to leave and I was making sure everything was taken care of. Once everyone was on the bus, we set out for the training camp. "Hey, we don't have enough seats for everyone," Kaminari says. I was still standing and looked around to see that he was right. Every seat was occupied by someone. I'll just sit on the roof, I say, opening the hatch. I climb out and lay down on the roof, enjoying the feeling of the sun on my skin. Is that safe? Zero asks. Probably not, I say, closing my eyes. I stay awake but enjoy the soft sounds of the wind hitting the trees and the nice breeze as we drive down the roads. It takes a few hours, but we finally reach a mountainside and I sit on the edge of the bus's roof as everyone climbs off. Hey, why are we at a mountainside? Aren't we supposed to be at a rest stop? Kaminari asks. A car pulls up and two ladies wearing cat suits jump out in a weird pose with an angry-looking kid next to them. Hello everybody, we're the Wild Pussycats. They cheer. These are some heroes who will be helping you during your time at this training camp, Izawa dryly says. We own this entire part of the land, so you don't have to worry about damaging anything. Your campsite is in the middle of the forest. Brown-haired one says, pointing into the forest. Then why are we up here? Kaminari asks before realizing. Everyone get back on the bus, he shouts. Everyone tries to make a mad dash for the bus, but the blonde one places her hands on the ground and the ground throws them over the cliff. Luckily, Kigo flew into the air so he didn't fall as well. I mean, I would have jumped after him, but it's good he can do this himself. Try to make it to the campsite before noon or you don't get any lunch. And have fun with my puppets, Blondie shouts over the edge. Interesting tactic. Throw them over the edge and make them fight their way to the camp, I say, alerting everyone of my presence. Where the hell did you come from? The two adults shout while the kid looks in surprise. I've been up here this entire time. Hey Izawa, should I jump down as well? Ask. No, they need to learn to rely on themselves and not you, he says as Kigo lands on my shoulders. Hey Dad, do you have any food? I'm hungry, he says. Yeah, here you go, I say, passing him a small bag of chips from my backpack. I look back down at the group and see the adults with a shocked look on their faces. What? Ask. He called you Dad. Aren't you 17? Brown hair asks. I'll be 18 in a few weeks, but yeah, I am. The name's Izuku Kamado, and this is my adopted son Kigo Kamado. Nice to meet you, I say, jumping to the ground, careful of Kigo. Oh? Is there a Mrs. Kamado in the picture? Blondes asks with an attempt at a seductive voice. Sorry miss, but I'm happily married. You actually threw her off the cliff a little while ago, I say. Darn it, all the good ones are taken, she says, stomping her foot. By the way, who's the kid? I ask, nodding at the brat. Oh, this is my nephew Koda. I am taking care of him, so you will see him around the camp. Brown hair says, cool. Hey Kigo, maybe you could play with him, I say, looking up at the hawk boy. If he wants to. He looks kinda grumpy, he says. I nod and walk up to the kid, stopping in front of him. What's your deal, kid? You look pissed at everything, I say. He then attempts to punch me in a man's pride, but I catch the punch easily. That might work on others, but not me, brat. But know this. When you attack someone, be aware that from that point on your life is on the line. You attempted to strike me, so everything I do could be considered self-defense. Remember to choose your battles wisely, I say. Who is this kid Izawa? Blondie attempts to whisper to him. This is Izuku Kamado, aka the future hero Hashira. Also the one who took down the hero killer and recently beat the current #1 hero. Izawa replies with some pride in his voice. He really did all that? Brunette asks, shocked. You need some proof? I ask, turning to them. No. The forest needs to be intact and not set on fire or whatever the hell else you would do, Izawa says. That's fair. So we heading to the camp? Ask. Yeah. You can head there now and we'll meet you there, Izawa says. Alright. See ya in a bit. Kigo ride with them. There's some more snacks in my bag, I say. I then take off my shirt and my wings sprout from my back. I flap them and hover in the air before flying over the forest. I look down and see my classmates destroying some earth monsters. I fly low, just above tree level, and decide to mess with them. Come on, is that all you got? I expect you to be at the base quickly, I shout at them. Then how about you get down here and help us? Zero, Mina, and Kaminari shout at me. I'm good. I'm gonna head to the base now, so have fun, I say before flying forward and to the camp. I land on the field outside the base and retract my wings, putting my shirt back on. Two people come out of the base and seem surprised by me being there. One was a muscular man and the other was a green-haired girl. What are you doing here so quickly? We just got word that people started making their way here. The man says, Izawa sent me. He said the class should learn to rely on themselves and told me to head here without them. By the way, I have absolutely no idea who you people are, so could I get some introductions? Ask. I'm Tiger, the man says. And I'm Ragdoll, the girl says, taking a pose. Cool. Now can you tell me the other two's names? Ask. The brunette is Mandalay and the blonde one is Pixie Bob. Tiger says, all right, I'm gonna take a nap, so wake me up when my classmates start arriving. I say, walking over to a pillar and lay against it before closing my eyes and taking a quick nap. Third person POV. As Izuku took his nap, the class continued their way through the forest, destroying the beasts as they went. Sparks, tape, flames, ice, and rocks were flying everywhere as they tore through the beasts. It took them a few hours, but they finally reached the camp, completely worn out, only to see Izuku asleep peacefully. He just gets to nap while we had to do all that? Mina asks. I say we get him now, Kaminari says. The others nod and he walks up to Izuku with his hand sparking with electricity. He gets within distance to touch Izuku, only for a black blade to come close to his throat. You sure you want to do that? Izuku asks, opening one crimson eye. Nope, Kaminari shouts, running away. Izuku stands up and sheathes Yoru before walking up to the class. 2 hours? Not too bad, but you guys could have done better, Izuku says, looking at a watch. You think you could do any better? The class shouts. I know I could, and maybe I should prove it to you. Pixie Bob, I want you to make even more monsters than they had and increase their strength, he says, rolling out his shoulder. Are you sure? She asks. Positive, he says, drawing Yoru and Shusui. He crouches low and Pixie Bob places her hands on the ground. It's time for a pig assault, he shouts as his blades turn a darker black and give off a purple hue. Beast breathing eighth fong. Explosive rush, he says. He explodes forward into the forest and beasts start charging at him. He swings his blades and decapitates the beasts around him before continuing his charge. Nitoryu, Nijirai, Toro Seimin, he says. Several trees blow out of the ground and Izuku stands up, fully releasing a breath before grabbing Hinakami and placing it in his mouth. More beasts surround him and he only grins wider, even with the sword in his mouth. Santoryu Ogi, Rokudo no Suji, he says. Several beasts chop to pieces and he starts laughing, having immense fun. I can crush as many things as I want. This is awesome, he shouts around the sword. He continues his rampage, tearing through the beasts and the trees, destroying the ground he walks on, and having the time of his life just destroying the beasts. After about half an hour, he clears all the beasts and sheathes all the swords and walks back to the base with a satisfied grin on his face. He walks back to the group and exits the forest and stops in front of his class. I told you I could do it, he says, his grin not leaving. He looks around, observing the reactions of the class. Surprise, some fear, and one that says they're used to this. The best reactions were Koda and Pixie Bob. Pixie looked terrified and Koda looked shocked. Why, you are some kind of monster. You tore through them so happily. Like a devil's parade, she shouts before running off. He looks over to Izawa for an explanation, making the man sigh. She can see what happens to her beasts and is probably going to have nightmares now, he says. Oh, that makes sense. Maybe I should have gone a little easier on the whole rampage then, Izuku says, nodding. Did you really destroy all those beasts? How did you do it so quickly? Koda asks. Through tough training. And if you want to see what happened, I saw some cameras in a few of the trees I didn't destroy. We could watch it around dinner. Speaking of food, does anyone smell that? He asks. The class looks around confused before Izuku walks to the side of the base. The class follows after him and they find several tables stacked with food. The class rushes to the table and starts devouring the food quickly. Izuku sighs and walks to a table and gets his own plate of food. He starts eating but notices Koda walking off into the forest without eating. Izuku stands up and grabs 2 plates of food, one for him and one for Koda, and walks after Koda. He finds him sitting on a mountain, looking over the forest. Izuku walks up the mountain and sits down next to him. You should eat. It's not healthy to skip meals, he says, placing down the food. You're all so stupid, Koda says. That's probably true, but why do you say that? Izuku asks, taking a bite of some meat. Why are you all trying so hard just to improve your quirk? Do you want to show it off that bad? He says. What do you mean? Izuku asks. I don't understand why people call themselves heroes or villains just to kill each other and show how great their quirk is. Kota says, clenching his fists. So that's what you think heroes are. Your mindset is kinda wrong there. Izuku says. What? How am I wrong? People parade around showing off their quirks just to receive the glory they get for it. Kota yells, turning to Izuku. There are people who do that, then there are the true heroes. The ones who, no matter their quirk or the odds against them, will charge in just to save a life. People may think their quirk is amazing, but those are the heroes with the worst personality. True heroes are the ones who will help you through something without even asking for a thank you. When I was a kid, I definitely could have used one of those heroes. Izuku says, looking up to the stars. What do you mean? You have a powerful quirk that could level forests. Kota says. That's the thing about my quirk. It was so strong that my body wasn't able to hold it, so it stayed locked away, effectively making me quirkless. I was bullied every day and it hurt, badly. But what hurt worse was having no one there to help me through any of it. Everybody turned against me. My parents, my sister, and my closest friends. They all turned on me and made my life a living hell. But I pushed through. I became the hero I needed and got myself back on my feet. I trained harder than anyone should have, and when I finally had enough, I took off. I left that life behind and started a much better one. One with my amazing wife, where I have this quirk that makes me even stronger. But even without this quirk, I would still try to be a hero for everyone. You know, you're lucky. You still have your aunt with you, and she's willing to help you through everything. You may have lost your parents, but they wanted you to grow and become someone amazing. You can make your parents proud by following in their footsteps and becoming the hero they would want you to be. But I guess this isn't my area to pry, so I'll be leaving now. Just make sure you eat. Izuku says, standing up. He walks down the mountain but stops behind a tree and leans against it. He hears Kota's light tears and him picking up the plate before shoveling food in his face. He might be rough around the edges, but I think he'll be just fine, he says before walking back to the group of students. He sits back at the table and just watches as his class continues to hungrily shovel the rest of the food in their face. Where did you go? Nezuko asks, taking a bite of rice. Had to take care of a little something, he says before wiping a piece of rice off her face. As long as you don't destroy more of the forest, she says. I'll try not to, he says, laughing. This is going to be an interesting camp, but I have a feeling it's going to be a fun one. Izuku thinks. If only he knew of the dangers awaiting him. Izuku POV. After the first crazy day of the training camp, we began a hellish training schedule where we pushed our quirks to the limits. It lasted for several days, and since I was always the only one with energy left after training, I had to cook all the meals. Kota and Kigo also became great friends. They would run around and play together and often went to the mountain to use their quirks. I would always make sure to have my observation hockey tracking them, so if they needed me, I could get there quickly. Anyway, today we were being rewarded for all of our hellish training with a mini camp out thing and a test of courage. I found both to be quite dumb, but since Nezuko was going, I would as well. Hey Zuzu, you ready to join up with everyone? Nezuko asks. Yeah, I'm ready. Now let's hope I don't throw my Neta in the fire pit. After his attempt at the bath wall, he's been on my nerves lately, I say as we head out of our room. We walk over to the fire pit that was lit and sit down on one of the logs around it. I looked up and smiled at the sight of the stars shining in the sky. Hey Izubro, you gonna roast a marshmallow? Kirishima asks, passing me a stick. I don't really need to roast one if I can just do this, I say. I use flame breathing and make myself breathe blue fire onto the marshmallow until it's a golden brown. Pretty useful, I say, making a s'more. Is there anything you can't do? Kaminari asks. Who knows? I say, taking a bite of my s'more. Zuzu, why don't you sing a song for us? Nezuko asks. Do I have to? I ask, looking at her. Please? For me? She asks with puppy dog eyes. Sigh. Looking that cute should be illegal. Anyways, you guys mind if I sing something? Ask. I gotta hear this, Mina says, pulling her phone out. I'll take that as a yes, I say. Dark eagle, I say. The shadow eagle separates from my body and flies off to the cabin. He comes back a few seconds later and drops my guitar into my hands. He then returns to my body and I quickly make sure my guitar is in tune. I look up from my guitar to the shocked faces of both the classes and the happy face of Nezuko. So, how was it? Ask. That was so manly, Kirishima says, crying manly tears. He seriously can do everything, Kaminari whines. That was very impressive, Izuku, Tokoyami says. Thanks, Yami. I say as we fist bump. That was so cool. I have to upload this. Mina says. She goes to tap her phone, but a More's stick flies by her hand and she stops. You can't post anything that can be tracked back here. You're gonna have to wait until the training camp ends to post that. I say, oh okay. Mina says, lowering her phone. Must you always be threatening? Nezuko asks. Threatening works best. I say, shrugging. All right everybody, it's time for the test of courage. Class 1B, head into the forest and set up your scaring posts. 1A, we will partner you guys up and you'll head in a few minutes. Mandalay says, walking over. 1B walks off to go set up their positions and Mandalay starts dividing up the groups. No, Grape Bitch is on his own. I say as they attempted to partner me with Mineta. But you're the only two left, Pixie Bob says. I can go on my own. I can tell you now that this little event won't scare me at all. I say, fine, you can go on your own. Mineta will assign you to another group. Mandalay says. They walk off and people start entering the trails in groups of 2. Everyone else went and I was about to walk in as well when my nose suddenly picked up the smell of smoke. My head snaps to the direction of the smell and see the trees covered in a bright red flame. As soon as I see the flames, only one thought comes to mind. Kigo, I shout, looking around. He must be at the mountain with Koda. Mandalay, I know where Koda and Kigo are. I'm going to them now. I shout to her before running off. I jump from tree to tree until I reach the mountain. As the mountain comes into view, I see Kigo and Koda standing in front of a tall man in a cloak, and they were clearly scared. Get away from them, I shout, jumping at the cloaked man. I kick him in the ribs and he flies back into the mountain. I land in front of Koda and Kigo and summon my swords to my side. Dad, Izuku, the 2 kids shout. Don't worry guys, I'm here to protect you, I say, placing my hand on Yoru. That was a nasty kick there, brat. If I didn't make enough muscle quick enough, I would have been out. The man says, climbing out of the wall. His cloak was torn to shreds, so now I could get a good look at him. He was tall and incredibly muscular with a missing eye. Then you should have just stayed down, so I wouldn't have to fight you, I say, drawing Yoru. A sword? Ha 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 ha, my muscles are too strong to be cut by a mere sword. He laughs. You won't be laughing when this sword brings you down, I say, taking a stance. Pretty confident, brat. Let's see how long that confidence will last, he shouts, jumping at me. His arms and legs get covered in muscle fibers and he becomes faster. He gets in close and throws a punch aimed for my head, but I take in a breath and ready my attack. Breath of the Moon, 17th form. Moon Palace's edge. I shout. I swing Yoru upward and connect with his hand as a large quantity of crescent moons blast off at the man. He flies back but manages to catch himself before slamming into the mountain. That hurt, but that won't be enough to stop me, he shouts, increasing the fibers around him. He charges again, faster than before, and I draw Shusui as well and hold the 2 in an X and block his punch. I slide back slightly due to the power behind the punch before moving forward again. I'll admit that you are strong, but never underestimate a swordsman, I shout, holding my swords to my sides. Notoriu, AI, Rashomon, I say, glaring up at him. He gets sent into the air and I ready another attack. Notoriu, Nijirai, Toro Seiman, I say. He plummets back to the ground, creating a large dust cloud, and I land a bit away from him, glaring at the cloud. The cloud parts and he jumps at me again, even more muscle covering him. He swings his arm forward and I race my blades in an X and block the swing. I slide back almost 10 feet and he jumps at me again, throwing another punch. I lean to the side, dodging the punch, and drop to the ground. I land on my hands and spin around, kicking his legs out from under him. I jump up and swing my sword into his ribs, slamming him into the ground. I jump back and hold both my swords ready to attack as he slowly stands up again. I commend you on being able to get up after such an attack, but know that you will not get up after my next, I say, drawing Hinakami. I place it in my mouth, taking the stance for 3 sword style. 3 swords? Ha 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 ha, this is great, kid. Entertain me further, he shouts, jumping at me. Santoriu, Senhachiju pound ho, I say, stepping forward. He flies back and crashes into the mountain, embedding himself into it. I stand up fully and take Hinakami out of my mouth and sheathe all the blades. Are you two all right? I ask, turning to the kids. They both run up to me and I crouch down, wrapping them in a hug. They cry into my shoulders and I just help them calm down until they stop crying. I stand up, now carrying them, and begin towards the end of the mountain. I'm going to bring you guys to Izawa then. I have to go and help my classmates. I say. I jump from the mountain and run through the forest until I reach the base where Izawa is. I see him outside the base and he was fighting some dude with bright orange hair. Izawa wraps the guy in his bindings, but he just turns into some weird goo. Ignoring this, I stop in front of him and place down the kids. Sorry Izawa, but I have to go save the rest of the class. Watch them for me. I don't give him the chance to respond and run into the forest, raising my senses as I go. I hear the sound of footsteps approaching and jump out of the way as Shoji runs by. I jump onto a tree branch and look around confused as to why he was running until I see a giant dark shadow running after him. Tokoya Mai. What's happening? I shout, running next to the rampaging bird. It's Dark Shadow. He gets stronger in the darkness and he's too strong for me to control. Save yourself and run, he shouts, struggling in the darkness of Dark Shadow. No can do, Tokoya Mai. But I think I have a way to help us all. I shout, running ahead of them. I stop in front of them and my body lights up in flames from sun breathing. Dark Shadow starts shrinking and tries to run away, but I increase the flames and he keeps shrinking until he's small enough for Tokoyami to control. I am very sorry, Shoji. Because of my ignorance you were injured, Tokoyami says, bowing to the octopus man. It's alright, Tokoyami, it will regrow, he says, showing the nub of where his arm was. Suddenly my ears pick up the sound of fighting. We can sort the rest of this out later. We need to go, I shout, jumping to the trees. I jump from tree to tree until I reach a clearing. I land on a branch and look down to see Nezuko and Tsuyu fighting against some blonde girl with knives. Tsuyu was pinned to the tree by one of the knives and Nezuko was putting up a decent fight. I jump down at the girl and axe kick her in the shoulder, sending her to the ground. I jump away and land next to Nezuko. So what happened here? I ask, drawing Yoru. Sue and I were doing the test of courage when she jumped out at us. We've been fighting for a while now but no serious injuries. She says, good, I'll take care of this, I say as the girl gets to her feet. Hey, you're kinda cute, but you'd look much cuter covered in blood, she says crazily. She jumps forward with her knife and attempts to swing at me. I race Yoru and easily block the swing. I slide my blade down, making her lose balance and step forward. I race Yoru and slam the bottom of the handle into her back. She drops to the ground and I step back, sheathing Yoru. I wonder why villains are attacking the training camp, Nezuko says, freeing Tsu from the tree. I honestly have no idea. The other guy I fought just seemed to want to kill me for fun. But we should probably stick together and keep a lookout for the rest of the class, I say. Everyone nods and we run off down a trail until we hear the sound of things being crushed and ripped. I jump forward ahead of everyone and swing up to the trees. I jump high into the air and look down at a clearing to see Katsuki and Shoto both fighting against a guy in some kind of full-body straitjacket with crazy long teeth. I drop down from the air and unsheath both Yoru and Shusui. Breath of Wind 10th form. Conflicting tornadoes, I say, swinging my swords in an X. The blades make contact with the teeth and giant torrents of wind blow from my sword, shattering the teeth. The guy flies back into a tree and sits up against it. I land in front of the two and glare at the guy as he freaks out. My teeth! My teeth! How dare you do that to my teeth? He yells as his teeth extend again. They come charging at me and I swing my swords, deflecting each one. A few manage to get through and cut me a few times, but it's nothing serious. I block one, but another manages to sneak in and plant itself into my shoulder. A barrage more comes flying at me, but I take in a breath and glare forward. Breath of the Beast 10th Fong. Whirling fangs, I shout. The teeth get diced and I break off the one in my shoulder before charging at him. I race my swords to my sides and prepare an attack. Breath of Water 12th form. Crashing waterfalls, I say as torrents of water come from my blades. I swing them down at him and his teeth shatter once again as my blades crash into him. He crumples to the ground unconscious and I sheath my swords, turning to everyone else. We need to keep moving. We have no idea how many villains are attacking. Dark Eagle, I say, summoning the black bird. Is that smart Izuku? Won't he rampage? Tokoyami asks. Like I've said before, he doesn't have a consciousness, so I have complete control. He can't rampage unless I allow him to, I say. Dark Eagle flies up into the air and around the campsite. I look through his eyes to assess the damage the villains caused. He looks around, but I don't see any more villains around. He continues flying until he sees all the villains together in one group. Something is wrong. They shouldn't all be together like this. Dark Eagle gets closer until I see why. They have Kigo. My wings instantly sprout from my back and my pupils turn to slits. Izuku, Nezuko asks. I don't even turn my head before crouching, preparing to take off. Nezuko, don't follow me. I'll take care of this, I say. I blast off into the air before she can respond and fly towards the area Dark Eagle is. I reach the tree Dark Eagle is perched on and crash to the ground in front of it. A mini dust cloud forms and I stand up fully, glaring at the villains. Ah, if it isn't the hero in training, Hashira, Shigaraki says with a crazy grin behind his hand. The fuck are you doing with Kigo? I ask, glaring at him. Kigo was tied up and his mouth was covered by a piece of tape. Oh, him? We're simply taking in a new recruit that we can mold into a perfect weapon. Doesn't that sound fun? He asks crazily. You lay a finger on his head and you'll die where you stand, I say as Dark Eagle flies beside me. I hold out my hand to Dark Eagle and his body starts morphing. Forced quirk evolution, I say. Dark Eagle's body suddenly grows several times bigger and his form changes greatly. Once the evolution stops, he lands on the ground, his new form towering over me as he roars at the villains. Dark Dragon, let's go, I say, drawing Yoru. He roars in agreement and we charge forward. I jump after the orange-haired guy and slash at him. He barely dodges and shoots a torrent of bright red flames at me. I jump above the blast and get ready to strike down at him. Breath of Flame third form, Blazing Universe, I shout. Bright blue flames burst from my sword and I slam it down on the man. He tries to shoot a blast of fire at me, but I simply cut through it and slam the blade into his shoulder, sending him crashing into the ground and creating a mini crater. I land next to him and stomp his head into the ground as he tries to get up. Now that he's unconscious, I look back up to see that Dark Dragon took out the weird lizard guy and is fighting the one with the giant bar. That leaves me with Magician and Shigaraki. I charge towards the Magician since he was the one holding Kigo and swing at him. He pulls out a weird blue marble and tosses it at my sword. It glows before being replaced with a large rock. I slash through the rock and he jumps back to gain some distance. Suddenly, a mist portal opens behind them and Shigaraki grins wider. It was fun, Hashira, but we must go now. Nomu, collect everyone, Shigaraki shouts. A weird green version of the Nomu from the USJ comes out of the forest and slashes at me with a saw arm. I jump out of the way and he grabs the unconscious villains and jumps through the portal. I sheathe Yoru and take a stance before releasing a sharp whistling breath. Breath of Thunder first form, Thunderclap and Flash. Godspeed, I shout as red lightning bursts around me. I charge forward, faster than they can react, and jump at the Magician guy. I slash at him, but the Nomu sticks its arm through the portal and intercepts my strike. His arm falls off, but he uses the other to grab the Magician and pull him through. The last thing I saw before the portal closed were Kigo's terrified eyes. I fall to my knees and drop Yoru as I stare at the place the portal just was. No, 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 no. Damn it, I say, slamming my hands on the ground. He was right there. I was so close. I could have reached him. God damn it. Why couldn't I reach him? Kigo, I shout in desperation. Dark Dragon walks over and melts back into my body as I sit there on the ground. I hear rustling but don't even bother to look up as I continue to just sit there. Izuku? What happened? Where are the villains? Nezuko asks. Gone, I mutter. What did you say? Nezuko asks, not hearing me. I said they're gone, damn it. They escaped and they took Kigo. I wasn't able to stop them. I couldn't reach him. He's gone, I shout, looking up at her, tears streaming down my face. She seems to freeze as her eyes start to tear up. Why, you're not serious, are right? He's with Aizawa, are right? She asks, tears streaming down her face. I slowly shake my head no, and she crumbles to the ground next to me. I wrap her in a hug and let her cry her eyes out while I did the same. I don't know how long we were sitting there for, but it must have been a long time since I could see the traces of sunrise. I slowly stand up and pick up Nezuko, who fell asleep from all the crying, and make my way back to the camp. I walk the entire way without making a sound, looking down, my hair shadowing my eyes, too ashamed in myself to dare look up at anyone. I walk back to the cabins and place Nezuko in the bed. I tuck her in and there's a knock on the door. I open it, still not bothering to look up, and am suddenly pulled into a tight hug. I hug back just as tight and just try not to cry. Everything is just fine, Izuku. You may have lost Kigo, but we can get him back. He isn't dead and you know that. So please just get some rest for now and we'll do everything we can to get him back. A dry voice says. His voice might not have shown it, but he was truly sad and regretful. I know he's not dead. They want him alive so they can lure me in. I can't just sit here while my son is there in the hands of those bastards. I need to get to him so I can save him from them. How can I call myself a hero or his father if I can't even save my own son? I ask, crying lightly. Aizawa only rubs my back as I cry out my frustrations. When I finally calm down enough, he releases the hug and places his hands on my shoulders, looking me in the eyes. When we get back to UA, I promise you that we will hold a meeting about finding them and getting Kigo back. And I will make sure that you are at that meeting. So get some rest, I'll come get you when it's time to go. He says. I nod and he lets go before walking out. I walk over to the bed and climb in, pulling Nezuko close, and just let my consciousness slip away. The last image before I lost consciousness being Kigo's terrified face. For the past 2 days, I have patiently waited until a meeting was finally called. I was walking through the UA halls in my hero costume until I finally reached the conference room. I knock on the door and hear a faint come in from the other side. I open the door to see several pro heroes, including my parents and Nizu sitting around a table. What's a kid doing here? Endeavor asks. Man, I haven't seen him since I was like 6 or something. This kid, as you put it, will be taking part in the raid. Nizu says. What? Absolutely not. I will not have my son do something so dangerous while he is still a student. Inko says, standing up. Shut up. I say with so much venom that everyone seems to freeze. Huh? Inko asks. I said shut up. You can't tell me what the hell I can and can't do. For the past 13 years, I have made all the decisions for my life because you wouldn't. You were supposed to be my mother. Someone who cares and raises their child. Not someone who abandons them the second they don't have some godly power. So you shut the hell up and sit down. I yell at her. Tears form in her eyes and she runs out of the room as I sit down, my arms crossed and looking down. Izuku, that is not how you speak to your mother, Asmite says. You can also shut the fuck up. I yell, slamming my hand on the table. I have had it with you. Why is that I, a 17-year-old, am already a better parent than you, a 49-year-old man? I'm lucky I turned out this way and nothing like the goddamn piece of garbage you are. All right, everyone, that's enough, Nizu says. I sigh and lean back in my chair, still slightly glaring at Asmite. Now that everyone has calmed down, let me explain a few things. This here is Izuku Kamado, a first year here at UA. During the attack on the training camp, his child was abducted by villains and is being held captive. Nizu says. Wait, child? Ryukyu asks. My son, Kigo. I adopted him, so you don't have to worry about me making someone pregnant. I say. But you said you were 17? How could you adopt? Itshot asks. That's a story for another time. For now, I want to hurry up so I can get him away from those sick bastards. I say, clenching my fists. Right. As I was saying, Izuku will be participating in this raid, and I assure you he is capable enough to participate. Now, thanks to the efforts of one of our students, we have the location of the villain's hideout. Now we will discuss the attack plan. Nizu says. Don't worry, Kigo. We're coming to get you. I think. Time skip. Day of raid. I was standing outside of the hideout with the rest of the heroes, Yoru and Shusui in hand, waiting for the signal to enter. I watch as Asmite walks up to the door and knocks using the fake pizza delivery line, then punches the door in. I rush in and slam a sword into the lizard guy before jumping off and looking around. I see another door and break it down before continuing forward down the hall. I race my sense of smell to the maximum and look around, picking up all the scents until I finally find a familiar one. Mass amounts of red lightning surround me and I blast off towards the direction of the scent. I rush through the halls until I reach a locked door. Ignoring the locks, I kick it down and step in to see Kigo, barely awake, tied up to a chair. I rush in and kneel down next to the chair, untying him. Once the restraints are off, I pull him out of the chair and wrap him in a tight hug. I notice that he now passed out and sigh in relief, hearing the steady beating of his heart. It looks like they haven't fed him in days. These bastards are gonna pay. I mutter angrily. I stand up again and face the wall, raising a hand. Dark dragon, break it down, I say. The shadow dragon bursts from my hand and crashes through the wall. I walk out of the hole and he leans down, allowing me to climb on. I stand on his back and he flies up into the air towards the medical station. We land there and I pass the unconscious Kigo to one of the workers as an explosion is heard. I jump back onto Dark Dragon's back and he flies into the air to the direction of the explosion. We fly in the air, and I look down to see Mite getting his ass kicked by a guy in a suit with a weird helmet. I race my hearing to try and hear what they're saying. How depressing, All Might. Is this seriously what has become of the #1 hero? Helmet asks, looking at the beaten and bloodied All Might. I will stop you all for one. Your reign of evil will end. Might says, charging at him. The now named All for One only reels back his arm and it mutates, ballooning in size with mass amounts of spikes before thrusting it forward. Their fists clash and massive amounts of wind comes from their punch. They continue clashing until All for One morphs his hand into a blade and runs it through Mite's side. Mite coughs up blood and All for One morphs the blade to a larger size, increasing the injury. Mite falls backwards, the blade sliding out of him, and he lands on the ground. Dark Dragon, return. I say, lighting a cigarette. The dragon roars before sinking back into my body, letting me free fall to the ground. I draw Yoru and race it above my head. I get close to the ground and release a breath. Breath of water 8th form. Waterfall basin, I shout. A large torrent of water comes from my blade, larger than ever before, and I slam my blade into his head. He crashes into the ground and I jump back to Mite and stand in front of him, preparing to protect his body. I may hate his guts, but he is still needed as a symbol of peace. All for One stands up and dusts off his suit before turning to me. Dark Dragon, get him to the medical tent. I say, blowing out a puff of smoke. The dragon comes from my back and scoops up Mite before flying away. I face All for One and hold my sword ready to attack. And who might you be to strike me? He asks angrily. The name's Hashira. In other words, the one who will stop you. I say, a minuscule ant dares to make such a claim? Allow me to put you in your place. He says. He charges forward at a fast speed and tries to punch me. Breath of the sun. Raging sun, I shout, swinging the blade. The blade connects with his head and breaks his helmet, sending him back. He slowly gets to his feet and a wave of malice comes from him. That move, it shouldn't be possible. Everyone who could use that cursed breath should be dead. I made sure of that. He shouts angrily. The hell are you talking about? Ask. The breath of the sun. I should finally be rid of that wretched cursed breath. He shouts. How do you know about the breath of the sun? Ask. That breath has been a curse for millennium, the only breath strong enough to take me down. I will not let it be risen again. He shouts as his body starts morphing. His skin became paler, scarlet red slitted eyes formed on his head, black hair grew from his head, and bone tendrils formed from his back. I am Muzan Kibutsuji, the king of demons. My reign will not end and you will perish. He shouts, blasting forward, much faster than before. I draw Shusui to my left and block the strikes, slowly being pushed back. Several tendrils make it through and manage to cut me up, but I push through the pain and slam a sword into his stomach, sending him flying back. I crouch low and bright red flames form around me. Breath of the sun. Flash dance. Twin style. I shout. I blast forward in a burst of speed and slash towards Muzan in an X. He blocks with his tendrils, but I cut through them and ready another attack. I backflip into the air and ready my swords. Breath of the sun. Setting sun transformation. Twin style. I shout. He manages to block the strikes with his arms, but they get chopped off as a result. He jumps back and I stand at the ready. Dark Dragon. Armor of the shadows. I shout. Dark Dragon roars, diving towards me and merges with my body. Talons form over my feet. Gauntlets with claws form on my hands. Giant dragon wings form on my back and 2 horns sprout from my head. I leap forward and jump into the air, flying at him. Breath of the sun. Beneficial radiance. Twin style. I shout. He gets sliced up but only gets angrier as his injuries heal. Enough, he shouts. He slams his tendrils into me and I fly back, crashing into the ground. I slowly get up, but he charges again and slams a fist into my gut. I cough up a bit of blood and get sent into the air. He jumps at me and tries to hit me, but I barely manage to block in time, getting sent into the ground again. He lands a bit away and I stagger to my feet, my injuries slowly healing. That healing factor. So you're a demon as well. Why stand against me when we could conquer the world together? He shouts, grinning crazily. Because unlike you, I want to protect the world, not ruin it. I shout back. I charge in again and swing my sword, but he makes a weird sword from his bones and clashes with my two. He knocks me back into the ground and charges in again, jamming the sword into my shoulder. Ack! I shout in pain. He pulls the sword out and stabs it back into me several more times. I lay there covered in my own blood, on the verge of death. Somehow that sword is able to wound me and negate my demon healing. He jams the sword into my stomach one more time before he walks away as the light slowly fades from my eyes. I will finally be rid of that cursed breath. It is too bad you could not agree to my ideas. He says, walking away. This can't be it. I have so much more I need to do. I think, my consciousness slowly fading. My horrible life starts flashing before my eyes, reminding me of all the disappointments, until I reach a certain memory. I see two people smiling brightly, sitting at a table with a meal ready. Welcome home, Izu. The girl says, welcome back, Dad. I hope you're hungry. The much smaller boy says, that's right. I need to stay alive for Kigo and Nezuko. I can't die here. I need to keep living. I think. A black fire-like aura slowly starts surrounding me until it explodes outward. I slowly stand up, my hair shadowing my eyes, and my injuries slowly healing. The black fire-like aura continues to grow and morph around me. I won't die here. I need to keep living. There are so many things I still need to do. So many people I still need to save. This won't be the end. I shout, looking up. I will not let you ruin others' lives. I shout as the fire aura takes a giant humanoid shape. The ground around me bursts outward and I stand up fully, both swords in hand, and glare at Muzan. You should have killed me there. As long as I have a sliver of life left, I will keep coming back until I win. I say. I slowly draw Hinakami and place it in my mouth, the aura figure copying my movements with an aura sword. Muzan turns back to me with annoyance in his eyes before charging forward again. The aura starts shrinking until it stands at about 25 feet tall. I swing my sword and the aura blade makes contact with Muzan's tendrils, resulting in a shockwave. I continue to attack and he defends until we both jump back. Breath of the Sun. Dragon Sun Halo Head Dance. Santoryu style. I shout. Flames erupt from the three aura blades and I charge forward as three giant flaming dragons form from the blades. The blades make contact and the dragons devour Muzan and carry him back, and I charge forward again, swinging my blades, tearing into him. He eventually creates a large shockwave that sends us both back and we stand apart, glaring at one another. This will be the end, Muzan. You will die here. I shout, readying the three blades. I will not be the one dying. He shouts, creating a giant bone broadsword. I take in a long breath and prepare my next attack. Combination. Santoryu's Sun. I start as a purple aura surrounds the aura. This will be the end. Muzan shouts, readying his giant blade. Purgatory. I continue as armament hockey covers the blades of the aura, their edges turning crimson red. Demon blade. Bone sword. Muzan shouts. Ana Jirai. I shout as I blast forward. We land across from each other, both in the final stances of our attacks. The aura slowly starts disappearing as I sheathe my swords and land on the ground. This is my victory, I say as blood gushed from Muzan and he falls to the ground. It's finally over. I draw out before falling to the ground, unconscious, not noticing the crack forming in Hinakami's blade or the pale white snake slithering away from Muzan's dead body. Izuku POV. I slowly open my eyes and see a white ceiling and bright white lights. I sit up in bed and look around to see that I am once again in a hospital. I sigh again and observe the damage to my body. Bandages on my arms, and I can feel the ones around my waist as well. Nezuko is gonna kill me, I say. I slowly climb out of the bed and stretch out my sore body and go through my memories of the fight. What was that weird power? I have never been able to manifest an aura like that before, I say. I try to use the power again, but nothing happens. Looks like I need to do some training, I say. The door is suddenly opened and I look over, seeing a nurse with a clipboard in hand. She looks up from her clipboard before freezing in place. She then runs out of the room, leaving me confused until a few seconds later a doctor rushes in. You're awake, he shouts. I then realize it was the same doctor as last time. Yeah, I woke up a few minutes ago. How long have I been out? I ask, sitting back on the bed. You were unconscious for a little over a week. You've also been all over the news and several reporters have shown up trying to get an interview, he says, taking a seat on a stool. I'm probably not going to have any peace for a while, I say. Probably not, but let's get down to your injuries, he says, grabbing a clipboard. You had a large gash in your side and 2 of your ribs were cut clean through. Your arms were also severely cut up in several places and you had a minor fracture in your right forearm. You also received some minor head damage, but thanks to your healing abilities and a bit of surgery you are back to 100%. He says, "Oh, Nezuko is definitely going to kill me." I say, sighing. "How was everyone else? Any serious injuries?" Besides you, the only other person with concerning injuries were Best Jeanist and All Might. They were both brought back to stable condition but may be out of hero work for a little bit, Jeanist much longer than All Might. And you don't need to worry as your son was brought in and is completely fine. There was no harm done to him, but he was quite starved. After supplying him with some necessary nutrients, he was brought back to a healthy state. He was dismissed a few days ago and returned to your wife. He says, "Well, that's good. If he was harmed, I might have needed a few body bags." I say, "Anyway, how long until I can get out of here? You should be dismissed by the end of the day after we do a few checkups." He says, "Well, let's get them done with. I want to head home and eat something." I say, "Hey Aizawa, could you come pick me up?" Ask, "I'll be there in a bit. Glad you finally decided to wake up." He says before hanging up. I sit on one of the benches and wait until Aizawa finally pulls up in front of the hospital. I stand up and climb into the passenger seat. "Hey hobo, thanks for picking me up," I say, buckling my seatbelt. "It's no problem," he says, pulling onto the road. "So what's happened while I was out?" Ask. "For right now there's no UA," he says. "Huh?" Ask. "Due to all the villain attacks and All Mights and your recent fight against whoever the hell that guy was, people are starting to lose their trust in UA. People are considering pulling their kids out of the classes." He says, "Sigh, I should have expected something like this. I mean, it wasn't exactly the smartest idea to have the #1 hero come teach at a school." I say, "So what's the plan?" "I was going to visit the home of the families and try and convince the parents with All Might, but he isn't going to be released in time. I'm also set to do a public speaking addressing the situation." He says, "Let me do it with you." I say, "What?" he asks. I said, "Let me do it with you. For one, I am Class 1A's president. It is my job to be there for my classmates. And the public speaking? We both know you hate press, and it would be much better if I were to do it. I am the one who fought, and I am one of the students who was affected by all of this. So let me do it with you." I say, "Sigh, you really are a problem child. But I guess having you give your side would be a big help. But before we do any of that, you're going to visit your wife." He says, pulling in front of the mountain. "I'll pick you up tomorrow at 10, so be ready." "All right. Thanks again for picking me up," I say, climbing out. He drives away and I make my way up the mountain. Living with my loud class really makes me miss how peaceful the mountain always was. After a few peaceful minutes, I reach our house. I take a deep breath before knocking on the door. I mean, I don't want to just barge in after almost dying, even if I live here. I hear footsteps from the other side before the door opens and Nezuko stands there, her eyes widening upon seeing me. "Hey Nezuko," I say, a little nervous. She might kill me for almost dying. "Izuku," she shouts, jumping on me. I smile and catch her in a hug, wrapping my arms around her tightly. She wraps her arms around my neck and buries her head in my shoulder. "I take it you missed me?" I joke. "Why didn't you call me when you woke up?" She asks, not removing her head from my shoulder. "I wanted to surprise you. I figured you would rather see me in person than me just randomly calling you and going, 'Hey Nezuko, I just woke up from almost dying,'" I say, getting a small laugh from the girl. "You're right. If you just called me, I probably would have killed you," she says, removing her head from my shoulder. She leans up and places a soft kiss on my lips, and I kiss back just as softly. We pull back a few seconds later and just look into each other's eyes. "I'm so glad you're okay," she says, smiling brightly. "I'm just happy I get to see that beautiful smile again." I say, "Oh wait, Kigo? How is he?" "He's just fine. Ever since he was released, he has been impatient about wanting to see you again, so I had him go hang out with Rumi to try and get his mind off of you," she says, pulling away from the hug. "I can't wait to see him again," I say, and then my stomach growled, making Nezuko giggle. "But first I could use some food. How about we go out for some food? We can pick up Kigo on our way back," she says. "That sounds great," I say, grabbing her hand. We walk down the mountain and go over to the garage where my car was luckily parked. I open her door and she hops in, and I walk over to my side, hopping in. I start up the car and pull onto the road into the city. "So where do you feel like eating?" Ask. "I'm fine with wherever," she says. I continue down the road until I see a nice looking place named Baratai. I pull into a parking spot and hop out of the car and go over to Nezuko's side, opening her door. She hops out and we walk into the restaurant, getting a table. A few minutes later, a waiter walks up and I notice him eye Nezuko in a bit of concern. I shrug this off, thinking nothing of it for now but keeping my guard up in case. "So what would you two like today?" he asks. "I'll take the beef Wellington with rice and a cup of the strongest alcohol you have," I say. "And for you?" he asks, turning to Nezuko. "I'll have the Parmesan risotto and a cup of grape juice since I'm a lightweight," she says. Yeah, the first time I gave her a sip of alcohol, she passed out a little while later. It was hilarious. "It will be out shortly," he says before walking away. "This place is really nice. Are you sure we can afford it?" Nezuko asks. "I'm sure," I say. "I mean, I did steal Mite's credit card again, so I can buy whatever I want, I think." We continue to talk for a little longer until someone else brings our food out. "Your food, sir," he says, placing my plate down. Then strangely he gets behind Nezuko and starts acting all gentlemanly. "Such a lovely lady like you only deserves the best food possible. Allow me to serve you such food, miss," he says. "I'd appreciate it if you stepped away from my wife," I say, holding Shusui to his throat. He scoffs before his eyes land on the sword and he seems to bite the cigarette in his mouth. "Why do you have that moss-top sword?" he yells at me. "Who the hell is Moss-top?" I yell, standing up. "The same guy who owned that sword," he says, pointing to Shusui. "Wait, you knew Zoro? Oh, you must be the shitty cook he mentioned," I say. "I'll kill that shitty swordsman for telling people about me," he says. "Geez, I understand why he hates you," I say. "TCH, we don't hate each other. It's more of a rivalry to be better than one another. The name's Sanji," he says, holding out his hand. "Izuku," I say, shaking his hand. "So how'd you meet the Moss-top?" he asks. "He was my mentor during my internships. He taught me the three-sword style," I say, sitting back at the table. "And I'm guessing you picked up his alcohol taste?" he asks, passing me a bottle of alcohol I asked for. "Something like that," I say, pouring a cup of it. "All right, I'll leave you to your meal. Also, next time you see the Miss Top, tell him that I'm gonna kick his ass," he says, walking away. "What just happened?" Nezuko asks. Apparently he was a friend of the guy I interned with and recognized the sword. But let's forget about that because this food looks delicious, I say, picking up my fork. We begin eating and I was right. This food is delicious. We continue eating until every scrap is gone and I pay the check before we head out. "That was so good. We definitely have to come here again," I say, unlocking the car. "The food was really good. Maybe next time we could bring Kigo and get him some amazing chicken," Nezuko says, hopping in. "He would probably love that. Speaking of Kigo, I think it's time we go pick up a little bird," I say, starting the engine. We pull down the road and Nezuko gives me the directions to the Usajiyama house. Eventually we pull into their driveway and I turn off the car. We hop out and go up to the door, knocking on it. I hear footsteps on the other side and the door opens a little later, revealing Rumi's mother. "How can I help you?" she says before seeing that it's me. What? I thought you were still in the hospital?" she asks, shocked. "I got released a few hours ago. Figured I would surprise Kigo by picking him up," I say. "He's with Rumi in the living room. Please come in," she says, stepping aside. We walk in and follow her down the hallway to the living room where I see Kigo and Rumi playing with some action figures. They had their backs turned to me so he couldn't see me yet. "Kigo, someone's here for you," Rumi's mom says. "Who is it?" he asks, turning around. "Hey, bud," I say, smiling. He seems to freeze before jumping up from his seat and running over to me. I bend down and wrap him in a tight hug as he clings onto me tightly. "I thought you were still in the hospital. Aren't you hurt?" he asks, looking up at me. "I'm just fine. I couldn't stay in such a boring place when I have an awesome son to hang out with," I say, ruffling his hair. I stand up, now holding him, and turn to Rumi's mom. "Thanks for letting him come over," I say, bowing my head. "There's no reason to thank me. As long as they have fun, he can come over anytime," she says. "We should get going now." Kigo say goodbye to Rumi, I say, placing him back on the ground. He runs over to Rumi and pulls her into a hug. She hugs back with her little fluff tail wagging and a big smile on her face. "I'll see you in school, Mimi," he says, pulling from the hug. "Bye-bye, Kay," she says happily. Kigo runs back over to us and we head out, thanking Mrs. Usajiyama again. We walk out to the car and I help Kigo into his seat before jumping in mine. So Kigo, what's with the nicknames between you and Rumi? I ask, a wide grin across my face. You and Mom do nicknames with each other, so me and Rumi decided to have our own. He says, blushing slightly. And you call her Mimi? I ask, pulling onto the road. Yeah, and she calls me Kay. He says, interesting. Hey, can you do me a favor? Next time you see Rumi, call her Haim. If she doesn't know what that means, then you both go ask your teacher, okay? Ask, okay, but what does it mean? He asks. You'll see. I say, you are horrible. Nezuko says, laughing a bit. I am not. It's just for some fun. Plus, you know they're gonna get together one day. I say, I'd be mad if they didn't, but still you shouldn't push them into anything. She says, I'm not pushing them. I'm just having a little fun with it along the way. I say, oh, Kigo, did you eat already? Yeah, Rumi's mom made chicken. He says happily. Well, good for you, bud. You got your favorite food. Now let's get home and get some sleep. I have had a horrible headache all day and want some sleep. I say, turning onto the road for the mountain. I pull into the garage and hop out of the car, helping Kigo out of his seat. We head up the mountain until we reach our home and head inside. I walk over to Kigo's room and place him down in his bed, pulling up the covers. Good night, bud. I'll see you tomorrow, I say. He turns over onto his side and falls asleep quickly. I smile softly and walk out of the room to mine. I open the door to see Nezuko already in bed waiting for me. I grab a change of clothes and go into the bathroom. I tap the seal and my hero costume gets sucked into it, and I'm standing there in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. I quickly change into the new clothes and walk back out of the bathroom and climb into the bed. I lay down and wrap my arms around Nezuko as she lays her head on my chest. I missed this, she says quietly. I'm sorry you had to go through this, Nezuko. If I didn't get hurt that bad, none of this would have happened. I say, it's not your fault. I mean, you were fighting the king of demons. I had thought he was dead a long time ago when Tanjiro killed him, but I guess he somehow survived. Even the strongest of pillars had trouble against him altogether, so having trouble and still whining on your own is a big achievement. Have some pride and take the victory. I'm just happy that you're still alive. And as long as you're alive, I won't be mad at you for anything like this. She says, hugging me tighter. What did I do to deserve someone as great as you? Ask. You were yourself, and that's all that counts. She says, you are too good for this world. I say, kissing the top of her head. She buries her head deeper into my chest, and we happily fall asleep in each other's arms. Next day, I was waiting to go on stage with Aizawa wearing my hero costume. I hadn't told Nezuko and Kigo about me being on here, but I told them to watch it on TV. I also texted everyone in the class and told them to watch it with their parents. All right, kid, it's time, Aizawa says, standing up. I stand up and stuff my hands in my pockets, following him onto the stage. As soon as we passed the curtains, we were met with a barrage of camera flashes and loud questions. We walk up to the microphone and Aizawa steps up first. Hello everyone, I am Shota Aizawa, the underground hero Eraserhead. I am also the homeroom teacher of Class 1A at UA. I will answer all the questions you have for me in due time, but before I do that, there is someone who wishes to speak. This is one of my students in UA, Izuku Kamado. He is also the hero in training Hashira, the one who helped in the capturing of Stain and recently his fight against that mysterious villain. He says, gesturing to me. I step forward to the microphone and more camera flashes go off. Hello. As my teacher has said, my name is Izuku Kamado, also the hero in training Hashira. I have come here to help my teacher in regaining everyone's trust in UA. Throughout this year, we have faced several attacks by villains, something that isn't exactly considered normal for schools. But so what if they attacked? Thanks to the efforts of heroes, we have lived through each of these events and learned from them. And you can't shelter a child who wants to become a hero. What are you supposed to say? I don't want you to go to this school because it's dangerous, so I'll just send you to another school that won't prepare you for the actual danger you're going to face. That is completely idiotic. UA is the best hero school for a reason. And that reason is that they don't quit. They push their students to the limits and make them push past them so they will actually be prepared for the dangers they will face. We are training to be goddamn heroes, for crying out loud. I myself have fought several villains on my own and still won. I've beaten people stronger than your so-called symbol of peace. This world is full of powerful and dangerous people who want to do harm to others. But we are going to be the heroes who stop them all. The ones who will not be a symbol of peace but actually bring the peace we all desire. So have faith in UA and have faith in its students. I say, getting cheers from the reporters and crowd. All right, everyone, let's calm down. I will now answer any questions you have for me, so feel free to ask them. I will answer them to the best of my ability as long as it's not classified information. I say. Several hands start waving and I point to a random one. Why do you think the villains are attacking UA? A reporter asks. It's simple. They want to kill the symbol of peace. They believe that if the all-powerful All Might is out of the picture, they can run wild and do whatever they want. Next question. I say. What was your reason for being in the fight against that mysterious villain? Another asks. Well, as you know, villains attacked the training camp us UA students were attending. During their attack, I fought off several villains, but in the end, I didn't beat enough. They were able to escape. And not only did they escape, they took someone with them. My son, Kigo. I say. The crowd erupts into more questions about how I have a son, so I quickly answer them. Okay, before you all make a horrible headline, know that he is adopted and not my biological child. Now, if you know this, I only recently turned 18, so just so you don't call me out for this, I am also happily married. Now, let's continue with the questions. I say. Why did you decide to come here and speak for UA when you're only a first-year student? Someone asks. That is a very good question. I was voted to be the class president for 1A, and I feel that it is partially my responsibility to be there for my classmates and help them how I can. Most of them are great people, and I wish for great things to happen to them, so by helping them continue at UA, I welcome more great things to come. Next question. I say. How were you able to beat an opponent who fatally wounded All Might? One asks. I have been training myself since I was only 4 years old. I had strengthened my body far past what should be considered normal for a kid my age. I had learned almost every fighting style possible. Throughout all this training, I was able to use my quirk at new heights. My quirk was originally too strong for my body, so I was deemed quirkless by the public, and that only fueled my training. And I'm guessing that thanks to my training, I was able to evolve my quirk in a way and unlock that new ability I used to fight him. I still have been unable to use that power again. I say. Were you mistreated for being classified as quirkless? Oh, I was way more than mistreated. I was straight up bullied by everyone around me to the point I had broken bones. Even my teachers didn't care that I was hurt as long as their strong students were okay. But not once did I ever fight back against them. I say. Do you wish to get revenge on the ones who mistreated you? Absolutely not. Being treated the way I was allowed me to see the true world, and it made me appreciate the way everything was. Revenge is never the answer unless under extreme circumstances. I believe that they will get what's coming to them in due time, but I will have no part in doing it. I say. Okay, everyone, that's all the time we have for today. I thank you for coming out here, but we must take our leave now. Aizawa says, cutting everyone off. Thank you for allowing me to give my part. I say, bowing. We walk off the stage as the crowd cheers, and when we get backstage, I release a breath I didn't realize I was holding. That was so nerve-wracking. I can see why you hate the press. I say, running a hand through my hair. Exactly. They are all greedy sharks who want a good story. Anyway, are you ready to go talk to the families? He asks. Let's do this. I say, stepping out. Izuku POV. Today was the day. The day for us to take the provisional licensing exam. We were on the bus riding to the site, and Kigo was practically bouncing off the walls with Rumi. Kigo took off today to come watch the exam, and I invited Rumi to tag along, after asking her parents, of course. They said it was okay, so she came along with us. Luckily this time we had a bigger bus, so I didn't have to sit on the roof this time. We're here, Aizawa says, parking the bus. Everyone shuffles off the bus, and I take notice of everyone's nervous expressions. I sigh and light a cigarette, walking to the front of the group. I stop in front of everyone and turn to face them. A bored look across my face. Why are you all so nervous? Each of you has fought villains before, so why are you freaking out about a few hero students? Ask. Sorry, some of us can't overpower the goddamn symbol of peace and have the confidence to go with it. They yell back. Sigh. Okay, maybe I'm a poor example for this, but still. You have all grown so much and become much more powerful since the beginning of the school year. Kaminari, for example. At the beginning of the year, you couldn't use your quirk without frying your brain. But look at you now. You're easily one of the strongest in the class. You all should be proud of how far you have made it and have confidence in your skills. We will beat this exam. And once we do, I'll treat everyone here to some food. So let's do this. Go beyond. I start. Plus Ultra. We all yell. Strangely, a kid wearing another school's uniform joined in. Everyone turns to him, looking at him strangely. You shouldn't just barge into other people's huddles, Inesa. Another student says behind him, "Oh no, I am very, extremely sorry." He shouts, bowing so aggressively he slams his head into the ground. The class seems shocked while I just look on in boredom. This guy is weird. What's with all this enthusiasm? Kaminari asks. Wait, that uniform, Jiro says. It's that famous school from Western Japan. Someone says. UA in the east, Shiketsu in the west. Katsuki says. One of the only schools to rival UA. Shiketsu High. Izumi says. I wanted to try saying it just once. Plus ultra. I love UA High School. I am extremely honored to be able to compete against UA students. I'm looking forward to it. The guy says very enthusiastically. Blood was leaking from his head and the class started to make their way inside the building. One girl in particular was looking at the blood closely. Inesa Yorashai, Aizawa says in recognition. Mr. Aizawa, you know him? Hagakure asks. He's strong. Last year, the same year as you guys, he got the top scores of those admitted through recommendation, but for some reason turned down his acceptance. He says, wait, so he's a first year? Izumi asks, ignoring the weirdo. Everyone get ready because we're going through with this. Let's go, I say, walking to the building. Time skip, start of first test. Everyone was lined up in their hero costumes, each with a set of buttons on their body. I had one on my right shoulder, left hip, and right thigh. The room we were in suddenly opened up, revealing a large multi-terrain area. Everyone starts running around, staying in the group of UA students. We work better on our own. We'll be splitting up, Izumi says. Her and her gang then run off and I only shrug and stop the group, scanning the area. Everyone be ready. We're not alone, I say, placing my mask over my face. Immediately, multiple classes of students jump up and throw a ton of balls at us. I jump up and draw Yoru and Shusui. Notoriu, Takanami, I say. Every ball gets sent flying away and I land back on the ground in front of my class. I hold the two swords ready to attack or defend, expecting another attack. The earth we're standing on suddenly starts shaking and breaking apart until we all get sent flying away from each other. Everyone, I trust you to pass on your own, so you better be at the next stage or I'm kicking all your asses. I shout to them. My wings sprout from my back and I fly around the area, looking for any people I could eliminate. Dark Dragon, split up and see if you can find anyone, I say. The dragon splits from my body and flies off to the other side. I continue to fly around until Dark Dragon finds a group of 4 students together, all with similar quirks. I immediately turn around in air and fly to the direction Dark Dragon is. I eventually reach the area and fly in the air above the ground as Dark Dragon sinks back into my body. I look down upon the group to see 4 people, 3 standing around one who was sitting down, waiting for people. They each resembled fish in some way, and it was clear the one that resembled a shark was the leader. Let's see how this goes, I say, sheathing Shusui. My wings recede back into my body and I free fall towards the ground. I hold Yoru above my head and ready my next attack, taking a deep breath. Breath of water 8th form. Waterfall basin, I shout. Torrents of water come off the blade and I slam it into the blue one's head. He crashes into the ground and gets himself buried into it, unconscious from the attack. I land on the ground and face the other 3, slowly drawing Shusui to my left hand again. Who are you? Where did you come from? An octopus-looking guy says. I recognize you. You're that famous hero in training Hashira. The pale one with giant fins on his arms says. Yeah, that's me. But the only thing you guys need to know is that I'm gonna kick your asses. I say. Hachi, take care of him. Shark guy says. You got it, Arlong. Octopus says. He reaches behind him and draws 6 swords, holding one in each hand. You may be strong, but you'll fall to my 6-sword style, he says. He charges at me with his swords all held as a single point. I block the attack by placing my blades in an X, but he swings the swords outward, breaking the block. He moves in to headbutt me, but I slam my elbow into the top of his head. He drops to the ground and I kick him back towards the other 2. He manages to land on his feet and he faces me again. I ready my next attack and take a deep breath. Breath of wind 1st form. Dust whirlwind cutter, I say, swinging the blades. He gets cut up by the wind and I jump into the air and hold my swords out to my sides. Breath of the beast 6th fong. Palisade bite, I shout. He flies back into one of the mountains and embedded himself into it, unconscious and trapped. Hachi, you'll pay for this? Finn shouts, charging me. He reels back his arm and tries to punch me. I lean to my side, dodging the punch and spin around, kicking him in the face. He stumbles back and I take this chance. I sheath Shusui and ready Yoru. Breath of flame, second form. Rising scorching sun. I shout, swinging the blade upward. The sword connects with the bottom of his jaw and he flies upward and away into another mountain. I stand up and face towards the last guy as he stands up, showing the clear height difference between us. You pesky human, I will show you the superiority of us fishmen, he shouts, charging me. I jump up into the air, away from his charge, and sheath Yoru. I remove Shusui from my side and hold both sheathed blades at my sides. Notoriu Iai, Rashoman, I shout. He was sent flying back with a long cut across his abdomen and chest. I sigh and walk over to Hachi and tap all of his buttons, successfully passing the first stage. I grow my wings and fly over to the exit before landing in front of a door and walking out. I see a few WANA members present, which brings a small smile to my face knowing they passed. They were Kirishima, Kaminari, Tokoyami, Jiro, Shoji, Momo, and Tsuyu. I sneak up behind Kaminari and wrap him in a loose chokehold. So you managed to pass, huh, Sparky? I ask, ruffling his hair, something an older brother would normally do. Hey, come on man, I was having a good hair day, he says, trying to get out of the hold. Messy hair suits you better, I say. I then lean closer to his ear so only he can hear. And I think a certain purple-haired girl agrees. I whisper, watching as his face goes red. He looks over to Jiro to see her staring at him with a slight blush on her face. The two make eye contact and quickly look away from each other. Dude, go take her around the corner and ask her for a date after this whole exam. I guarantee she says yes. And if I'm wrong, you can test all your new moves on me, I say, releasing him from the hold. He looks between her and me, then sighs, walking over to her. He is nervous as hell right now. Hey Jiro? See, could we talk for a second? He asks. She nods and the two walk around the corner out of sight. What was that about? Kirishima asks. Our young Pikachu might just get himself a girlfriend, I say with a grin. That's so manly. He's asking out the girl he likes. So brave, he says. Next up is you and Mina. Then I got a few others to get together, I say, making the redhead blush. What are you talking about? He asks, trying to deny it. I pull out my phone and show him the photo of him and Mina asleep on the couch, his arms around her protectively. You can't deny this, Kiri. I will make it happen, I say. He only looks away and I sigh, waiting for everyone else until I felt a weight on my back. I look over my shoulder to see Nezuko on my back, smiling widely. Well, hello, beautiful, I say, placing her back on the ground. I turn around and wrap my arms around her waist, placing a small kiss on her lips. You think Kigo watched us compete? She asks. I'd be surprised if he even looked away. How do you think you did? Ask. I think I did pretty well. Uraraka, Ciro, and I worked really well together. How many people did you beat before finally passing? She asks. I only fought for guys. They probably won't wake up for a while, but I didn't seriously injure anyone except maybe the shark guy, but he seemed tough enough to handle it. How many 1A people are we waiting for? Ask. I look around and see that most of the class is here except for a few people. About 5 more, she says. We continue to just talk and pass the time until I see Kaminari and Jiro walk back around the corner. They were looking away from each other with blushes on their faces, hands intertwined. I smile slightly and continue to wait for the next part of the test to start. Skip to start of next test. Third-person POV. Once again, the room everyone was in opened up, revealing the destroyed area. 1A. Everyone form groups and split up to help citizens. Afterwards, bring them to the assigned medical section. Everyone go, Izuku shouts. Everyone runs off in groups while Izuku heads off on his own. Izuku jumps from pillar to pillar using observation haki to try any people. He eventually finds a signature and jumps towards it. He lands in front of a building before seeing a kid with some blood coming from his head. Hey, everything is okay now. I'm here to take you to safety, Izuku says, picking him up. The kid seems panicked, so Izuku tries to calm him down. Hey, there's nothing you need to worry about. I am here now, so you're safe. I will get you to some people that will be able to help you with that injury of yours, Izuku says. He jumps off to the pillars again and jumps from pillar to pillar until he finally lands in front of the medical section. These people will take care of you. I have to go save some more people, so stay here with them," he says before jumping off again. Suddenly, an explosion is heard and everyone looks to the source of the sound to see an army of soldiers and a few pro-heroes. Everyone, villains have invaded and are attacking. Frontliners move in and get to work taking out the army. Long-range fighters stay between the villains and the people that are hurt. Provide cover fire for any frontliners who are overwhelmed, or if any villains get through, take them out. Heroes specializing in defense stay by the injured and protect at all costs. We are the ones standing between the villains and the injured. We cannot let them through. Go! Izuku shouts, standing on one of the pillars. Everyone, albeit reluctantly, follows his command and takes their positions. Time for me to get serious, Izuku says, drawing his 3 swords and placing Hinakami in his mouth. He jumps at one of the pros and attempts to slash at them, only for the hero Edshot to jump in front and block the strike with a large kunai. "You're the one who saved All Might from the villain. We've been warned about you and have orders to take you out quickly," he says. "You can try, but I doubt you'll succeed," Izuku says, swinging at him with Shusui, making the hero jump back. Edshot draws 2 kunai and holds them in a reverse grip before the two charge each other. Izuku swings Yoru downward and Edshot uses the kunai to block the blade. Izuku swings Shusui towards his midsection, but Edshot turns to thread and jumps out of the way. Izuku charges him, holding his 3 swords tightly. "Breath of Wind First Form. Dust Whirlwind Cutter," he shouts, swinging the blades. Edshot barely manages to dodge using his string form. Izuku quickly readies another attack and goes to execute it, only for a swarm of shuriken to fly at him. He quickly deflects all of them and holds his swords at the ready as he lost sight of the hero. His observation haki detects a presence behind him, so he quickly jumps to the side as a thread flies passes where he was standing. Edshot lands in his human from and Izuku charges him, readying his next attack. Edshot brings out a kunai to try and block the attack as Izuku closes in. "Santoryu, Yuki Yuzum," he shouts. Edshot's kunai shatters and he gets sent flying backwards into the wall of the building. He manages to climb out, but with injuries scattered across his body. He changes into his string form and charges at Izuku. Izuku manages to duck most attacks, getting minor cuts from the ones he couldn't dodge. After a few seconds of Edshot jumping at Izuku, he manages to hit the hero and slam him into the ground. He then tosses Yoru into the air and coats his hand in armament haki. He slams his fist into Edshot's stomach as Yoru stabs itself into the ground next to his head. "Give up, Edshot. With your injuries, you can't go on for much longer," Izuku warns. "Cough. I'll worry about myself. And besides, we have an ace in the hole for you specifically," he says. Izuku looks at him as he presses a button on his belt. A loud rumbling is heard and everyone turns to the source to see the ground rising up, eventually breaking apart. A giant-ass robot stands in the center of the field, its hands on its hips, and everyone quickly realizes its resemblance to a certain hero. "You have to be fucking kidding me," Izuku says. It was a collaboration of all support courses from the hero schools as a large project of sorts. Edshot says. "Looks like I'll have to take it out," Izuku says. He quickly sheathes all his blades and his wings sprout from his back and he soars into the air, towards the robot's head. He draws Hinakami and attempts to swing at the robot. The giant robot simply races its arm and blocks the strike, the sword only barely cutting its surface. It then attempts to swing at Izuku, who simply flies back, dodging the attack. "Seems you're pretty durable, tin can. Let's see how you hold against this," Izuku says, raising the sword above his head. Crimson-red flames burst from the sword, increasing in size by the second. "Breath of the Sun 14th Form. Blazing Suns. Great Burn," Izuku shouts as the flames explode into greater size. He swings the sword downward, a large arc being created by the fire. The sword collides with the robot's shoulder and flames erupt as the sword makes its way through the mech. The blade continues to push through, the crack in the blade growing unknowingly. The robot brings up its other arm and slams it into his other. The robot's arm gets knocked off, taking the rest of the blade with it. Izuku stares in shock at what remains of his sword, the only sword he had left from the user of the sun breath. Unfortunately, he was too distracted and got slammed by the robot's other arm. He plummets to the ground, creating a large crater as he lands. A large dust cloud forms and everyone looks over to see if the boy is even alive after such a hit. Immediately, waves of pressure start to emanate from the crater. The The dust cloud immediately clears, a black aura forming and cracking the ground around it. Izuku slowly stands up from the crater, bleeding in several places, as he looks to the ground. The black aura continues to grow as Izuku fully stands up. "You'll pay for breaking my blade," Izuku says in a quiet, cold voice. "Susanoo!" he shouts as the aura shifts into the giant human-like form. Izuku rises up to the center of the Susanoo as he glared forward towards the robot. He slowly draws Yoru and Shusui, the Susanoo copying its movement with aura swords. "Increase," he mutters. The aura swords grow in size and he readies his attack. They hold their swords in front of them, pointing to the left, as armament hockey covers the blades. Bright blue flames cover the blade as Izuku takes a breath. "Notoriu's flame. Toro." He starts as they crouch low. The robot pulls back its remaining arm, resting to try and punch the armor. "Seimin," he finishes. They land behind the robot as it slowly falls to pieces, the aura slowly starting to disappear as Izuku was already drained before using it, and that last attack took a lot out of him. He sheathes his blades, the aura swords disappearing as well. The aura finally disappears and Izuku lands on the ground. "Take that, ya fucking tin can," he says before falling forward, unconscious before he even hit the ground. Izuku POV. The past few days have been rather exciting. After I woke up from overexerting myself, we had all celebrated getting our provisional licenses. We were given a few days off from classes to recover from the exams themselves. It was the night before we returned to classes and everyone was heading to their rooms to retire for the night. Nezuko and I, along with an asleep Kigo, were on our way up to our own room when I was stopped by a hand on my shoulder. I look over to see Katsuki with his hand on my shoulder, stopping me and the rest of the tormentors behind him. My expression went from calm and tired to emotionless and slight annoyance. "What do you want?" I ask dryly. "Come with us. There's a few things we need to discuss," he says. "And if I say no?" I ask, obviously not wanting to do anything with them. "Just come with us and you don't have to find out," Shoto says threateningly. "Sigh, Nezuko, could you take Kigo up to our room while I deal with some idiots?" I ask, turning to her. "Don't take too long. I want my cuddles, so you better hurry up," she says, taking Kigo from my arms. "I'll make it quick. I'll be up in a bit," I say, kissing her forehead. She heads up to our room and I turn back to the annoyances. "Well, I have an adorable wife waiting, so can we hurry this up?" I ask, already annoyed. They lead me out of the dorms and we head towards one of the fake cities. They suddenly stop a few feet ahead of me and turn around while I stand there, my expression still neutral. "Get on with it. I want to know why you brought me out here," I say. They look to each other before Izumi steps forward. "Izuku, we want to apologize for everything we've done to you," she says, slowly breaking into tears. "We're sorry. We only wanted to stop you from becoming a hero for your safety. Being a hero is dangerous enough for people with a quirk, and you were quirkless. We were scared you were going to get killed by a villain," she says, full on crying. "We wouldn't be able to live with ourselves if you became a hero only to die, and we could have stopped it. We only did what we thought was right, Aiken. We're sorry for how we treated you," Katsumi says, stepping next to Izumi. By now, I was getting even more pissed at the fact they thought I could simply forgive them for this. "We care about you, Izuku-in, and we didn't want to have to see you die. We were so worried that you wouldn't make it through being a hero that we couldn't think straight. Please, forgive us," Shoka says. And that was the last fucking straw. Waves of malice started rolling off me, making the others find it hard to breathe. The ground around me was slowly starting to crack outwards as I looked to the ground, my eyes completely shadowed from their view. "You think you insects deserve forgiveness?" I ask in a deadly cold voice. "You seriously think that after everything that you did to me, I would suddenly forgive you for all of it just because you're fucking sorry?" I ask, my voice gradually getting louder. "Are you that fucking stupid?" I ask, looking up, my pupils turn to slits. "You assholes fucking abused me for 8 goddamn years of my life, and you think I'll forgive you just like that?" I shout. I had no choice but to fucking live with the fact that the ones I thought of as my closest friends and my fucking sister hated me for something I couldn't control. Even the people who were supposed to race me and be my damn parents completely forgot about me. I almost fucking killed myself because of all the torment. Every day I was reminded of the torment you bastards put me through for something I had no power in. I had to be reminded of how pathetic and weak I was every time I took my fucking shirt off because of all the scars you gave me. I was so lucky that I had a healing ability that could heal anything, otherwise I would probably make people puke just by taking my shirt off. And you assholes have the guts to say you were doing this for my own good? You could have fucking talked to me or something and maybe tried to get me to pursue another career, but no. You dumbass decided to torment a fucking 4-year-old. I shout. If you even tried to survive a day in my life, you would realize how hard you actually made it. Day in and day out, I was forced to sit through your torture because you thought you were doing the right thing. As long as I live on this earth, I will never forgive you for any of it. I shout. By the end of my rant, I was panting slightly, glaring forward at the 3 crying girls and the regretful-looking boys. I don't even know why the fuck I'm still here talking to you assholes. I'm leaving, I say. My wings sprout from my back and I fly back towards the dorms, landing on my windowsill. I open the window and climb into the room, seeing Nezuko sitting in bed. Hey Coco, I say, sitting on the bed. What happened? Did they try anything? She asks, cupping my face. I'm just fine, Nezuko, and they only tried to ask for my forgiveness. Obviously, I didn't forgive them though, I say, placing my hand over hers. Sigh, why can't they understand that you don't want to go back with them? You're happy now and that's all they should care about. She says, wrapping me in a hug. They think they deserve forgiveness. They think what they did was justified because they wanted to protect me, I say, hugging her back. I think that's enough depressing talk. How about we get to bed? She asks. I like that idea. I definitely need a good sleep after yelling at a few idiots, I say. We climb under the covers and I softly pull Nezuko closer to me, wrapping my arms around her. She wraps her arms around my waist and lays her head on my chest. I love you, Nezuko, I say, closing my eyes. I love you too, Izu, she says. And with that, we both fell asleep. Next day, we were sitting in class and Aizawa had a special announcement to make. Now that you all have your provisional hero licenses, it's time for the next step. You will be able to do something called work studies. They're basically a step up from your normal internships and you will be able to receive credit for anything you do. And to help you understand them better, I have invited a few people who are quite experienced in work studies. I give you UA's big 3. He says, gesturing to the door. The 3 students walk in, stepping to the front of the room. The whole class starts talking about them as the big 3 scan the room. Oh, Izuku, it's good to see you, man, Mirio says, cheerful as always. Good to see you too, Mirio. I'm still waiting on that fight of ours, I say. Haha, and you'll get it in due time, Izuku, he says. Izubro? You know them? Kirishima asks. When I ditched class, I went to the training grounds and saw Tintin here wreck a whole class of students. It was truly an interesting sight, I say. Get back on track, Aizawa says dryly. Oh, sorry. Anyway, hey everybody, my name is Mirio Togata, a member of UA's Big 3. These 2 are Nijire Hato and Tamaki Amajiki, he says, gesturing to the other 2. Nijire waves happily while Tamaki scans the room. He suddenly sharpens his eyes and everyone, minus me and Nezuko, freeze up due to the pressure. He suddenly turns around and faces the wall. It doesn't work. Even if I imagine them with potato heads, they still have human features. He says quietly, I want to go home, he says. See Amajikai. That's called having the heart of a flea. Anyway, as Mirio said, my name is Nijire. We were invited here to talk to all of you about work studies. But wait, she says, trailing off at the end. She then jumps around asking people a bunch of questions. She continues until Mirio covers her mouth and places her next to Tamaki. We need to hurry up and tell them about the work studies, he says. Sorry about that. I guess I got a little carried away, huh? She says, smiling brightly. I guess it's kind of strange, huh? Us 3rd years appearing to tell you about work studies that aren't even required. Pretty confusing, huh? You all got your provisional licenses as 1st years, right? This year's 1st years are really energetic, right? Mirio asks. Mirio, Tamaki asks, confused. Why don't you all fight me at once? He asks. Huh? The class asks before realizing. WWWHHHATTT? The class asks. It's the most rational to have you experience our experience firsthand, right? He asks Aizawa. How about it, Eraserhead? Do what you want, he says. Dade. Okay, everyone change into your gym uniforms and meet me in Gym Gamma, Mirio says. Everyone goes to the locker room, but before I step out of the classroom, I'm stopped by a hand on my shoulder. I look over to see Aizawa standing behind me. Do you mind telling me why the sensors for the mock city were set off after curfew? He asks. Sigh, I knew you'd find out. The tormentors tried to get my forgiveness. You can guess how that turned out. I say, I'll let it slide once but break curfew without a good reason and I'll have to give you detention. He says, now go change. I'm slightly interested in this fight. Whatever ya hobo, I say, walking away. Everyone changes and meets up at the gym to meet an already changed and stretching Mirio. Are you serious? Zero asks. Totally serious, Mirio says, continuing his stretches. Mirio, you probably shouldn't. For the work studies, it would have been enough for us to say, this is how it was, and I learned a lot from it. Not everyone is filled to the brim with ambition. We can't end up with kids that are unable to recover after this. Ha! Mineta asks. What does he mean by unable to recover? Kirishima asks. Oh, listen. Did you know? In the past, there was a student who got so frustrated the student quit being a hero, and that caused all sorts of problems. Did you know that? Nijire asks, playing with Mina's horns. It's tough, isn't it, Togata? She asks. If you don't think things through properly, it'll be rough. Really rough. She says, continuing to play with Mina's horns. Please stop, Mina says. Please wait. Tokoyami says, there's a handicap in place, but we've fought pros before. And we've fought with villains before, too. Do we look like such small fry that you need to worry about us? Kirishima asks. All of you shut up, I say. Everyone's head snaps to me as I was sitting on top of the mountain behind Mirio, my swords in my arms leaning against the back of my neck. One of the first things I drilled into your heads, you two especially, is to not underestimate your opponent. If he is one of the strongest students in this school, the best school for producing heroes, then I think you should all be quite careful of him. Just because you've become stronger, it doesn't make you unbeatable, I say. I jump down from the top of the mountain and softly land in front of the ground, reattaching my swords to my waist. Do not think of yourself as someone who is incapable of defeat. There are people even I have lost to and probably still cannot beat. When you underestimate your opponent, you blind yourself from the truth of the fight. Wake up to reality and see the true strength of the opponent before you. Izuku says. Everyone looks down in shame upon realizing how foolish they had sounded. But with that said, prove to me that you are as strong as you think you are. Show me the true amount of your strength, he says, relighting everyone's determination. Nice speech. Now let's get this going, Mirio says energetically. Come at me whenever you see fit. Third person POV. If you say so, Izumi says. She jumps forward, activating One for All, and throws a kick at Mirio's head. Mirio makes no move to dodge as the kick connects with his head. Or so you would think. The kick went right through his head and Izumi lands on the ground behind him. She turns around to attack again, only to see his pants slipping off. HHH. Her and Jiro yell, covering their eyes. And nowhere near Izu. Nezuko mutters. Let's keep that private, Nezuko. Izuku says, observing the situation. Went for the face, huh? Mirio asks, turning to Izumi. Zero, Mina, and Aoyama take this chance and shoot tape, acid, and a laser at him. The attacks phase through him and hit into the mountain behind him, creating a large dust cloud. When the smoke clears, he was nowhere to be seen. I think I'll take out the long-range fighters first, he says, appearing behind Jiro, once again not wearing pants and making the girl scream. He warped, Shoji asks. So his power isn't just slipping through things? Sato asks, charging Mirio. What kind of strong quirk is that? Kirishima asks, also charging the blonde. Tokoyami extends his dark shadow arms and attempts to attack Mirio. Mirio suddenly falls down, disappearing only to reappear with his fist in Tokoyami's stomach. He continues to tear through the class, taking out Mineta and Zero too. Everyone continues to launch attacks at Mirio, who continuously slips through the attacks, landing his own hits to their stomach, dropping each one along the way. He grabs his pants and throws them on, taking a weird pose. Power, he shouts. Mirio Togata, one of the students believed to be the closest to the #1 position, even among the pros. Aizawa says off to the side. That's it for the long-range fighters. All that's left are the ones who focus on close range, Mirio says, turning to the rest of the class. He charges towards them and they all take defensive stances aside from Izuku, who merely crosses his arms. Mirio suddenly slips under the ground and everyone panics. You're wide open, he shouts, popping up behind Izuku. He throws a punch to the back of Izuku's head, expecting to knock the boy out. Izuku suddenly ducks down quickly, disappearing from his view, confusing Mirio, until a foot lodged itself in his stomach. "I am never open," he says as Mirio flies back into the mountain. "Ha ha ha, I like you, Izuku. I'll save you for last," he shouts, ducking back to the ground again. Faster than anyone can react, he reappears and disappears, taking out students each time until the only ones left were him and Izuku. "Seems you are rather strong. Let's see how you fare against me," Izuku says, drawing his blades. "This is a new move I developed with the Susanoo," he says. The aura forms only around the swords and extends the blades to about 10 feet in length. "Let's go," he says. The two hero students charge each other and Izuku swings his right aura blade at Mirio's head. Mirio ducks back into the ground and Izuku jumps into the air, dodging Mirio's next attack. He swings the blade downward at Mirio, who barely dodges to the side. Izuku lands on the ground and takes a stance as Mirio ducks back under the ground. "Nitoryu, Saikuru," he says, the aura swords, increasing the amount of damage, cause the ground around him to completely blow apart, forcing Mirio to jump from the ground. "I have you now," Izuku says. He holds his swords to his sides as red lightning crackles around him. "Thunder-breathing 7th form, flaming thunder god," he says. The lightning increases and he blasts off towards Mirio as two red lightning dragons form on each blade. He slashes his blades at Mirio's throat, intending only to knock the hero in training out and not kill him. As the blades were about to connect, they suddenly phase through his neck. Izuku, shocked, gets a punch directly to the stomach. "That was a good fight, Izuku, but I think you're done," Mirio says. What he didn't notice was Izuku's smirk. Izuku, faster than Mirio could react, grabs his arm and spins around it and shifts into a position where he pins Mirio to the ground with a sword to his throat. "It was a good fight, but I am nowhere near done," he says. "Since I don't like the idea of my head being chopped off, I think I'll let you have this one," he says. Izuku pulls back the sword and sheathes the two back to his waist. Izuku holds out a hand and helps Mirio to his feet as clapping is suddenly heard. The two look to the entrance to see Zoro standing at the entrance of the gym. "Sensei, what are you doing here?" Izuku asks, walking over to the man. "Your teacher notified me of what was going on and I figured I would drop by and watch, and maybe bring another present since your sword broke," he says, gesturing to the sword bag on his back. "You didn't have to do this, Sensei. I could have found another sword," Izuku says. "You can't easily replace a good sword. Once a bond with a sword has been built, even the sharpest of swords cannot sever it. So I took it upon myself to repair your sword for you," Zoro says, taking the bag off his shoulder, showing the fully repaired Kagura. "Thank you, Sensei, not only for this sword but for everything you have taught me until now," Izuku says, bowing. "There's no need to thank me, kid. I only passed on my techniques to another worthy swordsman. Now I should get home. I'm having a reunion with some old friends of mine," Zoro says. "I'll see you soon, Sensei. If the chance ericts, I wish to intern under you again," Izuku says. "Maybe. I'm not available for work studies, so it'll have to be some other time," Zoro says. He then leaves and Izuku turns back to his class, who was still on the floor holding their stomachs. "Sigh, should probably get them to recovery, girl," Izuku mutters. "Don't worry, there are medbots already on their way," Aizawa calls out. He says. Izuku nods and walks over to Nezuko and picks her up bridal style. "Shouldn't you already be fine thanks to your healing?" Izuku asks. "I'm fine. I just wanted to be carried," she says, laying her head on his shoulder. "Sigh, why are you so damn adorable?" Izuku asks. Nezuko only sticks her tongue out at him and he sighs again, walking over to Aizawa. "You did good, kid. I probably should have warned Mirio to take you full on from the beginning," he says. "Probably. I want to fight him at his fullest and see how strong he truly is," he says. "Hey Izuku, there's something I want to talk to you about," Mirio says. "What's up?" he asks. "It's about the work studies. I was wondering if you wanted to try and intern at Sir's agency. I think he would like to meet someone like you," Mirio says. "Uncle Knight, haven't talked to him since I was maybe 5. I think I'd like to see him again," Izuku says. "Great. On Friday I'll pick you up and we can head to his agency," Mirio says before running off. "This might just be interesting," Izuku mutters to himself. Third-person POV. Friday. The day after the fight with Mirio, the class had a discussion with Aizawa on what went wrong. and to Aizawa a discussion is him brutally telling them everything they did wrong with no care for how they would take it. Though today was interesting. Today was finally Friday, the day Mirio was going to take Izuku to Nitai's agency to see if he could intern with him. "Hey Izuku, you ready to go?" Mirio asks, suddenly popping up. "1 second, he says. "You're heading over to Ryukyu's with Nijire, right, Nezuko?" he asks, turning to the girl. "Yup, Nijire should be picking me, Uraraka, and Tsu up in a few minutes. And Kigo knows that he's going over to Rumi's house after school?" she asks. "Yeah, I told him this morning. I'm just glad Mrs. Usajiyama agreed to let him stay there after school until we pick him up. That would have been a bit difficult to work out otherwise." He says, "All right then, you can go now. I'll see you when we get back and I'll pick up Kigo from Rumi's." She says, "Okay, I'll see you later, Nezuko. Love you." He says, kissing her quickly. "Love you too," she says. Izuku grabs his bag and walks over to Mirio. "Let's head out now," he says. "Okay, if we go now we should be able to catch the next train," he says, looking at his watch. "Then let's head out," he says. They walk out of UA and head down to the subway station. Along the way, Izuku got a few strange looks due to now being recognized, but he ignored them and the two eventually reach the station. They buy their tickets and board the train to the agency. Izuku closes his eyes and decides to take a nap until they reach the stop. After about an hour, the train eventually reaches the stop and Izuku takes that as his cue to wake up. They get off the train and Mirio leads the way until they stop in front of a 5-story building. "Welcome to Nitai's agency," Mirio says, opening the doors. "We'll head up to Sir's office where he'll interview you and see if he wants you to work here," he says, walking to an elevator. "Any tips?" Izuku asks. "If you make him laugh, he'll probably sign you. He views laughter as something incredibly important," Mirio says. "Yeah, that should work out great," he says sarcastically. Izuku is a person who is better at insulting people than he is at making them laugh. They eventually reach a door and Mirio opens it to reveal an office with massive amounts of All Might merchandise. But that wasn't the weirdest part. No, the weirdest part was the tickling machine in the center of the room and the blue girl currently being tortured to death by extreme laughter. "Nope, not doing this shit," Izuku says, turning on his heel. "Trust me, this is normal," Mirio says, grabbing the back of his shirt. "Doesn't make it any less weird," Izuku says. "Mirio? This must be the student you informed me about," Night Eye says, walking over to the two. "Yes, sir. This is Izuku Kamado. He's in class 1A and recently got his provisional hero license. He was also the only one in his class to beat me in the spar," Mirio says. "He beat you in a spar? Interesting," he says, carefully observing the swordsman. "I am Sir Night Eye. Nice to meet you," he says, holding out his hand. "Izuku Kamado. It's nice to see you again, Uncle Mirai," Izuku says, shaking his hand. His eyes widen and he looks down at the boy, surprised. It can't be. Izuku? As in Izukuyagi?" he asks. "That's my old name and I'd prefer if you didn't use it. I no longer have any relation to my old family," Izuku says, with slight venom at the mention of the assholes. "What do you mean? You were all getting along the last time I visited you all," he says. "Sigh. The last time you visited was over 12 years ago. Let's just say a lot has happened in that time," Izuku says. Night Eye seems to get the hint and motions for the other two to leave the room. He sits down at his desk and Izuku sits in one of the chairs in front of it. He then goes on to tell the story of the abandonment, bullying, and the whole running away. By the end of the story, multiple emotions were present on Night Eye's face. Anger, sadness, and mostly disappointment. "I cannot believe someone who would publicly state and preach about equality and peace between everyone would act this way towards his own son especially," he says. "Too. Yeah, it kinda sucked. But thanks to going through it, I was able to meet some amazing people and become as strong as I am today," Izuku says, tightening his grip on Sandai Katetsu. "I may have to have a word with our so-called symbol of peace," he says. "You don't need to worry about it, Uncle. In time, he will be publicly announcing the entirety of my mistreatment. Though for some reason, he seems to be postponing it," Izuku says. "It's good to know that you have turned out to be such a fine man, Izuku. Now let's put this aside for now and get on to the business of your work studies," he says, turning serious. "Do you have the contract from the school?" he asks. Izuku pulls out the sheet and places it on his desk. "Once my stamp is on that paper, you will officially be placed under my agency for work studies. A hero's work study is not like the week-long internships of normal workplaces that you can participate in casually. You must work here for at least a month, and of course you will be paid. As a first year who still has a lot of classes, you will also rack up a lot of absences, and you will not be able to continue on this path on the same level as your other classmates. He says, and I understand that, but my goal isn't to match my pace with theirs. It's to be so far ahead of them that they have something to try and catch up to. Izuku says confidently. Night Eye lifts his stamp above the paper and slams it down, although he missed the paper and stamped his desk. You kinda missed? Izuku asks confused. Because I didn't feel like stamping it. I understand the merits of working here for you, but what merit is there in me employing you? With 2 sidekicks and 1 work-study student, the agency runs smoothly, so to add you, what benefit is there in that? How can you contribute to society? How can you be useful to others? In order to be acknowledged, you must make those things clear. All Might publicly showed it with his strength and humor. He gave hope to those who lived in fear of crime. That's why people acknowledged him, though they might not if they found out about his family situation. He says, continuously stamping his desk. He then stands up and stands beside his desk. In order to show how you can benefit my company, you should show it with your actions, not your words. 3 minutes. Try and take the seal from me in 3 minutes or less. If you want to work as a hero under me, then stamp the seal yourself. He says, holding up the seal. 3 minutes? Easy enough. Izuku says, standing up. He takes off the UA shirt, leaving him in a black tank top, and places the shirt on the chair. Proceed when you are ready, Night Eye says. Izuku crouches down and jumps towards him, reaching for the stamp. Surprisingly, he pulled his arm back fast enough and he missed, landing on the ground behind him. My quirk is known as foresight. If I make contact with a person and look them in the eyes, I can see into their future and see the moves they will make. When you shook my hand, we made eye contact, allowing me to use my quirk to view into your future. Now, how will you do in this challenge when I know every move you will make? Night Eye asks. I don't care if you can see my future. If you can see only one future, then I'll have to make a new one. Izuku says. He continuously jumps at Night Eye, trying to get the seal, using the breath of thunder to increase his speed. But in the end, it was all for nothing as he couldn't get the seal. It seems I was wrong about you, Izuku. Within these 3 minutes, you were unable to take this seal from me, and as a result, I must deny your acceptance to my agency. Night Eye says. No, this can't be it. I was supposed to get the stamp so I could continue on my path to being a hero. Izuku says, falling to his knees, softly crying. I am sorry, Izuku, but this is the way it goes. Now you may grab your things and leave. Night Eye says. Izuku continues to cry, although the cries start to change as he continues, until it turns to full-on laughter. Ah, that was great. Too bad for you, Night Eye, but the future you saw must have been flawed. Izuku says. How do you mean? Night Eye asks, annoyed that someone dared call him wrong. If you could truly see the future, then you would have seen this. Izuku says, holding the seal in his hand. Night Eye looks down at the seal in his hand and sees that it was a different one from the one he was holding originally. While I was jumping around, I never used my full speed so you would lessen your guard. And I used the papers as a distraction to grab a different seal before using my top speed to switch the seals before you could react. From there, it was simply acting as if I was still trying to get the real seal. He says, stamping his contract. Impressive, Izuku. You were able to formulate an effective plan at a moment's notice and execute it flawlessly. Welcome to the agency. Night Eye says. So I guess I start work on Monday? Izuku jokes. First, we must talk about your schedule. Every other day you will be going on patrols with Lemillion. On the other days you are allowed to use our personal gyms for training. I even have a dojo area you can practice your swordsmanship in. When you have free time, I want you to be undergoing strategy training that I will personally oversee. And to assist with your basic training, I have partially recruited a new member for the duration of your work studies. They will come in on some of your off days and teach you new things as well as assisting you. I hope this schedule will fit your needs. Night Eye asks. Perfectly fine, sir. Though may I ask who will be assisting me in my training? Izuku asks. They asked me to not reveal their identity until your first training session with them. The only hint you have is that they already know you and you know them. He says. Sigh. I guess I could wait. So what should I do for today? Ask. Excuse us. Mirio says as him and the blue girl burst into the room. Are you finished? The sounds coming from the room sounded like a lot of fighting. Blue girl says, Mirio, welcome our newest agency member. Night Eye says, all right, you did it, Izuku. Mirio says, did you doubt I would? Izuku asks, kind of. I didn't think your personalities would work together. He says, scratching the back of his neck. That's fair. Now what should we do for today? Or am I free to go? Izuku asks, you are free to go. Come back tomorrow at 6 a.m. to start your first day of patrol. Night Eye says, all right, I'll see you all later. Izuku says, grabbing his things. He then waves before jumping out Night Eye's open window. Heh, we truly gained an interesting member. Night Eye says. Izuku then decides to take the fun route and parkours across the city until he sees a train heading for the UA stop. He carefully lands on the roof of it, not making a sound, and takes a free ride to UA. Once he reaches close enough, he jumps off the train and lands on the roof of a building. He then races towards UA until he finally arrives in front of the dorm building and walks in, going to the kitchen for a snack. Yo, Izuku, you find a place to do your work studies? Kaminari asks, running into the kitchen. I did, and I think it's truly going to be an interesting time. Izuku says, grabbing an apple. Did you find a place? He asks, taking a bite of the apple. Unfortunately, nobody would take me. He says, sorry to hear that, man. But that also means you get to train here more, so when I come back to classes more often you better be strong enough to give me a fight. Izuku says, sure thing. Now I gotta go. Kyoka and I are heading out for a movie. He says, running off. Well, at least those two hit it off. Now I need a nap. Izuku says, yawning. He walks up the stairs to his room and falls onto his bed, asleep before he even touched the mattress. Next day, Izuku slowly wakes up, feeling as if something was wrong. He sits up in bed and looks around, finding nothing strange until his eyes land on the clock. He was almost late for his first day of work studies. Shit! He curses quietly. He runs around the room quietly, getting ready to leave, and writes a quick note for Nezuko saying where he was. He places the note on the nightstand and kisses her forehead. He jumps out his open window and lands on the ground, running towards the UA walls. He jumps off the wall and onto the building tops, racing towards the agency. I'm going too slow. I need to pick up the pace, Izuku says before a grin grows on his face. Guess I can let loose, he mutters as lightning arcs around him. He pumps blood to his legs and crouches low before blasting forward in a bolt of lightning. He continues to race to the agency as a bolt of lightning, dodging over everything in his way until it finally comes into view. He picks up the pace and, when close enough, jumps off the building and lands on the ground in front of the building. I made it, Izuku says, panting lightly, not used to using Breath of Thunder for that long at once. He walks into the building and heads up in the elevator to Night Eye's office. The elevator reaches the office floor and he steps out and walks into the office, seeing Mirio, Night Eye, and Night Eye's blue sidekick he had still yet to learn the name of. Izuku, you were almost late today. Make sure it doesn't happen again. Night Eye says, sorry sir, it won't happen again. Izuku says, standing next to Mirio. Good. Now today we will be doing some patrols. Izuku, you already know you will be patrolling with Lemillion, so we only need to breed you on our current investigation. Shai Hasaikai is a small designated villain group. Its young head, in other words, the number 2, a Chisaki, has started showing strange actions. His plague mask is his trademark. Night Eye says, showing a picture of the man. Recently the group has even made contact with the League of Villains. Bubble Girl says, those assholes, huh? Something bad is definitely happening if they've interacted with them. Izuku says, but we haven't been able to get any proof that he's planning anything criminal. Because of that, the Hasaikai is a gray close to black, and we cannot treat them like villains. What we're after is their tail. Be careful not to let them suspect anything. Night Eye says, yes sir. The three chorus. Izuku, suit up and you two can leave. Night Eye says, no need. Izuku says, tapping his chest. His hero suit forms over his body and his 3 swords appear on his waist. Let's head out, Mirio. Izuku says, turning to leave. Right, Mirio says, following behind. The two exit the building and begin their rounds. So how long have you been working under Night Eye? Izuku asks, lighting a cigarette. I've worked under sir since my 2nd year. And should you really be smoking? Mirio asks. Don't worry, I'm fine. Thanks to my healing, these have no effect on me. Plus they're great for stress relief and I have a lot of stress. Izuku says, rolling out his shoulder. The two continue on their patrols until Izuku hears the faint sound of tiny, fast footsteps. He races his hearing and turns to the alleyway where the sound is coming from just in time for a small object to crash into his leg. He looks down at the object and sees a young girl, probably around 5 or 6, with silver white hair and red eyes, the most notable feature being the horn on her forehead. She was wearing a torn-up hospital gown and had bandages on her arms and legs. She was clearly distressed and seemed to be running from something. Hey, are you okay? Is something wrong? Izuku asks, bending down to the girl's level. She immediately clings onto his shirt with a tight grip and begins crying. Please help me. Don't let him take me. She whispers so quietly if it wasn't for Izuku's enhanced hearing, he might not have heard it. Now you know. You can't go around troubling heroes. A voice says. The three look to the alleyway to see a man walk out of the shadows. Izuku's and Mirio's eyes widen upon seeing the man, but try not to let it show too much. Chisaki. They both thought upon seeing the man. I'm sorry about my daughter, Hiro. She likes to play around a lot and keeps getting hurt. I don't know what to do with her. Chisaki says. It's quite all right, sir. We're sorry as well for bumping into her. Mirio says. Izuku, taking the hint, plays along with Mirio's plan. With that lovely mask, you must be from the Hasaikai, right? You guys are famous around here. Izuku says. Yes, don't worry about the mask. I'm sensitive to filth. It's my first time seeing you heroes. Chisaki says. Right, we're still new, so we're pretty nervous. Now stand up, partner. Let's head to a future we haven't seen yet. Mirio says, scratching the back of his head. Izuku nods and stands up, now holding the little girl. What agency do you work for? Chisaki asks. We're students. We're still so new that it would be presumptuous to identify with an agency. We're just gaining some experience in different places for our internships. Anyway, we need to finish patrolling this division by lunch. Let's go, Mirio says. Before that, do you mind telling me why she's covered in so many bandages? And why she seems so scared? Izuku asks Dade. She's a clumsy girl. She broke something, and when we reprimanded her, she got scared and ran away. Chisaki says. For such a small child to be trembling like this without a sound, I don't think that's all that normal. Izuku says. Please don't force your own normal on other people's families. Chisaki says. Oh, I'm not trying to force anything. As a father myself, I know how difficult kids can be. But never has my son ever been so scared that he's been driven to this point. Izuku says. So you mind telling me? What the hell are you doing to this little girl? Izuku asks, glaring coldly. Geez, heroes are so sensitive to the subtle signs in people, huh? Very well. It's embarrassing to talk about it. People are watching here, so will you come this way with me? Chisaki asks, gesturing to the alleyway. The two nod and follow Chisaki down the alleyway until he stops in front of them. Actually, recently, I've had a lot of trouble with Eri. She just keeps defying me no matter what I say. Chisaki says. Parenting, huh? It must be hard. Mirio says. Yes, children are hard to understand. They feel like they can and will become someone. They seriously think that. Chisaki trails off, tugging at his glove. Eri, noticing this, jumps out of Izuku's arms and runs over to Chisaki. What? Done with your tantrum already? Chisaki asks, receiving a timid nod. She's always like this. I'm sorry you had to listen to my problems, too. Sorry for the trouble. Well, do your best at work. Chisaki says as the two walk away. Mirio turns to Izuku, ready to reprimand him for his actions, only to freeze upon seeing his expression. The war has started. I will be coming for your head. Kai Chisaki. Izuku says in a deadly cold voice. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.